Chapter 3741. How is this possible? How did you survive without a soul? Damn it, that's impossible. Brat, where did you hide your soul? Come out! Come out! The Sky Eclipse Divine Nations King roared hysterically. If he can't destroy Lu Ming's soul, he won't be able to seize Lu Ming's body. He was still excited earlier, but now, he felt like a bucket of cold water was poured over his head. So you want to seize my body and destroy my soul? Hehe. A thought flashed through Lu Ming's mind. How is it possible to destroy his soul? His soul is now distributed among the 60 trillion cells in his body. If you want to destroy his soul, you have to destroy all of his cells. Kid, where's your soul? Where's your soul? Come out. Otherwise I'll destroy your body and soul. You won't even be able to keep your body. The Sky Eclipse Divine Nations King roared. Are you willing to do that? Lu Ming replied indifferently. Why you? The Sky Eclipse Divine Nations King trembled in anger, but he really can't bear to do it. It wasn't easy to find such a good body, he can't bear to part with it. Once he destroys Lu Ming's body, he won't be able to seize it, and will have to endure endless torture. He has had enough of this torture, he doesn't want to wait for a day more. I'll destroy this skeleton first. The Sky Eclipse Divine Nations King roared and charged towards Bone Devil. But Bone Devil's figure flashed and disappeared, causing the Sky Eclipse Divine Nations King to miss. Senior Bone Devil, do you have any way to destroy this person? Seeing the Sky Eclipse Divine Nations King's action, Lu Ming wasn't anxious. He concluded that the Sky Eclipse Divine Nations King won't kill him so easily. He started to discuss with Bone Devil. If this guy doesn't enter your body, we won't be able to deal with him. But he's courting death by entering your body. I have to say that your luck is pretty good. Quick, activate your taboo energy and seal your body. Don't let him escape, and use your taboo energy to destroy him. Bone Devil said. Taboo energy actually has such an effect. Lu Ming was surprised, but he didn't think too much about it. He immediately activated the taboo power. The taboo power in every cell intertwined and sealed his body. Taboo power, Bone said excitedly. The strongest power in the Your Desolate universe. This guy refined himself into a soul demon, and entered your body. The taboo power just so happens to counter him. Destroy him. The monarch of the heavenly transcendence divine kingdom naturally couldn't hear their conversation. Then let's send him on his way. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with a cold light. Then countless amounts of taboo energy shot towards the monarch of Skyleap God Nation like little snakes. When the taboo energy approached the heavenly transcendence God Nation's monarch, he also felt it. Brat, you still want to resist? With your cultivation base, you're courting death. Break for me. The monarch of Tianyu Divine Country struck out with his palm, wanting to disperse the forbidden power. However, it was useless. The forbidden power was not affected and continued to entangle him. Damn it, what's going on? The face of the monarch of Skyleap Divine Country finally changed. He attacked with all his might, trying to disperse the forbidden energy, but to no avail. Damn it. The monarch of Tianyu Divine Country was alarmed and quickly rushed towards a direction. However, he was surrounded by the taboo energy. When he rushed into the taboo energy, it was as if he had entered a quagmire. He was blocked. His movements were very slow and gradually came to a stop. Moreover, when his body was touched by the taboo energy, it let out a sizzling sound and emitted bursts of green smoke. Damn it, what kind of power is this? The monarch of Tianyu Divine Country screamed in horror. Monarch of Tianyu Divine Country, since you should have died long ago, you shouldn't have stayed in this world. Now I'll send you on your way. That's where you should return to. Lu Ming's indifferent voice resounded. At the same time, he continued to control the taboo energy, and rushed it towards the monarch of Tianyu Divine Country. Bullshit, my life is in my own hands. Even the heavenly palace can't destroy me. How can you, a mere divine monarch Relmant, destroy me? The monarch of Tianyu Divine Country roared. His body flickered with a demonic radiance. Like a divine weapon, he rushed towards a direction, wanting to break the taboo energy. He was unwilling. He was the monarch of Tianyu Divine Country, a big shot. When he was at his peak, not to mention a divine monarch, Even a peak divine emperor could be slapped to death by him. How could he be willing to be killed by a mere divine monarch like Lu Ming? However, he was too far away from his peak. Without his physical body, he could only refine his soul into a spirit demon, struggling at death's door. He didn't have much strength left. At this moment, he was trapped in Lu Ming's body and was surrounded by the taboo energy. Sizzle sizzle, he was surrounded by the taboo energy. It was as if he was in a world of taboo energy. When the taboo energy landed on his body, it caused his body to emit wisps of green smoke. It was as if an ice cube had encountered a flame and was constantly being corroded. The monarch of Tianyu divine country retreated in horror. In just a short while, his spirit demon body became much dimmer and more illusory. It was like a flickering candle flame. He screamed. He was truly frightened and felt that it was the end of the world. Kid, let me go. Let me go. I am the monarch of Tianyu divine country. In the past, I was an existence that surpassed the divine emperor. As long as you let me go, I will stay by your side to assist you and guide you. In the future, I will help you surpass the divine emperor and become an overlord. It's not impossible for you to reach my realm in the past. The monarch of Tianyu divine country shouted. He was truly frightened and began to beg for mercy, trying to lure Lu Ming. You're going to guide him? Are you qualified? Guemo appeared silently not far from the monarch of Tianyu divine country. He looked at the monarch of Tianyu divine country with a faint sneer. When you were at your peak, you were just a little bit above the divine emperor realm. You dare to guide him? Even this old man is not qualified to guide him. Do you know what kind of power is attacking you? Guemo continued. What? What is it? Why is there such a power? The monarch of Tianyu divine country shouted. Because this is a taboo energy, Guemo said. What? The monarch of Tianyu divine country's body shook violently, and his eyes revealed a deep shock. With his status, although he had never seen a taboo energy, he had naturally heard of it. Lu Ming's power was actually a taboo energy. Then he must have the legendary taboo body, a legendary person who defied the heavens. This kind of person had endless potential. As long as he was given time, he could become an existence that could shake the entire universe. An existence that could make the heavenly palace tremble. He actually said that he would guide such a person? Just like what Guemo said. Was he qualified? This kind of person, once he grew up, he would be an invincible figure. The monarch of Tianyu divine country's heart kept sinking. The taboo body must not be leaked out. Today he will die. Chapter 3742. Fine. I never thought that I would be able to see someone with a taboo body in my lifetime. I have no regrets in this life. In the end, the sky eclipsed divine country's ruler sighed and gave up on struggling. Even if he lived in this world, he would still be tortured. Dying could be considered a kind of release. Furthermore, dying in the hands of someone with a taboo body was also a kind of honor. Kid, a taboo body is destined to defy the heavens. You're the heavenly palace's mortal enemy. Since that's the case, I'll lend you a hand. The sky eclipsed divine country's ruler said. Following that, a message entered Lu Ming's ears. Haha, I hope the taboo body can grow and cause the heavenly palace to tremble. I won't be able to take revenge. The sky eclipsed divine country's ruler sighed. Then his body broke apart, taking the initiative to receive the taboo energy. Under the taboo energy, he was annihilated and completely disappeared. Lu Ming was a bit stunned. He didn't think that the sky eclipsed divine country's ruler would give up resisting after knowing that he had a taboo body. Perhaps the sky eclipsed divine country's ruler had a great enmity with the heavenly palace. Since he couldn't take revenge himself, he placed his hopes on him. Before dying, he even told Lu Ming the location of the sky eclipsed divine country's hidden treasures. After the sky eclipsed divine country's ruler died, the corpses were no longer controlled and naturally scattered. They returned to the various pits and disappeared. Heaven and earth regained its calm. There wasn't any sound. Lu Ming let out a sigh of relief. Then he sat down cross-legged and focused on recovering. His recovery speed was shocking. It didn't take long for him to completely recover. He even felt that his cultivation base had increased by another level. He wasn't far from the 6th level of the divine sovereign realm. Jiang Libang, what a pity. Lu Ming scanned the surroundings and sighed slightly. The Sky Eclipse Divine Country's capital was completely silent. There wasn't any sound. Clearly no one had survived. Jiang Libang had most likely died when the corpses were wreaking havoc. Jiang Libang was a good person. If possible, Lu Ming would have saved him. But at that time, Lu Ming wouldn't have been able to protect himself. Furthermore, he didn't know where Jiang Libang was, so he couldn't save him. Whoosh! Lu Ming's figure flashed in the capital of the Sky Transcendent's divine nation. One by one, storage rings appeared in Lu Ming's hands. They were left behind by the previous experts. Of course, not everyone had a storage ring left behind. The destructive power of the self-destruction of the corpses was shocking. Some of the storage rings that were caught in the explosion were probably destroyed as well. When the storage ring exploded, the items inside would be sucked into the dark void. However, Lu Ming still had a great harvest after going around the capital of the Heavenly Transcendent's divine nation. He obtained a few hundred storage rings. Just the storage rings alone were already a great harvest. Heavenly Yu God Kingdom's treasure trove. At this moment, Lu Ming was thinking about the news that the monarch of the Heavenly Yu Kingdom had told him. The monarch of the Heavenly Transcendent's divine nation told him the location of a hidden treasure and the method to open it. The location was in the capital of the Heavenly Transcendent's divine nation. Should he go or not? Lu Ming hesitated. To be honest, he was very moved. The Sky Eclipse Divine Nation's hidden treasure ground was absolutely astonishing. However, would the monarch of the Heavenly Transcendent's divine nation be so kind as to tell him? One had to know that the monarch of the Heavenly Transcendent's divine nation was killed by Lu Ming. Would he tell his enemy? Although Lu Ming was destined to be the enemy of the Heavenly Palace, and the Heavenly Transcendent's divine nation was destroyed by the Heavenly Palace, it was a blood feud. If the monarch of the Heavenly Transcendent's divine nation wanted to help Lu Ming grow, he would be able to deal with the Heavenly Palace in the future. However, Lu Ming wasn't confident. Let's go all out. After pondering for a while, Lu Ming gritted his teeth and prepared to go all out. He was still moved. The main thing was that the resources he would need for his future cultivation would definitely be shocking. He didn't want to miss such a good opportunity. Perhaps, the monarch of the Heavenly Transcendent's divine nation really wanted to borrow his hand to deal with the Heavenly Palace. After making up his mind, Lu Ming stepped out and headed towards the depths of the Heavenly Transcendent's divine nation. Without any obstructions, Lu Ming's speed was very fast. Not long after, he arrived above a dilapidated palace. This palace was very vast and he couldn't see the end of it. However, most of it had collapsed and the ground was filled with potholes. It was obvious that it had experienced a great battle. Lu Ming recalled the news that the monarch of the Heavenly Transcendent's divine nation told him. He swept his gaze around and then headed towards one of the collapsed palaces. Boom! With a wave of his hand, Lu Ming's energy surged and large pieces of stone and tiles were blown away, revealing a clean floor. Lu Ming sized up the floor for a while, and then pressed his palm on one of the bricks. He inserted a strand of forbidden energy and turned it slightly to the left. With a click, the brick turned. It's really like this. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. At present, everything was exactly the same as what the monarch of the Heavenly Transcendent's divine nation had said. Lu Ming spun the brick. First, he spun it 3 times to the left and 3 times to the right. Click. The ground trembled slightly and then split open, revealing an underground cave. Lu Ming didn't hesitate and jumped down. After descending for about 1,000 meters, he reached the bottom, and a tunnel extended forward. The walls of the tunnel were inlaid with luminous stones that lit up the tunnel. Lu Ming took a step forward. His muscles tensed up and he was ready for a great battle. He wouldn't completely trust the monarch of the Heavenly Transcendent's divine nation. However, as he moved forward, there was nothing strange. Is there no danger? Lu Ming pondered. However, he still wouldn't let his guard down and continued to move forward. After walking for a while, suddenly, swoosh! A sharp energy came from the left and stabbed towards Lu Ming at an astonishing speed. Without looking, Lu Ming knew that the power of this attack was terrifying. If he was hit, he would definitely be injured. Lu Ming didn't even need to think. Almost like a conditioned reflex, He slashed out with his palm. In his palm, all kinds of secret attack techniques were unleashed. Clang! Lu Ming's palm slashed on a bronze battle spear, causing a loud bang. Then a figure quickly retreated. As for Lu Ming, he felt a slight numbness in his palm. It's a puppet. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He found that the one attacking him was a soldier covered in iron armor and holding a bronze spear. However, it didn't have any life energy. Lu Ming knew at a glance that it was a puppet and not a living creature. Bang! After the puppet steadied itself, it took a step forward and the ground rumbled. Its burly body rushed towards Lu Ming again. The bronze spear pierced through the void and pierced towards Lu Ming's forehead. At the same time, the walls on both sides wriggled and several iron-armored puppets emerged from the walls. Each of the iron-armored puppets held a bronze spear and stabbed towards Lu Ming. A terrifying whistling sound was ear-piercing. Sharp spears stabbed towards Lu Ming's vital points. Damn it, the Emperor of the Tianyue Kingdom is not so kind. Lu Ming cursed in his heart. However, he didn't stop attacking and attacked more than 10 times in an instant. Chapter 3743. Dang dang dang! A series of explosions rang out as the bronze spear shook. 5 or 6 armored puppets were sent flying, but their bodies didn't break apart. What a strong attack! It is even stronger than an ordinary quasi-emperor's attack. Furthermore, his body is incredibly tough. A thought flashed through Lu Ming's mind. The next moment he frowned. This was because regardless of whether it was the walls in front of him or behind him, there were constantly armored puppets appearing. In the blink of an eye, there were dozens of armored puppets. A puppet controlled by an array. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat, and then his figure flashed, rushing towards the front of the passage. At the same time, Lu Ming activated the battle's secret art, increasing his combat power by 5 times. At the same time that Lu Ming rushed out, the armored puppet in front of him brandished its bronze spear and stabbed at Lu Ming. Lu Ming stretched out his hand and grabbed one of the bronze spears. With a forceful shake, a terrifying force poured into the bronze spear. The bronze spear vibrated violently, and the puppet's palm was torn apart. It couldn't help but let go of the bronze spear. Its figure retreated rapidly, knocking into the other puppets. Lu Ming held the bronze spear and turned it in another direction. The spear pierced out explosively. Lu Ming's strength was astonishing, especially after activating the battle formula, which increased his battle prowess by 5 times. He could easily kill a quasi-emperor level expert. An ear-piercing sound rang out as the bronze spear directly pierced through one of the armored puppets. Following that, the bronze spear violently vibrated, and a terrifying energy exploded out, tearing the armored puppet apart. Finally, one of the armored puppets was killed. The attack power of this kind of puppet was only slightly stronger than that of an ordinary quasi-emperor, but it was very difficult to deal with. Its defense was astonishing, and it was very difficult to kill. With Lu Ming's current combat strength, he could kill a quasi-emperor with a casual punch. However, Lu Ming had to use almost all of his strength to deal with this puppet. After killing one of the puppets, Lu Ming threw out the bronze spear in his hand. The spear pierced through 2 of the puppets and sent them flying in a skewer. On the other hand, Lu Ming did not stop. He continued to charge forward and punched the body of an iron-armored puppet. The iron-armored puppet's body shook violently and there was a huge explosion, creating a hole that penetrated the front and back of the puppet. Bang bang bang! Lu Ming was valiant and invincible as he charged forward with all his might. One after another, the armored puppets were either sent flying or smashed into pieces by him. However, the number of armored puppets here was astonishing. They were constantly emerging from the walls. The speed at which Lu Ming killed them was not as fast as the speed at which they appeared. Instead, the number of armored puppets in front and behind increased. There were armored puppets in front and behind him. At this time, Lu Ming had no way to retreat. He could only charge forward and carve out a bloody path. However, there were too many armored puppets. After fighting for a while, Lu Ming was still injured by the bronze spear. However, he did not care about this injury at all. It would not affect his combat strength in the slightest. Lu Ming activated the gravity pearl, and 2 gravity pearls appeared. This time, the gravity pearls played a major role. The armored puppets were already very heavy. Under the pressure of the gravity pearls, Many of them trembled and their movements became much slower. Lu Ming dashed past them, pushing the iron-armored puppets aside, and moving forward at high speed. In an instant he had rushed out tens of thousands of meters. At this moment, a bronze spear pierced towards Lu Ming. It was very fast and powerful. It was several times stronger than the puppets from before. A divine emperor's attack. Lu Ming's expression changed greatly. He quickly raised his fist to block. With a clang, Lu Ming felt an incomparably powerful force surging towards him. He could not help but retreat. However, the bronze spear was also blocked by him. It was vibrating nonstop. In front of him, a burly armored puppet appeared. This puppet was much taller than the previous ones. It gave people a strong sense of oppression. A divine emperor's attack. Lu Ming was 100% sure that this was a divine emperor's attack. Motherf *Ker, the emperor of Tianyu is really up to no good. Lu Ming cursed in his heart. There were so many puppets here. It was definitely dangerous. He wanted Lu Ming to come here. Without giving Lu Ming much time to think, the divine emperor armored puppet waved its bronze spear and rushed towards Lu Ming. Press down. Lu Ming controlled the gravity pearl, and a powerful gravity pressed down on the bronze puppet. However, the iron-armored puppet of the divine emperor realm was too powerful. Although it was greatly affected, it still maintained its powerful combat effectiveness, and its speed was astonishing. The bronze spear broke through the gravity and pierced toward Lu Ming. Clang. The two of them clashed again. Lu Ming retreated, and so did the puppet. Bang. Bang. At this moment, heavy footsteps came from behind. Lu Ming's face changed greatly when he saw it. This was because another gigantic bronze puppet was approaching from behind. The heavy footsteps came from this puppet. This puppet was as tall as the divine emperor puppets. The other armored puppets made way for this bronze puppet. Another divine emperor realm bronze puppet. Lu Ming's face turned ugly. Swoosh. The two divine emperor armored puppets attacked at the same time. Their bronze spears pierced towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming's figure flashed, trying his best to dodge and counterattack at the same time. However, the bronze spears pierced through the air at an astonishing speed, following closely behind Lu Ming. Puff. Lu Ming blocked one of the puppet's attacks, but failed to block the other one. His abdomen was pierced and blood flowed out. The iron-armored puppet that had pierced through Lu Ming was about to unleash its power and tear Lu Ming's body apart. However, Lu Ming ignored his injuries and charged toward the iron-armored puppet, throwing out a punch. Boom. Lu Ming's punch landed on the iron-armored puppet, sending it flying. It lost the chance to continue attacking. I have to break through. Lu Ming gritted his teeth. He was no match for the two divine emperor armored puppets. If this continued, it would be dangerous. Lu Ming rushed towards the depths of the passage. However, the puppet would not allow him to pass. It brandished its bronze spear and attacked. This time, Lu Ming did not dodge. Instead, he allowed the bronze spear to pierce through his body until it reached the handle. He had already dashed to the front of the iron-armored puppet. Just like how he dealt with the previous one, he punched the iron-armored puppet's chest. The puppet's body was extremely hard. Lu Ming's full-strength attack could not break its defense. The puppet's chest caved in, and it was sent flying backwards. Lu Ming took the opportunity to rush past it. Behind him, two divine emperor realm iron-armored puppets were chasing after him at high speed. However, their speed was not as fast as Lu Ming. Lu Ming slowly widened the distance between them. But what made Lu Ming vomit blood was that he had not run far when two tall armored puppets appeared in front of him. At one glance, he knew that they were armored puppets of the Divine Emperor realm. Chapter 3744. Two more Divine Emperor realm puppets appeared, and two more appeared behind them. Lu Ming cursed in his heart. But in this situation, he could only brace himself and charge forward. A great battle broke out. This time, Lu Ming was in more danger. But in the end, Lu Ming relied on his strong vitality and rich battle experience to successfully break out of the encirclement. The price was that he was heavily injured. Why am I injured every day after cultivating the taboo body? Lu Ming was speechless. Ever since he cultivated the taboo body, he was heavily injured every 2 or 3 days. If it was before, he would have died. But now not only did he not die, his cultivation became stronger and stronger. Lu Ming also understood that this was related to his heart. He knew that he had the taboo body. His vitality was strong, so he acted unscrupulously. For example, when he was fighting for the silver spear, if it was before, Lu Ming would definitely not rush forward. He would look for a better opportunity. Like this time, if it was before, Lu Ming might not have come, but he had the taboo body, his vitality was tenacious, so he chose to come. So he often got injured. It was related to his own choice. Being injured can also increase his cultivation. His courage naturally became bigger and bigger. But Lu Ming still cursed the heavenly Yu divine country's monarch in his heart. This treasure trove is really a trap, very dangerous. Even if other divine emperor experts came here, they would also die here. Facing 4 puppets, a divine emperor of the same level would definitely die. Only a freak like Lu Ming, with his tenacious vitality, could survive. Lu Ming rushed forward. While healing his injuries, he was also vigilant. Please don't let another divine emperor puppet appear, Lu Ming said in his heart. This time his luck finally came. He ran all the way until the armored puppets chasing after him disappeared without a trace. He didn't see any new armored puppets. Finally, there are no more puppets. Lu Ming heaved a sigh of relief and continued forward. Not long after, the passageway finally came to an end, and a spacious underground stone room appeared. In the stone room, shelves were neatly arranged. On them were jade boxes, jade bottles, and some divine weapons. A treasure trove. Lu Ming's eyes were especially bright. There really was a treasure trove here. The emperor of the Tianyu Empire had not lied to him. Lu Ming immediately rushed over and picked up a divine artifact to examine it. It was a complete divine artifact, and an emperor-grade divine artifact at that. Lu Ming was overjoyed and put it into his storage ring. Next, Lu Ming saw that almost all of the divine weapons were emperor-level divine weapons. These were all treasures, and their prices were very high. A moment later, Lu Ming was grinning from ear to ear. There were simply too many treasures here. There were emperor-level divine weapons and many divine pills, all of which were of very high grade. Many of the divine pills were more effective than the divine pills that Lu Ming had obtained. There were also some secret manuals of divine skills and various secret techniques. Lu Ming valued those divine pills and secret techniques the most. The more secret techniques Lu Ming had, the better. As for those divine elixirs, many of them contained shocking energy. He could absorb them for cultivation. Big profit. This time he really made a big profit. The emperor of the Tianyu Empire was right. This was a treasure trove of the Tianyu Empire. The Tianyu Empire was so powerful that it was not weaker than some of the races that were ranked at the bottom of the primitive 10,000 races list. It was not hard to imagine how powerful the treasures they left behind were. Now, all of them were taken advantage of by Lu Ming. Lu Ming swept away all of these treasures like a whirlwind. Sure enough, to obtain treasures, one needed strength. The Tianyu Empire's emperor did not lie to him. This was the treasure trove of the Tianyu Empire. But he did not tell him that there was danger here. Clearly, if Lu Ming's strength was not up to par, then so be it if he died. If he could not even barge into this place, how could he resist the heavenly palace in the future? If he could not resist the heavenly palace, why would the Tianyu Empire's emperor give the treasures to Lu Ming? This was the Tianyu Empire's emperor's true thought. After keeping all of the treasures, Lu Ming was satisfied. And after this, while Lu Ming's injuries had already recovered, he discovered that his cultivation had increased a little again, already reaching the peak of the 5th level Divine Lord realm. He was very close to the 6th level Divine Lord realm. Lu Ming reckoned that as long as he carried out another intense battle, he might be able to break through. However, this place was not suitable to stay for long. He had to leave first, lest something unexpected happen. Lu Ming followed the passageway and returned outside. Generally speaking, many array formations that obstructed enemies would not be activated when one exited from inside. Sure enough, when Lu Ming exited, it was unobstructed and he did not discover any armored puppets. Very quickly, Lu Ming left this place and exited the Tianyu Empire's capital, heading in the direction of the exit. When Lu Ming arrived at the exit, he saw some people. Back then, There were many people from various major factions who entered the Tianyu Empire's ruins. Not everyone entered the Tianyu Empire's capital. Those who entered the Tianyu Empire's capital had all fallen. Many did not enter, but many survived. However, there were no experts left. When they saw Lu Ming, they did not have the slightest bit of suspicion. This was because they did not know that Lu Ming had also entered the Tianyu Empire's capital. These people had ugly expressions and were very anxious. This was because the people from their factions could no longer be contacted after entering the Tianyu Empire's capital. Most likely, they had perished. Lu Ming did not deliberately explain. He did not say anything and left the Tianyu Empire's ruins. After a period of time, he returned to Shangchuan Planet and found an inn to rest for a few days. He adjusted his condition to peak condition, and at the same time tidied up his harvest. In addition, Qiu Qiu was in the midst of evolving. It turned into a metal ball and floated in the air. Lu Ming temporarily stayed here and waited for Qiu Qiu to evolve. At the same time, he continued to take out divine herbs and began to refine them. The last time he absorbed and refined the divine herbs, the stored potential was almost depleted. As he continued to refine the divine herbs, time flew by. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. Lu Ming stored all the emperor-grade divine herbs that he had taken from the Dragon Clan's mother planet and turned them into potential. This time, Lu Ming felt that the energy he had stored had reached 100%. Every cell was saturated. At this time, Qiu Qiu finally completed its evolution. A powerful aura spread out from Qiu Qiu's body. Lu Ming hurriedly laid down a simple array to block Qiu Qiu's overflowing aura. Boom! Qiu Qiu's aura became more and more explosive, and Lu Ming's eyes became brighter and brighter. He had experience. He knew that Qiu Qiu would probably have a huge improvement this time. Not only would it increase by one realm, it would probably break through continuously. Chapter 3745. This time, Qiu Qiu had swallowed a few extraordinary treasures in the heart of the heavenly eclipse divine kingdom. The iron rod, and most importantly, the silver spear, were definitely extraordinary. Even though it was broken, it still caused an intense battle between divine emperors. Boom boom boom. Suddenly, Qiu Qiu's aura skyrocketed. Fortunately, Lu Ming had set up a formation in advance, otherwise, it would have alerted the people outside. After 3 days, Qiu Qiu's aura finally stabilized, indicating that it had completed its evolution. Quasi-Emperor. Even though he was mentally prepared, Lu Ming's heart still skipped a beat. Qiu Qiu's breakthrough this time was too great. Its cultivation had skyrocketed, breaking through many levels and reaching the Quasi-Emperor realm. It was only a step away from the Divine Emperor realm. Comfortable, this is too comfortable. Qiu Qiu jumped back and forth in the air. His body was constantly changing, turning into an iron rod, then a battle sword, then a silver spear. These were the treasures that Qiu Qiu had swallowed before. A silver spear? Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Qiu Qiu, come here, let me try turning into a spear. Alright. Qiu Qiu flew into Lu Ming's hand and turned into a silver spear. Lu Ming held it in his hand. Immediately, Lu Ming felt a surge of energy in Qiu Qiu's body, as if it was about to burst out. Let's try it in the starry sky. Lu Ming left the inn. Not long after, he arrived at a barren starry sky. Buzz. The silver spear in his hand shuddered and stabbed forward. Whoosh. The space collapsed, and a pitch-black spatial crack appeared, extending forward. It was unknown how long it was, but wherever it passed, all the meteorites were pierced. Such power! Lu Ming was pleasantly surprised. He felt that even without his cooperation, Qiu Qiu could fight against a first-layer divine emperor, or even kill him. In other words, Qiu Qiu's strength was now above his. Amazing! Aha! Lu Ming was very happy. With Qiu Qiu's help, his strength had greatly increased. Previously, even with the help of the gravity pearl, he could only fight against one divine emperor. If there were too many divine emperors, he would be in danger and would have to flee. For example, when fighting for the silver spear, or when facing the 4 divine emperor realm puppets. But with Qiu Qiu's help, he could fight against these people and even defeat them. If Qiu Qiu was as powerful as it was now when he faced the 4 divine emperor realm iron-armored puppets, Lu Ming would have an easy time. Next, Lu Ming tested it again, and was very satisfied. Qiu Qiu transformed back into a bracelet, and wore it on Lu Ming's wrist. Next, it's time to find out about the recruitment of the heavenly soldiers and the requirements. Lu Ming pondered and returned to planet Shangchuan. On Shangchuan planet, commerce was very developed. People came and went, and naturally news was also very smooth. Lu Ming easily found out everything about the Heavenly Palace's recruitment. However, Lu Ming frowned again. This was because one of the Heavenly Soldiers' recruitment requirements was very disadvantageous to Lu Ming. Once one became a Heavenly Soldier of the Heavenly Palace, the Heavenly Palace would investigate the person's background. However, Lu Ming's current body was a forbidden body. He could not use the identity of Lu Ming. The identity of Mu Yun that he used appeared out of thin air. A person who appeared out of thin air, even if he passed through layers of screening, the Heavenly Palace would not want him. He would even be suspected by the Heavenly Palace. In other words, if he wanted to become a Heavenly Soldier, sneak into the Heavenly Palace, and find out about the Mid-Autumn Moon, he needed a reasonable identity. However, divine sovereigns were able to determine a person's identity through their life essence. It was very difficult to impersonate someone's life essence. Although he cultivated the severing three corpses technique, he had severed his past and present bodies. His current life essence had already changed. It had become a new life essence, but it could not become someone else's life essence. Therefore, if he wanted to secretly kill someone and impersonate them, it was almost impossible. Unless those people who knew him and wanted to impersonate him helped him hide it. Wait, it might not be impossible to hide it for me. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Although it was a bit inconceivable, it might not be impossible if he did it properly. However, he needed to find an opportunity. Lu Ming carefully thought about it. Slowly, a plan appeared in his mind. First, I need to find a faction that is qualified to participate in the Heavenly Palace's Heavenly Soldier selection. However, this faction cannot be too strong. Lu Ming muttered. After making up his mind, Lu Ming did not stay. He directly left planet and continued south. Such a suitable faction needed to be found. The great desolate universe was vast and boundless. Even divine sovereigns would not be able to detect the borders in their entire lives. In the boundless universe, there were countless galaxies and star fields. Some of the star fields that were closer to each other formed a star field cluster. There were big and small star field clusters. Some small star field clusters were made up of hundreds and thousands of star fields. Some large star field clusters were made up of millions, or even tens of millions of star fields. The territory was terrifyingly large. Some terrifying large clans often controlled such a huge star field cluster. On this day, Lu Ming went through a wormhole and arrived at the Iron Sea star field cluster. The Iron Sea star field cluster could only be considered a middle-low star field cluster. The entire star field cluster was made up of more than 10,000 star fields. This place was ruled by 18 powerful universe-level factions. Planet Aquamarine was a bustling planet. Lu Ming walked on the streets of Planet Aquamarine and inquired about the news. This was because the Iron Sea star cluster was Lu Ming's target this time. The 18 universe-level factions in the Iron Sea star cluster were qualified to participate in the selection of the Heavenly Palace's heaven-level soldiers. However, their strength was not particularly strong, which was just right for Lu Ming's target. Sigh, the competition between the 18 factions has become more and more intense recently. Isn't that so? The Resource Alliance is about to expire. The resources controlled by each faction are about to change greatly. Now, each faction is crazily plundering resources in secret. Not only are they plundering their own resources, but they are also plundering others' resources. Yeah, some factions secretly sent people to impersonate interstellar pirates to attack the resource planets of other factions. The war is very intense. Every force is doing the same thing. I'm afraid the chaos this time will only stop when the Resource Alliance reconvenes. This time, I wonder which faction will be able to get the best resources. Lu Ming used his heavenly ear ability and information was transmitted to Lu Ming's ears. Resource Alliance? Lu Ming was curious and deliberately asked someone to inquire about it. After asking, Lu Ming smiled. He knew that his chance had come. Lu Ming left planet Aquamarine and headed toward some remote resource planets to find an opportunity to strike. Chapter 3746. Through Lu Ming's inquiries, he knew that the situation in the Iron Sea Star Zone was special. There were a total of 18 universe-level forces in the Iron Sea Star Zone. These 18 universe-level forces occupied some of the best resource planets in the Iron Sea Star Zone. A long time ago, the various forces in the Iron Sea Star Zone fought for resources, and it was extremely tragic. Later, under the leadership of the Heavenly Palace's emissary, the 18 universe-level forces reached an agreement and set up a resource alliance. Every once in a while, there would be a distribution of resource planets. Now it was almost time for a new resource alliance. The resource planets controlled by the various forces would undergo a major reshuffle. Therefore, this period of time was also the most chaotic period. The various forces sent out their experts, pretending to be interstellar pirates, to plunder the resources of other forces. This was because no one knew how the resource planets would be distributed after the resource alliance was signed. Lu Ming passed by a few resource planets consecutively, but he did not find a good opportunity to make a move. A month later, Blood Jade Resource Planet. This resource planet produced a kind of treasure called Blood Jade. The Blood Jade contained a mysterious energy that could be absorbed by cultivators to strengthen their vitality and divine body. It was very precious and was controlled by the Fengdu Sword Sect, one of the 18 universe-level forces in the Iron Sea Star Zone. At this time, a fierce battle was happening on the Blood Jade Resource Planet. A group of black-robed men surrounded the Blood Jade Resource Planet and fought fiercely with the Fengdu Sword Sect. Which force are you from? Don't think that we won't know just because you're pretending to be interstellar pirates. A young woman in the Fengdu Sword Sect shouted. This young woman looked to be in her 20s. She wore a green swordsman's robe and looked valiant. She formed a sword seal and a divine sword floated above her head. It burst out sharp sword rays and slashed at the black-robed men. One of the black-robed men waved his palm. Blood chi filled the air and blocked the sword rays. Han Xiling is indeed a prodigy of the Fengdu Sword Sect. Her cultivation has reached the 6th level of the Divine Lord Realm at such a young age. However, in front of me, she's still far from it. The black-robed man sneered. His palm energy surged and pressed toward Han Xiling. This person had 9th level Divine Lord cultivation. Even if Han Xiling's talent was unparalleled, it was also hard to resist. Fortunately, a Fengdu Sword Sect powerhouse beside her helped her block this blow. We'll hold off the Fengdu Sword Sect. The rest of you, go and snatch the Blood Jade. That 9th level Divine Lord black-robed man transmitted the order. Yes. Around them many black-robed men charged towards the Blood Rain mines to plunder the Blood Jade. Black Blood Hall's devil. Han Xiling gritted her teeth. Although these people were wearing black robes, Han Xiling and the others still recognized them easily. They were from Black Blood Hall, one of the 18 universe-level powers in the Iron Sea Star Zone. But so what if he recognized her? Before the new resource treaty was signed, the major forces plundered each other. This was an unwritten rule for many years. If others plundered the Fengdu Sword Sect, the Fengdu Sword Sect would also send people to plunder the resources of other forces. That would depend on who was stronger. Those who were strong could plunder others to their heart's content, while those who were weak could only passively take a beating. Of course, there was a consensus among them that they would not send out divine emperors. This was because divine emperors were the strongest among universe-level powers. Once a divine emperor was sent out, it would evolve into a full-scale war and the situation would be out of control. Hence, not sending out divine emperors was an unwritten rule. Whichever force sent out divine emperors would be jointly attacked by the other forces. This time, it was the Black Blood Hall that sent out their experts to plunder the Fengdu Sword Sect's Blood Jade mines. Although the Fengdu Sword Sect had sent out experts to guard the mines, the Black Blood Hall had sent out more and stronger experts. After all, there were many resource planets under the Fengdu Sword Sect that needed to be guarded. It was impossible for them to have sufficient experts to guard the planets. There were not many experts guarding the Blood Jade planet. At this moment, the Fengdu Sword Sect's defenses had long been breached. A large number of Black Blood Hall experts had rushed into the Blood Jade planet and were frantically plundering the Blood Jade mines. The Fengdu Sword Sect people could only watch helplessly as they could not stop them. Not to mention stopping them, it would be considered good if they could keep their lives. Good chance. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. He had decided to take action and assist the Fengdu Sword Sect. Lu Ming stepped into the air and headed towards the Blood Jade planet. He did not hide his figure and his aura spread out. As soon as Lu Ming approached the Blood Jade planet, the Fengdu Sword Sect and Black Blood Hall people noticed him. In the beginning, both sides were shocked. However, when they saw that Lu Ming was only a 5th-level Divine Lord, they did not pay much attention to him. "Kid, this is not a place where you can come. Hurry up and get lost." Someone from the Black Blood Hall shouted coldly. This person's aura was extremely violent. He was a quasi-emperor. Get lost? I think the ones who should get lost are you. This is the resource planet of the Fengdu Sword Sect. What are you doing here? Lu Ming shouted coldly. The Fengdu Sword Sect people were slightly stunned. They did not expect Lu Ming to be on their side. It was a pity that Lu Ming was only a 5th-level Divine Lord. Even if he was on their side, it was useless. The Black Blood Hall people did not place Lu Ming in their sights even more. Turns out that you're also a member of the Fengdu Sword Sect. Go kill him. That quasi-emperor powerhouse shouted coldly. I'll kill him. A black-robed person immediately flew out, flying over towards Lu Ming. A layer of blood-red fog spread towards Lu Ming. The smell of blood assailed the nostrils. This person was a 7th-level Divine Lord existence. They did not dispatch a 6th-level Divine Lord person to kill Lu Ming, because Lu Ming looked very young. Being able to reach 5th-level Divine Lord at a young age, he was most likely a Heaven's chosen figure. His combat power was definitely not weak. But 7th-level Divine Lord was a full 2 levels higher. The way they saw it, it was more than sufficient. In a twinkle, the blood-red fog was about to envelop Lu Ming. Be careful. This blood fog is extremely corrosive. Quickly avoid it. In Blood Jade Planet, Han Xiling shouted a reminder. Although Lu Ming seemed to be somewhat overestimating his own ability, just 5th-level Divine Lord and running out foolishly, Lu Ming stood on the Fengdu Sword Sect's side after all. Standing out was with good intentions. She also could not bear to see Lu Ming be killed here. But Lu Ming did not care in the slightest, allowing the blood fog to envelop him. Sigh. Han Xiling sighed lightly, not quite understanding why Lu Ming was so foolish, not even running. It was simply courting death in vain. The rest of the Fengdu Sword Sect thought so too. Ha ha ha, truly a fool, go to hell. That person from the Black Blood Hall revealed a hideous smile. It was as if he already saw the scene of Lu Ming turning into white bones in the blood fog. His blood fog, forget about 5th-level Divine Lords, even if they were similarly 7th-level Divine Lords. They would be extremely wary, not daring to be enveloped by his blood fog. Otherwise it would be dangerous. And a 5th-level Divine Lord, it was really not too simple. Chapter 3747. Chi-Chi. The blood mist shrouded Lu Ming, emitting sizzling sounds. The powerful corrosive force wanted to corrode Lu Ming's physical body. But, not even a single hair on Lu Ming's body was corroded. He did not feel anything at all. Just this bit of power? Lu Ming revealed a look of disappointment. He originally still wanted to see how great the power of this blood mist was, see if he could borrow the power of the blood mist to stimulate his potential, and let his cultivation increase again. He did not expect that the difference was really too great. Even if he stood here without moving, not even a single hair on his body could be corroded. This was also normal. Hair was also made up of cells, and also contained taboo power. How could a mere 7th-level Divine Lord possibly destroy it? Boring. Lu Ming's indifferent voice came out. Then he took a step out and arrived in front of this 7th-level Divine Lord existence from Black Blood Hall. How is this possible? This Black Blood Hall expert could not help opening his eyes wide. Lu Ming was actually unscathed. This did not make sense. Lu Ming could not be bothered to talk nonsense with him. His palm was like a blade chopping out. A blade-type secret art erupted in his palm. A blade light flashed. This Black Blood Hall 7th-level Divine Lord existence was directly cleaved into 2 halves, falling on the spot. This person fell. The blood mist naturally dissipated. Seeing this scene, everyone could not help opening their eyes wide. Lu Ming actually killed this 7th-level Divine Lord existence so easily. A 5th-level Divine Lord's combat power was actually so strong? Han Xiling was known as one of Fengdu Sword Sect's few heaven's pride. But in the Divine Lord realm, she could not cross 2 levels to battle. Be careful. This kid has a treasure that can resist the blood mist's corrosion. Don't use the blood mist to deal with him. Directly attack him with powerful force. A 5th-level Divine Lord wanting to play tricks in front of this old man. He's still a little too tender. A quasi-emperor from Black Blood Hall shouted coldly. He thought that Lu Ming had a treasure on him that could resist the blood mist's corrosion. That was why he was safe and sound. Just now, that 7th-level Divine Monarch expert from Black Blood Hall was a little dazed because he was careless and saw that Lu Ming was fine in the blood fog. That was why Lu Ming seized the opportunity to kill him. As long as they didn't use any treasures, they could crush Lu Ming with their powerful strength. Lu Ming would die without a doubt. He thought that he had seen through Lu Ming's little trick clearly. Lu Ming wanted to use this to scare them off. How was that possible? Did he think he was a 3-year-old child? Was he that easy to scare? What a joke. So that's how it is. Damn it, I'll go kill him. I'm going too. 2 bad-tempered experts from the Black Blood Hall rushed towards Lu Ming. One was a 7th-level Divine Lord, the other reached 8th-level Divine Lord. This time, they didn't use the blood fog. Instead, they used their powerful strength to suppress Lu Ming. 2 blood-colored palm prints condensed and blasted towards Lu Ming. The energy surged and the power was shockingly strong. In the blink of an eye, they arrived in front of Lu Ming. Weak and powerless. Lu Ming shook his head casually. He stepped forward and slashed out with his palm. Poof! Poof. A saber light flashed and the 2 palm prints dissipated. Even the 2 experts from Black Blood Hall were cut into 2. Then, the remaining 2 parts of their bodies exploded, and their bodies and souls were destroyed. Instant kill. It was still an instant kill. Lu Ming could kill quasi-emperors with ease now. 8th and 7th level Divine Monarchs were as weak as ants in front of him. Everyone at the scene widened their eyes again. The quasi-emperor from Black Blood Hall who thought that he had seen through everything opened his mouth wide, and couldn't close it for a long time. Then, his eyes were filled with hatred and killing intent. Lu Ming was simply giving him a slap in the face. And it was a resounding slap. He felt that his face was going to turn into a pig's head. How dare you kill people from Black Blood Hall? Kid, you're courting death. The quasi-emperor from the Black Blood Hall flew into a rage out of humiliation. With a roar, he actually took action personally. He transformed into a beam of bloodlight and dashed toward Lu Ming. A blood-colored saber gleam slashed toward Lu Ming. How powerful was a quasi-emperor when he attacked? Be careful, retreat quickly. Han Xiling exclaimed. She didn't want to see such a powerful genius fall just like that. However, Lu Ming's expression remained calm. There was a hint of disdain in his calmness. To be honest, along the way, he had encountered quasi-emperors from the Frost Moon Vine race, Heavenly Locust race, and Winged Men race. The quasi-emperors from these powerful races were all stronger than the quasi-emperor from Black Blood Hall. In his opinion, the other party was weak and powerless. It wouldn't be of any use to him to train. It seems that the only ones who can make me feel pressure and stimulate my potential are divine sovereigns. Lu Ming muttered and then punched. Boom. The other party's blood-colored saber light directly collapsed. The fist energy didn't stop and bombarded the other party's body. The quasi-emperor from Black Blood Hall didn't even have time to scream before his body exploded, and his soul was extinguished. Silence. The scene fell into a deathly silence. Everyone's eyes and mouths were wide open as they stared blankly at Lu Ming. A 5th-level Divine Lord had killed a quasi-emperor with one punch. How was that possible? Were their eyes playing tricks on them? Could Lu Ming have been hiding his cultivation base? However, they definitely weren't mistaken. Lu Ming was indeed a 5th-level Divine Lord. He definitely hadn't been hiding it. A 5th-level Divine Lord instantly killing a quasi-emperor. What kind of talent was that? What kind of monster was that? If you don't want to die, scram. Lu Ming roared. A cold aura surged towards the people from Black Blood Hall. Kid, who are you? How dare you kill people from Black Blood Hall? Just wait for our revenge. Someone from Black Blood Hall roared. Still not leaving? Lu Ming's eyes turned cold. He took a step forward and the void shook violently. A wave of energy swept towards the people from Black Blood Hall. In an instant, hundreds of people were swept in by the wave of energy. They screamed and then lost all signs of life. It didn't matter if they were 7th level Divine Lords, 8th level Divine Lords, 9th level Divine Lords, or even Quasi-Emperors. Instant kill. Go quickly. Retreat quickly. The people from Black Blood Hall were finally afraid. They roared in horror and flew into the distance. Those who were snatching Blood Jade didn't dare to stay either. They wished they could grow a few more legs and quickly flew into the starry sky. The people from Black Blood Hall on Blood Jade Planet all ran away in the blink of an eye. Lu Ming's combat strength was too strong. He had killed a Quasi-Emperor instantly. It was useless to rely on numbers. Unless a Divine Emperor took action, they would die if they didn't run. The people from Fengdu Sword Sect were stunned and even forgot to chase. It took them a while to react. Brother, thank you for your help. Han Xiling flew over and cupped her fists to thank him. You're welcome. My ancestor was once on good terms with Fengdu Sword Sect. He was traveling here and happened to encounter such a thing. How could he just stand by and watch? Lu Ming smiled. Your ancestor was on good terms with Fengdu Sword Sect? Han Xiling and the other people from Fengdu Sword Sect's eyes lit up. They didn't have much doubt. After all, Lu Ming was a monster who exceeded common sense. There was no need for him to lie to them. Chapter 3748. Han Xiling's beautiful eyes flickered as she said, I'm Han Xiling, how should I address you? Mu Yun. Lu Ming said. So it's Brother Mu. Thank you for your help this time. The Plentiful City Sword Sect will remember your kindness. Brother Mu, please come to the Plentiful City Sword Sect, and let them express their gratitude. Han Xiling said. Hearing Han Xiling's words, the eyes of the Plentiful City Sword Sect's people lit up. They knew what Han Xiling was thinking. The Resource Alliance was to redistribute the resource planets. To occupy good resources, it was completely dependent on strength. Therefore, the 18 forces would send some people to compete. Those who participated in the competition were all from the younger generation. The competition between the younger generation could be the geniuses nurtured by the sect, or they could ask for external help. After all, to be able to ask for external help was a reflection of one's connections. Connections were also a kind of strength. Lu Ming's combat power was really heaven-defying. Such a strong combat power was definitely a strong external help. Obviously, Han Xiling wanted to invite Lu Ming to the Feng City Sword Sect, and then find an opportunity to ask Lu Ming to be the external aid of the Feng City Sword Sect and help them. All right. Lu Ming nodded. He was happy, but his expression did not change. He was not happy about the Plentiful City Sword Sect. He was happy that his plan was halfway to success. His motive was very simple. He wanted to display his powerful abilities, so that the Feng City Sword Sect would take a liking to his abilities, and invite him to help the Feng City Sword Sect in the battle for resources. In that case, Lu Ming would be able to raise some conditions. Seeing Lu Ming nod, Han Xiling and the Plentiful City Sword Sect's people were overjoyed. Next, they came to the resource planet. There was a large hall here, which was the residence of the Guardian. The Plentiful City Sword Sect held a banquet to thank Lu Ming for his help. During the banquet, there was naturally a tide of flattery, turning Lu Ming into a rare monstrous genius. To be honest, a large part of it was their heartfelt words. A 5th-level Divine Lord could insta-kill a Quasi-Emperor. Such a monstrous genius, let alone seeing it, they had never even heard of it. In their eyes, Lu Ming was a rare monstrous genius. After 3 rounds of wine, they left one after another. The next day, Lu Ming and Han Xiling set off for the headquarters of the Fengdu Sword Sect. The others couldn't leave with them. They had to guard this place. The headquarters of Fengdu Sword Sect was called Fengdu Star. It was huge and prosperous. Even in the starry sky, one could see mountain peaks that towered into the clouds like divine swords. It was as if countless divine swords were stabbed into the ground. On Fengdu Star, there were such mountains everywhere. They flew towards the most majestic mountain peak. From afar, they could see dazzling sword lights dancing in the air. Those were the experts of the Fengdu sword school. The Feng City sword sect, amongst the universe-level powers, was considered not bad. There were not just one or two godly emperors, there were at least hundreds of them. Although it couldn't be compared to the powerful races on the primitive 10,000 races list, it was considered below average among the universe-level powers. Compared to the Taishu dynasty, a pseudo-universe-level power, it was unknown how many times worse it was. With Han Xiling leading the way, they were unimpeded and came to the highest sword-shaped mountain peak. On the peak of the sword-shaped mountain peak, a magnificent palace was built. This was the core of the Fengdu sword sect. They landed on the square outside. "Brother Liu, wait for me here first. I'll go in and report the situation on Blood Jade Planet," Han Xiling said. "Okay." Lu Ming nodded. Han Xiling flew into the main hall and went to report. Lu Ming wandered around the edge of the square. This mountain peak towered into the clouds as if it was connected to the sky. One could look up at the starry sky. Looking down, one could see the endless mountains and rivers. It was magnificent. Such a tall mountain peak, ordinary people naturally couldn't come up. If they couldn't breathe, they would suffocate to death. Of course, for cultivators, there was no problem at all. In less than 10 minutes, dozens of figures flew out of the main hall. Han Xiling was among them. Most of the others were middle-aged men and old men. Only a few young people were among them. Everyone's eyes fell on Lu Ming. They were full of curiosity and disbelief. Han Xiling had already explained the situation on Blood Jade Planet in detail. It was Lu Ming who saved them. Lu Ming defeated the people of the Black Blood Hall with his own strength. Moreover, his combat strength was so terrifying that he could easily kill a quasi-emperor. Was it possible for a 5th-level divine lord to easily kill a quasi-emperor? "Brother Mu, this is our sect leader, Sect Leader Wang." Han Xiling pointed to a kind old man and introduced. "Junior Mu Yun greets Sect Leader Wang." Lu Ming clasped his fists. "Little brother, you're too polite. This time it's all thanks to your help that the losses on Blood Jade Planet were prevented. I thank you on behalf of Fengdu Planet." Sect Leader Wang said with a smile. "You're too polite. My ancestor and Fengdu Sword Sect are old friends. Since I've met you, I naturally won't stand by and do nothing." Lu Ming said. "You're acting so well." At this moment, a discordant voice sounded. Everyone looked over. It was one of the young men who had spoken. The young man looked to be in his 20s. His face was cold, and he was wearing a purple swordsman robe. He exuded a sharp aura. "Wang Zhangke, what do you mean by that?" Han Xiling glared at him and said coldly, "You know better than me what I mean. A 5th-level divine lord can kill a quasi-emperor? And it's so easy. Do you think we're fools? Do you think the sect leader and the elders are fools?" Wang Zhangke sneered, his tone full of sarcasm. "What I said is true. Not only was I present that day, many of my fellow sect members were present on Blood Jade Planet. If you don't believe me, you can ask them to confront you," Han Xiling said, cursing Wang Zhangke 1,000 times in her heart. She was well aware of Lu Ming's combat strength. Such a prodigy was usually arrogant. She still wanted to recruit Lu Ming as the external aid of the Fengdu Sword Sect and help them participate in the Resource Alliance. With Lu Ming joining, the Fengdu Sword Sect's strength would skyrocket. But Wang Zhangke actually said such a thing. She was really afraid that Lu Ming would leave in a rage. "Han Xiling, are you having an affair with this kid? You want to praise this kid, but you're praising him too much. A 5th-level divine lord can kill a quasi-emperor. Haha." Wang Zhangke sneered, his sarcasm growing. When he looked at Lu Ming, the depths of his eyes were full of resentment. He was also one of the few prodigies of the Fengdu Sword Sect. Moreover, he liked Han Xiling and had pursued her crazily, but Han Xiling did not care about him at all. This caused his anger to soar to the skies. And now Han Xiling actually praised Lu Ming so much. He thought that Lu Ming and Han Xiling definitely had an affair. He resented Lu Ming even more. How can this kid compare to me? Wang Zhangke roared in his heart. He wished he could trample Lu Ming under his feet and let Han Xiling see who was the real genius. Chapter 3749. Wang Zhangke, you're talking nonsense. Han Xiling was so angry that her face turned red. Her delicate body trembled as she glared at Wang Zhangke. I'm talking nonsense? Haha, a fifth-stage divine lord could easily kill a quasi-emperor and defeat so many experts of the Black Blood Hall. Even a fool would know that such a ridiculous reason is fake. You're praising this kid so much. If you're not having an affair with him, what is it? I really didn't expect that Han Xiling was such a woman. To think that I treated you so well in the past. Disgusting. Wang Zhangke sneered. During this process, sect leader Wang and the others of the Fengdu sword sect did not speak. To be honest, they did not quite believe that what Han Xiling said was true because it was too exaggerated and unbelievable. It was not a bad idea to let Wang Zhangke try. Lu Ming watched coldly from the side. He knew what these people were thinking. He was not angry but happy. This Wang Zhangke was really too cute. He was helping him. He naturally knew that it was difficult to convince people with Han Xiling's words alone. If he wanted to convince the people of the Fengdu sword sect, and even ask him for help, he had to show strong strength. Originally, he was thinking about how to find an excuse to show his strength. Look, Wang Zhangke sent himself to his door. Xiling, who is this guy? Why is he spewing nonsense like a fool? Lu Ming deliberately walked closer to Han Xiling and called her intimately. He glanced at Wang Zhangke disdainfully. Me? Hearing Lu Ming call her so intimately, Han Xiling blushed and did not know what to do for a moment. Seeing Han Xiling's appearance, it confirmed that Han Xiling and Lu Ming were having an affair. Wang Zhangke completely exploded. The flames of jealousy burst out from his body as if he was about to explode. In an instant his eyes turned red. He stared at Lu Ming and roared. Kid, what did you say? What did you say? Look, my ears are not working. Lu Ming sighed. Boom. Wang Zhangke completely exploded. Flames of anger spewed out from every pore on his body. Today, if he did not ruthlessly beat up Lu Ming, he would die from his anger. Fifth-level divine lords can kill quasi-emperors. Then let me try and see if it's true. Wang Zhangke roared as a powerful aura erupted from him. His sword chi soared into the sky. Clang. Unsheathing his long sword, Wang Zhangke became one with his sword and transformed into a resplendent sword light, thrusting towards Lu Ming at an astonishing speed. Wang Zhangke was also a 6th-level divine lord cultivation. His talent was extremely high, and he was one of the few heavens chosen of the plentiful city sword sect. When he erupted with full power, at the divine lord realm, he could cross a realm to battle, challenging 7th-level divine lord existences. In the divine lord realm, to be able to jump a level to battle, one was already an incredible genius. As for a stage 5 divine lord killing a quasi-emperor, he would not believe it even if he was beaten to death. The sword light was incomparably sharp. It pierced through the void and pierced toward Lu Ming's throat. Sect leader Wang and the others stared unblinkingly, wanting to see how Lu Ming would block this move. Of course, he was prepared to make a move at any time. If Lu Ming was not a match and encountered danger, and was about to be killed, he would make a move to save Lu Ming. After all, Lu Ming had no enmity with them. Moreover, he seemed to have a very good relationship with Han Xiling. They could not let Lu Ming die here and disappoint Han Xiling. Han Xiling was also one of the few heavens chosen of the plentiful city sword sect. It looked like Wang Zhangke's sword light was about to pierce Lu Ming's glabella. Lu Ming still did not move. It's indeed fake. Sect leader Wang sighed in his heart. Although his rationality told him that what Han Xiling said previously was most likely fake, and perhaps the relationship between Han Xiling and Lu Ming was really like what Wang Zhangke said. But in the depths of his heart, he was still holding on to a trace of fantasy that it was true. Then he definitely would not hesitate to invite Lu Ming to be the external aid of the plentiful city sword sect to participate in the resource alliance this time. Although the probability was very small and almost impossible, he activated the divine power in his body, and was about to make a move to save Lu Ming. But in the next moment his movements suddenly stiffened. Because at this time, Lu Ming had already moved. Lu Ming casually stretched out 2 fingers. It looked like he was moving very slowly, but in fact he was astonishingly fast. Before Wang Zhangke's sword light could pierce him, he had already blocked in front of him. Then he casually clamped the tip of Wang Zhangke's divine sword. Wang Zhangke's movements immediately stopped. His body was suspended in midair, and the long sword in his hand could no longer move forward. He blocked it. Sect leader Wang and the elders of the plentiful city sword sect were dumbfounded and stunned. They had thought that Lu Ming might be able to block Wang Zhangke's attack, but never in their dreams would they have thought that Lu Ming would use this method to block Wang Zhangke's attack. Wang Zhangke's sword just now had clearly used all his strength. He wanted to show Lu Ming, to beat Lu Ming to the ground and expose Lu Ming and Han Xiling's fake identities. So the power of that sword was very shocking. But such a sword was easily caught by Lu Ming with 2 fingers. And Lu Ming looked as if it was effortless. No, impossible. Wang Zhangke roared, unable to accept this fact. Die for me, die for me. Wang Zhangke's eyes were blood red, and he was about to go crazy. If he really lost to Lu Ming like this, how embarrassing would it be? The divine power in his body burned fiercely. He was simply going all out. His divine power crazily poured into the long sword, erupting with his strongest attack, wanting to break through Lu Ming's defense and assassinate Lu Ming. But it didn't budge. Lu Ming's 2 fingers were like 2 immovable sacred mountains. No matter how Wang Zhangke unleashed his power, or how he activated the long sword, it was the same. Trash. Lu Ming said indifferently. Then his power erupted, and his 2 fingers shook. Buzz. The long sword in Wang Zhangke's hand crazily shook, and then with a few cracking sounds it shattered. Surging energy had already entered Wang Zhangke's body through the long sword. Wang Zhangke screamed miserably, and his body flew back like an arrow. He heavily fell to the ground, vomiting mouthfuls of blood. His body twitched incessantly, as if he was having cramps. A crushing defeat. There was no suspense in this battle. In Lu Ming's hands, Wang Zhangke was like a baby, weak and powerless, unable to withstand a single blow. Amazing! The eyes of sect leader Wang, and the elders of the plentiful city sword sect brightened. The strength that Lu Ming displayed, although it was a bit exaggerated to say that he could kill a quasi-emperor, was also no small matter. Wang Zhangke's full power was enough to fight a 7th-level divine lord, and Lu Ming could easily crush Wang Zhangke. His strength was at least equivalent to an 8th-level divine lord, or even higher. Such combat strength would definitely be of great use in the Resource Alliance. It took a long time for everyone to recover. Among everyone, only Han Xiling's expression was normal. This result had long been within her expectations. Wang Zhangke actually dared to challenge Lu Ming. Wasn't he looking for a beating? Sure enough, heroes come from the youth. Let me meet you. A middle-aged man stepped out. Chapter 3750. A middle-aged man stepped out and faced Lu Ming directly. A powerful aura spread out and pressed down on Lu Ming. Quasi-Emperor. This was a quasi-Emperor realm expert. He wanted to challenge Lu Ming. Lu Chang, you're an elder. How can you fight with a junior? Sect leader Wang frowned and scolded lightly. The strength that Lu Ming displayed just now had already made him want to recruit him. So he stopped him. However, he didn't stop him too much. In fact, he also wanted to see if Lu Ming really had the battle strength of a quasi-emperor. Sect leader, little brother Mu Yin can defeat a quasi-emperor. This disciple is really curious and wants to exchange pointers with little brother Mu Yin. I have no other intention. Please grant my wish. Lu Chang bowed and said, Little brother Mu Yin, this? Sect leader Wang looked at Lu Ming with a troubled expression. It's fine. Make your move. Lu Ming replied. This person challenging him was exactly what he wanted. In this way, the Fengdu sword sect would pay more attention to him. Lu Ming's straightforwardness stunned sect leader Wang, Lu Chang and the others. Lu Ming was so confident. Could it be that he really had the battle strength that Han Xiling said? But how was that possible? It was already a miracle that Lu Ming could defeat Wang Zhangke so easily. Could it be that a 5th-layer divine lord could really defeat a quasi-emperor? Impossible. Lu Chang shook his head hard in his heart. He had walked all the way from the 5th-layer divine lord to the quasi-emperor. He knew the gap between 2 realms. It was simply a fool's dream to cross this gap. Then don't go too far. Don't hurt the harmony, sect leader Wang said. Don't worry, sect leader, Lu Chang replied. His eyes flashed, and he took a step on the ground. His body was like a mountain, rushing toward Lu Ming. With a punch, The space shattered like a rag. The violent power swept toward Lu Ming like a storm. He had promised sect leader Wang not to overdo it, but once he attacked, he went all out. He secretly had a very good relationship with Wang Zhangke. It could be said that he was one of Wang Zhangke's people. Just now, Wang Zhangke had been so miserably abused by Lu Ming. He definitely wanted to avenge Wang Zhangke. Therefore, he took the initiative to challenge Lu Ming, a junior, as a quasi-emperor. The violent power shook the heavens and the earth, causing the world to tremble. Cripple him. Cripple him. Cripple this bastard. At this moment, Wang Zhangke had barely recovered. He glared at Lu Ming with hatred in his eyes, hoping that Lu Ming would be suppressed or even crippled by Lu Chang. A ray of divine light involuntarily appeared on sect leader Wang's palm. He was ready to make a move. If the situation went south, he would save Lu Ming. Lu Ming was very strong. At the very least, among the younger generation of the Feng City Sword sect, there was only one person who could compare to Lu Ming. He couldn't let Lu Ming be crippled by Lu Chang. Just at this moment, Lu Ming attacked. He threw a punch at Lu Chang's fist. Boom. The sky shook and space exploded. The terrifying fist pressure was even more terrifying than Lu Chang's. This, sect leader Wang and the others couldn't help but widen their eyes. When an expert attacked, it was easy to tell whether or not he was an expert. The two of them hadn't even officially exchanged blows, but sect leader Wang and the other elders of the Feng City Sword sect could see that Lu Ming's fist was too terrifying. Not good. Lu Chang's expression wildly changed, and his heart began to pound. He felt a terrifying fist pressure coming at him. It was terrifying to the extreme. It wasn't something he could resist. But it was too late to change his attack now. In this situation, if he changed his attack, he would face Lu Ming's barrage of attacks. He would definitely lose. In this situation, he could only brace himself. Lu Chang roared angrily and used every bit of strength in his body to blast out along with the power of the fist. Boom. Their fists finally collided. It was as if two planets had collided, and then an explosion occurred. A terrifying chi swept in all directions, as if it was going to swallow the entire mountain. But sect leader Wang waved his hand, and a strength swept across the mountain like a spring breeze. Wherever it passed, the chi generated by the collision between Lu Ming and Lu Chang was silently blocked. How strong? Lu Ming narrowed his eyes. Sect leader Wang wasn't an ordinary godly emperor. His cultivation level was definitely above the first godly emperor layer. He was extremely strong. Even if Lu Ming used his full strength and Qiu Qiu used his full strength, they wouldn't be able to compete with him. Ah! Lu Chang gave a horrible shriek, and then his bones were broken. He was sent flying backwards, just like Wang Zhangke. He fell to the ground and coughed up blood. One of his arms had been completely broken, and was hanging down weakly. Lu Chang, a quasi-emperor, had been killed in one attack. The entire place was silent. Everyone was looking at Lu Ming in a daze. Lu Ming had actually defeated a quasi-emperor. Moreover, it was an instant kill. He was only a fifth godly monarch layer. A fifth godly monarch layer had such fighting strength. This was too incredible. It turned out that what Han Xiling had said before was true. Now no one doubted what Han Xiling had said because the truth was right in front of them. No, this can't be true. I must be dreaming. Yes, I must be dreaming. Wang Zhangke shook his head blankly. He couldn't accept this fact. He would rather believe that he was dreaming. But a gust of wind blew, and a sharp pain came from his wound. This told him that this was real. This wasn't a dream. Why is this happening? Wang Zhangke roared in his heart. He couldn't accept it, especially what he had just said. A fifth godly monarch layer can kill a quasi-emperor? And it's so easy. Do you think we're fools? Do you think the sect master and the elders are fools? The words he had just said were still ringing in his ears, but at this moment, they were like slaps to his face. Just now, he had mocked Lu Ming and doubted Lu Ming. He had said that Han Xiling and Lu Ming had an affair and deliberately praised Lu Ming. It turned out that everything was just his own wishful thinking. And everything Han Xiling had said was the truth. Lu Ming was indeed a monstrous genius. He had killed a quasi-emperor as a fifth-level godly monarch. The truth just now was right in front of them. Lu Ming had defeated Lu Chang with one punch. If he continued to attack, Lu Chang would definitely die. In fact, they didn't know that Lu Ming had already shown mercy just now. Otherwise, Lu Chang would have died with one punch. Amazing, amazing. At this moment, Sect Master Wang muttered to himself. He was so excited that he was about to tremble. With Lu Ming's combat strength, if he helped them fight in the Resource Alliance, the help would definitely be amazing. He could help the Fengdu Sword Sect to obtain better resources. In every Resource Alliance in the past, the Fengdu Sword Sect had always been ranked in the bottom 5 among the 18 forces in the Iron Sea Star Zone group. They had never rushed into the top 10. If they had Lu Ming's help, they might be able to rush into the top 10 and create history for the Fengdu Sword Sect. They had to keep Lu Ming at all costs. Sect Master Wang's eyes lit up. He had made up his mind. Chapter 3751. The Resource Alliance between the 18 forces in the Iron Sea Star region was based on strength. The stronger one was, the higher one's ranking in the Resource Alliance would be, and the better resources one could obtain. And the better resources one had, the stronger one's sect would be. This would form a positive cycle, and in the next Resource Alliance, one would achieve better results and obtain better resources. And the weaker forces would fall into a vicious cycle, becoming weaker and weaker. Therefore, Lu Ming was too important to the Plentiful City Sword Sect. Ha ha ha, this old man has cultivated for dozens of years and has seen countless geniuses in my life. But today, I finally see what a real genius is, what a real hero is. Little brother Mu Yun's talent is really something this old man has never seen before. Sect leader Wang laughed, full of praise, and eased the atmosphere at the same time. Sect leader Wang is too polite. Lu Ming clasped his fists. Come, come, come. Little brother Mu Yun has done a great favor for the Plentiful City Sword Sect. This seat will set up a banquet to welcome little brother Mu Yun. Sect leader Wang said. He kept calling him little brother in a very affectionate manner. No need. This junior still has important matters to attend to, so I will take my leave now. Lu Ming said. Brother Mu, you're leaving now? Han Xiling said anxiously. That's right. Lu Ming nodded. Brother Mu, you don't have to care about some people. Han Xiling glared at Wang Zhanke anxiously. When Lu Ming came with her, he did not say that he was leaving. But now, he said that he had important matters to attend to, which was clearly an excuse. In fact, he was unhappy. In fact, she did not know that Lu Ming did not want to leave. He was retreating in order to advance, so that he could make a request for himself. Little brother Mu Yin, why are you leaving so soon? If there's anything important, tell me. I will do my best to help. Sect leader Wang said hurriedly, also a little anxious. What a joke, such a genius had finally arrived. If he let Lu Ming leave just like that, wouldn't he vomit blood? This junior indeed has something to attend to. I can't stay for long. Lu Ming still shook his head, clasped his fists, and was about to leave. Wait a moment, little brother Mu Yin, wait a moment. Sect leader Wang blurted out. He then clenched his teeth and said, Brother Mu Yin, I actually have a favor to ask of you. I hope you'll agree to it. Seeing that Lu Ming was about to leave, sect leader Wang didn't hide it any longer, and hurriedly spoke of his purpose. You want my help? Sect master Wang must be joking. This junior only has the cultivation of a 5th-level divine lord. The number of divine sovereigns in Plentiful City Sword Sect is not small. Why does this junior need to help? Lu Ming was delighted, but he didn't show it on his face. He asked the obvious and pretended to be ignorant. Little brother Mu Yun, do you know about the Resource Alliance Agreement of the Iron Sea Star Zone Group? Chief Wang said. I've heard of it. Lu Ming said. It's like this. Little brother Mu Yun's talent is unparalleled. The Plentiful City Sword Sect would like to invite little brother Mu Yun to become the external aid of the Plentiful City Sword Sect, and help the Plentiful City Sword Sect participate in the Resource Alliance. Of course, no matter what the ranking is, the Plentiful City Sword Sect will give a generous reward. We will not disappoint little brother. Chief Wang said. So it's the Resource Alliance Agreement. Lu Ming nodded and frowned, looking like he was thinking. Chief Wang and the rest were nervously waiting for Lu Ming's answer, hoping that Lu Ming would agree. Participating in the Resource Alliance Agreement wasn't something that could be done by force. Lu Ming had to agree to it himself. Otherwise, it would be useless to force him. Moreover, they didn't dare to force Lu Ming. Lu Ming's talent, Lu Ming's battle strength, were simply abnormally strong. How could such a monster be nurtured by an ordinary force? They suspected that Lu Ming came from a terrifying force and was out on a trip to temper himself. If they dared to force Lu Ming, the plentiful city sword sect wouldn't need to exist anymore. Lu Ming pretended to think for a while and said, "Originally, for Miss Seeling's sake, I wanted to help the plentiful city sword sect with this favor." These words made Chief Wang and the rest's eyes light up. They glanced at Han Xiling and revealed a look of understanding. They thought that Lu Ming had taken a fancy to Han Xiling. Han Xiling's face was also slightly red, which made her even more beautiful. However, there seems to be someone in the plentiful city sword sect who doesn't welcome me. If I stay here, wouldn't I be looking for trouble? Lu Ming said, as if he was referring to something. Everyone could tell that Lu Ming was talking about Wang Zhangke and Lu Chang. Wang Zhangke's face turned into the color of pig liver. Sect leader Wang and the others naturally understood. Little brother, some people in the plentiful city sword sect have eyes but fail to see. I'll let them apologize to you. As he said that, Chief Wang's gaze looked at Wang Zhangke and Lu Chang and scolded. You too, why aren't you apologizing to little brother Mu Yun? Chief Wang Zhangke's expression was extremely ugly as he looked at Chief Wang in a daze. Previously, he was constantly mocking Lu Ming, despising Lu Ming, and then provoking Lu Ming. He was suppressed by Lu Ming in one move, and he had already lost all his face. Now he actually had to apologize to Lu Ming. This was simply more uncomfortable than killing him. He was about to vomit blood and was extremely sullen. Why aren't you apologizing to little brother Mu Yun? Do you want me to invite you? Chief Wang's tone became heavier, and a trace of cold light flashed in his eyes. Wang Zhangke and Lu Chang's hearts trembled. Obviously, Chief Wang was already angry, and they did not dare to disobey Chief Wang. In the end, they could only grit their teeth and cup their fists to Lu Ming, saying, "We were blind just now, please forgive us." Is this the attitude of apologizing? Lu Ming said indifferently, obviously dissatisfied. Wang Zhangke's teeth were about to shatter. However, seeing Chief Wang's sharp gaze, he did not dare to refute. Plop. Lu Chang was very straightforward. He directly knelt down and kowtowed to Lu Ming, asking for Lu Ming's forgiveness. This attitude is not bad, what about you? Lu Ming looked at Wang Zhangke. Ah! Wang Zhangke roared crazily in his heart. He was so sullen that he was about to explode. He could not wait to explode and go all out to scold Lu Ming and Chief Wang. However, in the end he still did not dare to. Plop. In the end, he knelt down in humiliation and apologized to Lu Ming. That's more like it. Lu Ming nodded lightly, then looked at Chief Wang and said, Chief Wang, it's not impossible for me to help Fengdu Sword Sect, but I have a condition. What condition, little brother? Just say it. Chief Wang said. There are too many people. Let's talk somewhere else. Lu Ming said. Chief Wang nodded and let Wang Zhangke and the others leave. After a while, only sect leader Wang, two of sect leader Wang's trusted elders, Han Xiling, and Lu Ming were left in the main hall. Little brother, what condition do you have? You can say it now, I promise not to spread it. Chief Wang said. I need a new identity, a complete identity. Lu Ming said his condition. Chapter 3752. A new identity? Sect leader Wang and the others were stunned. What kind of condition was this? I want to become a heavenly soldier of the heavenly palace. But if I become a heavenly soldier, the heavenly soldiers will investigate this person's background. But since I was born, I have been training in a secret place. This time, I have just been born. You can say that my past is blank. I'm afraid that I can't pass the heavenly palace's investigation. So I need a new identity. Lu Ming explained. I see. Sect leader Wang and the others nodded. They could understand what Lu Ming said. The heavenly palace's investigation of the heavenly soldiers was very strict. Lu Ming had never been born before. This was his first time. His past was a blank piece of paper. It would be troublesome to become a heavenly soldier. That was why Lu Ming wanted a new identity. Moreover, with Lu Ming's talent, they did not doubt that Lu Ming could succeed. If Lu Ming could not succeed with his talent, how many people in the Eldritch universe could succeed? However, it would be troublesome to give Lu Ming a new identity. There were many disciples in the Fengdu sword sect. Many of them died outside every year. They could casually find a disciple who had died, and let Lu Ming become that disciple. However, everyone's life origin aura was different. If they let Lu Ming pretend to be a person, that person's friends and family would know that Lu Ming was a fake. The Heavenly Palace could easily find out. They frowned and pondered. Moreover, this was a very risky matter. If the Heavenly Palace found out about this, the Fengdu sword sect would be in big trouble. Deceiving the Heavenly Palace was a serious crime. However, the Resource Alliance this time was too important. Lu Ming's strength was too tempting. It would be a pity to give up on Lu Ming. Lu Ming also understood this. That was why he showed his strength to make the Fengdu sword sect reluctant. I have an idea. At this moment, an elder on the side spoke. This elder's name was Chen Tong. What idea? Sect leader Wang and Lu Ming's eyes lit up. I know that there is an outer disciple in the sect. Coincidentally, this outer disciple's name is Mu Yun. This Mu Yun is not very talented. He is a coward and low-key. Not many people know him. Some time ago, this Mu Yun went out to train and hasn't returned since. It's likely that he died outside. I'm sure no one will know that little brother Mu Yun has taken over this identity. Chen Tong said. They discussed for a while, and came to an agreement. Let Lu Ming become the Fengdu sword sect's outer disciple Mu Yun. Chen Tonghui showed Lu Ming the information of Mu Yun's past to reduce the number of flaws on Lu Ming. Lu Ming agreed to help the Fengdu sword sect participate in the Resource Alliance. He would do his best. Little brother Mu Yun, I'll bring you to the place where Mu Yun lives. Chen Tong said. Lu Ming nodded. Since he was going to pretend, he had to make it look real. Lu Ming followed Chen Tong and left the place. They flew to other places on Fengdu Star. Fengdu Star was huge. The entire Fengdu Star was the headquarters of the Fengdu sword sect. However, there was a difference between prosperous and not. Soon they arrived at the other side of Fengdu Star. In front of them was a small sword-shaped mountain. It was incomparable to the sword-shaped mountain from before. On the sword-shaped mountain, there was a small courtyard. The two of them landed in the courtyard. This is where Mu Yun lives and cultivates. That Mu Yun is cowardly. His talent is not high and he doesn't get along with others. He cultivates here all year round. Very few people in the Fengdu sword sect know about him. Chen Tong introduced. Not bad. Lu Ming nodded with satisfaction. The more low-key Mu Yun was, the more advantageous it was for him now. Little brother, you can stay here. I'll sort out the information on Mu Yun for you. Also, in half a year's time, it will be the Resource Alliance. Chen Tong said. Lu Ming nodded. Then Chen Tong left. Sigh. I wonder when the Heavenly Palace will start recruiting heavenly soldiers. Lu Ming sighed. Previously, he had asked Sect Leader Wang and the others this question. Sect Leader Wang and the others could not answer, because the Heavenly Palace did not have a fixed time to recruit heavenly soldiers. Other than the Heavenly Palace, no one knew when the Heavenly Palace would recruit heavenly soldiers next. Lu Ming was helpless. Right now, he could only create a new identity and cultivate while he waited. Lu Ming stayed here. With a wave of his hand, jade talismans appeared one after another. These jade talismans were obtained by Lu Ming from the ruins of the Tianyu Kingdom. He had obtained a lot of treasures from the last treasure trove. Each jade talisman recorded a secret technique. There were hundreds of secret techniques here. Lu Ming looked through them one by one. Chilling wind extinction. I haven't cultivated it before. Heart destruction palm. I've cultivated it before. Pleasure technique. I haven't cultivated it before. Lu Ming looked through them one by one, and selected the secret techniques that he had cultivated before. A day later, hundreds of secret techniques were selected. There were a total of 210 secret techniques that Lu Ming had not cultivated before. There were all kinds of secret techniques. Some of them were of little value and did not have much use. However, Lu Ming did not reject any of them and planned to cultivate them all. No matter what kind of secret technique it was, the more the better. Lu Ming began to cultivate the secret techniques. One by one, the secret techniques turned into secret technique runes and were integrated into Lu Ming's cells. Half a month later, Chen Tong brought back the previous information of Yin Mu. Lu Ming memorized it all and felt more confident. Then he continued to cultivate the secret techniques. Another half a month later, Han Xiling found Lu Ming. Brother Mu, our Fengdu sword sect is preparing to send people to plunder the resources of other forces. Are you interested? Han Xiling asked. Plunder the resources of other forces? What resources? Lu Ming's heart stirred as he asked. All kinds of resources, metal mines, divine herb fields, jade mines, etc. Anything is fine. Han Xiling said. As the Resource Alliance approached, the major forces began to plunder resources more frequently and more fiercely. The Fengdu sword sect naturally would not passively take a beating. They would also send experts to plunder the resources of other forces. Han Xiling immediately thought of Lu Ming. Under the Divine Emperor realm, Lu Ming's battle strength was absolutely unparalleled. With Lu Ming joining, the plundering would be very smooth. Chapter 3753. Alright, but I need a metal resource mine. Lu Ming said. Qiuqiu's cultivation and evolution were inseparable from metal-type materials. Most of the divine weapons were also made of metal-type materials. Although Lu Ming had obtained a large number of divine weapons in the Skypass Divine Nation, who would complain about having more resources? With Qiuqiu's appetite, those divine weapons might not be able to last long. Therefore, the more metal-type materials, the better. Immediately, Lu Ming followed Han Xiling and headed towards the headquarters of the Fengdu sword sect. Brother Mu, you can wear this robe. On the way, Han Xiling gave Lu Ming a robe. Lu Ming put it on and completely wrapped himself in the robe. Then Lu Ming restrained his aura. The forbidden energy was hidden in every cell in his body. The others could not figure out his specific cultivation. The forbidden energy was dispersed in every cell. As long as Lu Ming did not want others to find out his cultivation, no one would be able to, unless their cultivation was much higher. Soon, the two of them arrived at a large hall. The hall was very spacious. At this time, there were already hundreds of people there. Everyone was wrapped in black robes. Lu Ming and Han Xiling blended into the crowd and waited. After about half an hour, people came one after another. At this time, there were more than 500 people in the hall. Alright, almost everyone is here. This time, our goal is the Purple Moon Divine Iron planet of the Black Blood Hall. We will rob them of their Purple Moon Divine Iron. Suddenly, a voice came from the crowd. One of the black-robed men took off his hood. It was an old man. This old man was a quasi-emperor level expert of the Fengdu sword sect. He was also a protector of the sect. The protectors of the Fengdu sword sect were all quasi-emperor level experts. As for the elders, they were all divine emperors. Yes, protector. The crowd responded. Let's go. The protector gave the order. The crowd flew out of the hall and came to the entrance of a wormhole. Reaching the level of Feng City Sword Sect, the use of wormholes was already quite mature. Wormholes were connected to different places, like railways connecting different places together. Through the wormhole, they quickly left the Fengdu Sword Sect's territory and entered the Black Blood Hall's territory. The Black Blood Hall was quite powerful in the Iron Sea Star Zone group. Although they were not in the top 10, they were very close. They were ranked 11th in the last Resource Alliance, which was much stronger than the Fengdu Sword Sect. However, the Black Blood Hall and the Plentiful City Sword Sect had been enemies for a long time, and the two forces often had conflicts. As the Resource Alliance approached, the friction between the two forces became even more intense. Plundering each other's resource planets was the most intense. Last time, the Black Blood Hall had sent a large number of experts to rob planet Blood Jade. If Lu Ming had not appeared, Han Xiling and the others would have been in danger. This time, the Fengdu Sword Sect was going to plunder the Purple Moon Divine Metal planet of the Black Blood Hall. Of course, the Fengdu Sword Sect was not the only group that plundered the resource planets of the Black Blood Hall. In fact, there were 6 of them that plundered 6 different resource planets of the Black Blood Hall. They traveled stealthily through the remote starry skies. After some time, they finally arrived at the Purple Moon Star. The Purple Moon Star was a resource planet that had many Purple Moon Divine Metal mines. The Purple Moon Divine Metal was an important material for forging divine artifacts. A good amount of Purple Moon Divine Metal could even be used to forge an Emperor-grade divine artifact. It was an important source of income for the Black Blood Hall. In front of them, a purple planet was suspended in the air like a purple pearl. It was unusually beautiful. Wait a moment. We will find the place with the densest number of mines and break in. We will plunder the Purple Moon Divine Metal to our heart's content. The Protector said. Many people's eyes were burning with passion. As long as they could plunder it, it would belong to them. Everyone secretly rubbed their palms, preparing for a big fight. On the Purple Moon Star, the spots with rich colors are the places with rich Purple Moon Divine Metal. Look over there. The purple color is especially rich. We will start from there. The Protector pointed at a spot on the Purple Moon Star and said. Lu Ming looked over. Indeed, although the Purple Moon Star was purple, there were different shades of color. Some places were darker. The place that the Protector pointed at was a spot with a rich color. Let's go. Following the Protector's order, they turned into streaks of black light and rushed toward the Purple Moon Divine Metal planet at an astonishing speed. In just a dozen seconds, they had crossed hundreds of millions of miles and arrived on the surface of the Purple Moon Star. Enemy attack. Someone is plundering the Purple Moon Divine Metal. A loud roar reverberated in all directions. The surface of the Purple Moon Divine Metal planet was naturally patrolled by the experts of the Black Blood Hall. At this moment, a team of more than a dozen people had discovered the people of the Fengdu Sword sect. They shouted and spread the news. No one cared. It was normal for them to be discovered. They were plundering, not stealing. Kill. The Protector roared and took the lead to attack. Retreat, retreat. The people of the Black Blood Hall did not dare to stop Lu Ming and the others. They frantically flew toward the Purple Moon Star. However, it was too late. The quasi-emperors were too fast. In a few flashes, they had caught up with the people of the Black Blood Hall. Clang! The sound of swords rang out. More than a dozen sword lights burst out from the Protector's hands, illuminating the starry sky. The people of the Black Blood Hall were directly killed by the sword lights. Charge! The Protector roared. He led the people of the Fengdu Sword sect and charged toward the biggest spot of light. When they got closer, they realized that the huge spot of light was a purple mountain range. The purple mountain range was connected. It was very vast and one could not see the end of it. Below the purple mountain range was the Purple Moon Divine Metal. Someone is plundering. Defend. Figures flashed in the purple mountain range. The Black Blood experts guarding this place had gathered together. There were a few hundred of them, but they were fewer than the people of the Fengdu Sword sect. There were only about 300 of them. Charge! The Protector roared and took the lead to attack. The others followed suit. Swoosh! 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 Before they arrived, dazzling sword lights burst out. In an instant, more than 500 sword lights slashed toward the people of the Black Blood Hall. It is indeed the trash of the Fengdu Sword sect. Block them! Someone in the Black Blood Hall shouted. Then a bloody mist filled the air. Hundreds of Black Blood Hall experts attacked together. A sea of blood seemed to have appeared in the sky. Boom! 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 Hundreds of sword lights slashed on the sea of blood. The sea of blood shook violently, but it eventually blocked the bombardment of the sword lights. Something is wrong. At this moment, the Protector's face changed. The faces of Han Xiling and the other experts also changed. Something was wrong. The people who came out to plunder this time were all elites. They were all experts at the 6th level of the Divine Lord realm and above. They came prepared and launched a surprise attack. The Black Blood Hall guarding this place should not be able to block their attack. After all, the Black Blood Hall had many resource planets. Chapter 3754. After all, the Black Blood Hall had to guard many resource planets. Every resource planet had to be guarded by experts. Hence, the number of experts on each resource planet was limited. Even if the Purple Moon godly metal on the Purple Moon planet was very precious, and the people sent to guard it were stronger than those from other resource planets, the Fengdu Sword sect had come prepared this time. Their strength was definitely stronger than the people from the Black Blood Hall guarding the Purple Moon planet. However, the people from the Black Blood Hall had easily blocked their attack. That was strange. 7th level Divine Monarchs. They are all experts above the 7th level Divine Monarchs. Not good. They are prepared. Retreat. A few experts from the Fengdu Sword sect shouted and ordered everyone to retreat. However, it was too late. Swoosh. 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 Figures flickered in the purple mountain range below, and people in red robes appeared one after another. At the same time, the void behind Lu Ming and the rest rippled like water. Then people in red robes appeared and blocked their path of retreat. There were thousands of people densely packed in front, behind, to the left and right. They were surrounded. Not good. At this moment, the hearts of the people from the Fengdu Sword sect sank. Obviously, the Black Blood Hall was prepared. They had deployed a large number of troops and were waiting for them to take the bait. I knew that the Fengdu Sword sect would come to the Purple Moon Star. Since you are here, don't leave. A cold voice was heard and a red-haired old man stepped out. He was emitting a powerful aura. He was a boundary emperor. Boom, boom, boom. Powerful auras were constantly erupting in the surroundings. Many powerful auras pressed toward Lu Ming and the rest. Boundary emperors. Among them, the number of boundary emperors was shocking. There were definitely more than 50 of them. It's over. The people from the Fengdu Sword sect trembled slightly. This time they were in danger. They only had a dozen boundary emperors. They were far inferior compared to the other party. Kill our way out. The protector roared and took the lead to attack. He rushed to the sky and a dazzling sword light slashed out as if it was going to split the sky apart. However, a blood-red palm print appeared and blasted towards the sword light, blocking it. You still want to leave today? Ridiculous. A boundary emperor from the Black Blood Hall shouted and charged towards the protector. The two of them fought. The other people in Feng City Palace Hall tried their best to attack, but they were also blocked. For a moment, they could not rush out. Let's attack together and annihilate the people from Fengdu Sword faction. On the Purple Mountain Range, the red-haired old man coldly shouted and gave the order. Kill. On the Purple Mountain Range, a large number of experts from the Black Blood Hall rushed towards the Fengdu Sword sect. The densely packed silhouettes and terrifying auras made the people of Fengdu Sword sect feel despair. As long as these people rushed over, the formation of the Feng City Sword School would definitely collapse. At that time, only death would await them. No one would be able to escape. Fight them to the death. Even if I have to risk my life, I will drag them down with me. Many people from the Fengdu Sword sect roared and planned to fight to the death. Brother Mu. Han Xiling's beautiful eyes looked at Lu Ming expectantly. She was fully aware of Lu Ming's combat strength. In such a situation, she could only rely on Lu Ming. At this moment, Lu Ming was also speechless. Originally, he only wanted to follow along and take advantage of the situation to plunder some metal ores as food for Qiu. He did not expect that this robbery would not go smoothly, and that he would encounter an ambush. Now he could only take action. Leave it to me, Lu Ming said. He then stepped out and headed toward the Black Blood Hall experts who were dashing over from the Purple Mountain Range. Fight them to the death. Other experts from the Fengdu Sword sect followed closely behind Lu Ming and rushed over. Courting death. Kill them all. The people from the Black Blood Hall roared and various attacks rained down on the Fengdu Sword sect. Whoosh. 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 Lu Ming moved. His fingers were like a sword as he madly slashed at the void. The sword-type secret techniques that he had fused with his hands all burst out. Suddenly, hundreds of sword lights burst out from his hands and slashed at the experts from the Black Blood Hall. The Sea of Blood, the blood-colored python, the blood-colored goshawk, the blood-colored saber gleam, and so on all collapsed after being slashed by Lu Ming's sword gleam. Moreover, the sword gleam did not stop and continued to slash at the people from the Black Blood Hall. Puff. Puff. The people from the Black Blood Hall could not resist at all. Most of them fell when the sword light slashed. More than 50 people were killed in an instant. Only a few quasi-emperors retreated with serious injuries and were not killed. This The people from the Fengdu sword sect who followed closely behind Lu Ming were stunned. They were prepared to fight to the death when they suddenly realized that their opponents were killed by a sword light. A large number of the experts from the Black Blood Hall, who were rushing towards them, suddenly decreased. Lu Ming's movements did not stop at all. His figure rapidly moved forward. With a wave of his hand, a large number of sword lights burst out. This time, the injured quasi-emperors were also killed. Lu Ming's figure did not stop. He was like a tiger in a flock of sheep. Everywhere he passed, a large number of experts from the Black Blood Hall were killed. From the quasi-emperors to the 7th and 8th layers of the divine monarchs, they were all unable to withstand a single blow. In a few breaths' time, more than 200 people died in the hands of Lu Ming. Run! The people from the Black Blood Hall were scared out of their wits. They scattered and fled frantically. How would they dare to fight? In the sky, the people from the Fengdu sword sect and the Black Blood Hall were dumbfounded. The battle came to a stop as well. Fengdu sword sect, you have violated the rules. You have sent out a divine emperor. The people from the Black Blood Hall shouted hysterically. In their opinion, only a divine emperor could kill a quasi-emperor so easily. The people from the Fengdu sword sect were also confused. Could it be that there was a divine emperor among them? Nonsense, he is clearly a divine monarch. Han Xiling shouted. Boom. Lu Ming cooperated with Han Xiling and released his aura. What? The aura of a 5th-layer divine monarch? Impossible. He is really a 5th-layer divine monarch. The people from the Fengdu sword sect and the Black Blood Hall were stunned. Swish. Lu Ming's figure changed and killed a few more quasi-emperors. Even if these quasi-emperors joined forces, they were not Lu Ming's opponent. They could only be killed. Retreat, retreat. Finally, the people from the Black Blood Hall were scared and retreated. Lu Ming was too strong. If this continued, the experts from the Black Blood Hall would most likely die here. They roared in their hearts. They did not expect that there would be such a strong expert in the Fengdu sword sect. His cultivation was obviously low, but his battle strength was ridiculously strong. However, as long as he was not a divine emperor, he did not violate the rules. All the people from the Black Blood Hall gathered together and flew out of the Purple Moon Star. Not long after, the people from the Black Blood Hall on the Purple Moon Star fled. The remaining people from the Fengdu sword sect looked at each other in dismay. They had not recovered from the shock. They thought that they would definitely die today. They did not expect that there would be such a strong expert among them. With his own strength, he reversed the situation. Chapter 3755. Everyone in the Fengdu sword sect looked at Lu Ming. Their eyes were filled with guesses and suspicions. Was this an expert from their Fengdu sword sect? An old monster who had cultivated for a long time? Or a prodigy of the younger generation? He was only a 5th-level divine lord, but his combat power was ridiculously strong. However, among the younger generation, was there such a person in the Fengdu sword sect? Perhaps an old monster who had cultivated for a long time. Some old monsters had astonishing strength. It was not as if there were no such people in the primitive universe. Some people were extremely talented when they were young. However, due to certain reasons, they were stuck in a certain realm and could not break through. Such people were originally very talented. However, due to special reasons, they could not break through. After cultivating for so many years, various secret techniques, divine power and origin secret techniques would be cultivated to a shocking level. Their combat power would be terrifyingly high. They could often fight across several realms. Although such people were rare, they were not non-existent. Perhaps the person in front of them was a prodigy in the history of the Fengdu sword sect, who was stuck in the 5th-level divine lord realm, and could not break through? More people thought so. Lu Ming ignored these people. After the people from the Black Blood Hall left, Lu Ming rushed into the Purple Mountain Range. There were many mines in the Purple Mountain Range. Lu Ming rushed into one of the mines. Begin the operation. Seeing Lu Ming rush into the mine, the rest of the Fengdu sword sect also rushed into the various mines. They had to seize the time to plunder more Purple Moon divine iron. After Lu Ming rushed into the mine, he quickly reached the depths of the mine. He looked at the walls. They were all Purple Moon divine iron. Qiu, eat to your heart's content. Lu Ming waved his hand, and Qiuqiu flew out. So many delicacies. Mine, all mine. Qiuqiu's body swelled up. He opened his mouth and started biting crazily. Crunch. Crunch. A large amount of purple moon divine iron was swallowed by Qiuqiu. Soon, a large hole appeared in the wall. There are even more delicacies below. Qiuqiu shouted and began to change direction. He drilled downwards. Soon, he opened up a tunnel that led downwards. Lu Ming followed Qiuqiu down the passageway. As Qiuqiu's cultivation base increased, its devouring speed also increased at an astonishing rate. In just a few minutes, it had eaten a 10,000-meter deep tunnel. Lu Ming discovered that the lower he went, the harder the ores became, because the content of the purple moon divine iron was higher and higher. Towards the end, any piece of purple moon heavenly iron, or that was dug out, had a very high concentration, exceeding 50%. Lu Ming took out a saber and continuously hacked at it. He cut the purple moon divine iron, ore, into pieces and stored them in his storage ring for Qiuqiu to eat in the future. Meanwhile, Qiuqiu continued to open its mouth and gorge itself. Just like that, 3 days passed. Qiuqiu had eaten an unknown amount of purple moon divine iron ores. So much so that its entire body was emitting purple gas. As for Lu Ming, he also excavated a large amount of divine iron ores and put them all into his storage ring. Treasure, there's a treasure! Qiuqiu suddenly cried out with excitement in its eyes. It extended a few sabers from its body and began digging. A moment later, a purple metal the size of a water tank appeared in front of Lu Ming. This is purple moon mother steel. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. There was no mistake, this was purple moon mother steel. Purple moon mother steel could only be found in extremely large purple moon divine iron ores. The value of purple moon mother steel was at least tens of thousands of times higher than ordinary purple moon divine iron, perhaps even more. This was because purple moon mother steel could be used to refine divine artifacts of a higher grade than emperor-grade divine artifacts. I want to eat. Qiuqiu opened its mouth and was about to swallow the entire purple moon mother steel. Wait, leave a piece for me. Lu Ming hastily took action, using a divine artifact saber to hack at it. Finally, he managed to cut off a small piece and put it away. The rest was swallowed by Qiuqiu. Qiuqiu looked like it was enjoying itself. Qiuqiu, can you break through to the divine emperor realm with just this? Lu Ming asked. Absolutely. Qiuqiu repeatedly nodded. Let's see if there are any more purple moon mother steel in the surroundings. Lu Ming said. Qiuqiu nodded, then opened its mouth and continued to gnaw. However, it did not find anything after circling the surroundings. At this time, Lu Ming received news from Han Xiling that they had to retreat. They had been plundering for more than 3 days. If this continued, the Black Blood Palace might go crazy and send out divine emperors. Qiuqiu, let's go, Lu Ming said. Lu Ming decided to leave. He was satisfied with the harvest this time. At least Qiuqiu had enough energy to break through to the divine emperor realm. He had also stored a large amount of purple moon iron ores. Qiuqiu turned back into a bracelet and wore it on Lu Ming's wrist. Lu Ming left the place. When he arrived outside the mine, he saw that the people of Feng City Sword Sect had already gathered. They were still curiously sizing up Lu Ming, guessing Lu Ming's identity. After waiting for everyone to arrive, they left the place. They did not encounter any danger along the way and returned to Feng City Sword Sect. After returning to Feng City Sword Sect, Lu Ming left secretly and returned to his residence. Later, Feng City Sword Sect would send people to plunder other resources. However, Lu Ming was too lazy to go. He planned to concentrate on cultivating various secret skills. Time passed quickly. Half a year's time passed quickly. The resource treaty would be held soon. On this day, Lu Ming received a message from sect leader Wang of Feng City Sword Sect, inviting him to a gathering. Lu Ming came to the square on the highest sword peak of Feng City Sword Sect, and found that there were already many people there. Brother Mu, over here. As soon as Lu Ming arrived, Han Xiling waved at him. Lu Ming walked over, and found that there were more than a dozen young men and women beside Han Xiling. They were all the young geniuses of Feng City Sword Sect. Among them, Wang Zhangke was also there. However, when he saw Lu Ming, he just looked confused and did not recognize Lu Ming. That was because the memory of Lu Ming had been cut off by sect leader Wang. Is the resource treaty going to be held? Lu Ming asked. Yes, these are the strongest young geniuses of our Feng City sword sect. Han Xiling said. Lu Ming nodded and sized up these young geniuses of Feng City sword sect. 4 of them had the same cultivation as Han Xiling. They were all 6th-level divine lords. One of them was a 7th-level divine lord. He looked a little arrogant. Everyone also sized up Lu Ming. Lu Ming did not hide his aura. Hence, everyone was very clear about Lu Ming's cultivation. 5th-level divine lord. They did not care about Lu Ming's cultivation. They were just curious because they had not seen Lu Ming before. Perhaps he was secretly groomed by the sect. Everyone thought in their hearts. At this time, a group of people walked out of the hall above the square. Among them, there were 5 young men and women. Each of them looked arrogant and their eyes grew on top of their heads. Sect leader Wang and some elders carefully accompanied them by the side. Chapter 3756. Who are these guys? Lu Ming asked curiously. Those 5 young men and women actually needed sect leader Wang, and the rest to accompany them. Don't speak if you don't know anything. The one who spoke wasn't Han Xiling, but the 7th-level divine lord youth. His name was Qi Ping, and he was the #1 expert among the younger generation of Feng City sword sect. He was stronger than Han Xiling, Wang Zhangke, and the rest. He cast a cold glance at Lu Ming and continued. If you don't know anything, don't spout nonsense. Be careful not to get yourself into big trouble. Those few geniuses are external help that the sect leader has invited from outside. All of them are from powerful clans on the primordial 10,000 clans list. Furthermore, they are not ordinary clans. They are ranked at least within the top 3,000. So they are external aid. Lu Ming said in a low voice, not even looking at Qi Ping. This kid. Qi Ping's eyes flashed coldly when he saw that Lu Ming actually dared to ignore him. He was the #1 genius of Feng City sword sect. He had a bright future. When the disciples of Feng City sword sect saw him, which one of them wasn't respectful? Lu Ming, a disciple who appeared out of nowhere, actually dared to ignore him. In his opinion, this was an insult to him. Of course, his tone wasn't friendly. He felt that reprimanding Lu Ming was something he should do. If you dare to ignore me, you will regret it. Qi Ping snorted coldly in his heart. He then looked at the 5 external aid geniuses, and immediately put on a smile on his face. He went forward and cupped his fists. Junior Qi Ping greets Brother Han and Brother Yin. The 5 young men and women casually glanced at Qi Ping and faintly grunted. They didn't put Qi Ping in their eyes at all. In their eyes, the so-called genius of the Fengdu sword sect could not withstand a single blow. If Feng City sword sect hadn't paid a huge price to invite them, they wouldn't even bother to come here. Being looked down upon by the 5 external aid geniuses, Qi Ping's face was still full of smiles. He nodded and bowed like a servant. What a disgrace! Han Xiling snorted coldly. Her face didn't look good. Feng City sword sect's #1 genius acting like this had embarrassed the entire Feng City sword sect. Qi Ping stepped down. Sect leader Wang couldn't stand it anymore and said, Sect leader, it's fine. I'll accompany Brother Han and the others. Qi Ping shamelessly refused to leave. In his opinion, this was a rare opportunity. As long as he could befriend these geniuses from the big clans, he would have a meteoric rise in the future. Seeing this, sect leader Wang's face darkened. Done. Sect leader Wang said, attracting everyone's attention. The Resource Alliance will be held in 3 days. Every faction will send out 16 geniuses to participate in the competition. My Fengdu sword sect will send you guys. The Resource Alliance is related to the resources of the plentiful city sword sect for a long time in the future. It is related to the development of the sect. Therefore, this time, you must do your best to bring glory to the sect. We will do our best. Han Xiling and the others shouted. The 5 Sky Prides looked on indifferently. Their eyes were filled with disdain and mockery. From their point of view, the plentiful city sword sect would have to rely on them for this resource alliance. Relying on the Fengdu sword sect? The highest was only 7th level divine lord? What was the use of that? Among the 5 of them, the one with the lowest cultivation was an 8th level divine lord. Alright, let's go. Sect leader Wang announced. This time, the Resource Alliance was held on a planet called Grain Planet. Gulistar, Alliance City, was the place where the Resource Alliance would be held every time. After they arrived, there was still a day before the Resource Alliance would begin. They stayed in a vast palace. This was the encampment of the plentiful city Sword Sect in the Alliance City. The Alliance City was bustling. Lu Ming and Han Xiling had just arrived, so they naturally walked around. When they returned to their residence in the evening, they were blocked by a few people. They were the 5 Sky Prides. Now Lu Ming already knew which clans the 5 Sky Prides were from. 2 of them were from the Sacred Heart clan. The Sacred Heart clan was ranked 1790th on the list of 10,000 primitive clans. The other 3 were from the Purple-Eyed Golden Goose clan. They were ranked 1930 on the list of 10,000 primitive clans. They were all from the top 2,000 clans and were famous in the primitive universe. Their clan talents were strong, and they were full of Sky Prides. Among the 5, 1 was an 8th level Divine Lord, 3 were 9th level Divine Lords, and a young man from the Sacred Heart clan who was a Quasi-Emperor. He was not an ordinary Quasi-Emperor, but a Quasi-Emperor Sky Pride with strong combat power. His name was Han Feng. Han Feng looked at Han Xiling with a burning gaze. Miss Xiling, what a coincidence. We are going to have a drink and a meal. Why don't we go together? Han Feng said, his evil eyes sweeping over Han Xiling's body unscrupulously. Han Xiling was very beautiful, but she had a heroic spirit that made people want to conquer her. Han Xiling's face darkened. She felt uncomfortable being stared at. Sorry, I'm tired. I want to go back and rest. Han Xiling said. Obviously, this was an excuse. Would a Divine Lord be tired so easily? As expected, Han Feng's face darkened. Han Xiling, what do you mean by this? Do you take us for fools? You're tired? Haha, Brother Feng is giving you face by asking you to go for a meal. Don't be so shameless. You should know that even your sect leader is polite in front of us. Another young man from the Sacred Heart clan said coldly. Han Xiling's face darkened. The other party was a Sky Pride from a large clan. She could not afford to offend him. However, Han Feng obviously had bad intentions toward her. She definitely did not want to go with Han Feng. Otherwise, it would be more dangerous. Sorry, Miss Xiling has already agreed to go for a meal with me. You're late. Lu Ming interrupted. Instantly, a few cold gazes landed on Lu Ming. There was disdain and warning in their eyes. Kid, is there something wrong with your brain or you don't know how to appreciate kindness? Get lost. Another young man from the Sacred Heart clan said coldly. Although Han Feng did not say anything, his eyes were very cold. If it was an ordinary person, they would have known how to appreciate kindness. However, Lu Ming did not know how to appreciate kindness. Miss Xiling, let's go. I'll cook for you personally. Lu Ming did not look at Han Feng and the rest. He smiled at Han Xiling and walked toward the door. Han Xiling understood and hurriedly followed him. Kid, you're courting death. Another young man from the Sacred Heart clan said coldly. A cold murderous intent broke out from his body and rushed toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold and was about to strike. Everyone, please calm down. Sect leader Wang's figure flashed, and he quickly stopped the group. With the Emperor God around, they naturally could not make a move. Sect leader Wang, this is the disciple of your Fengdu sword sect? He's really arrogant and condescending. Han Feng said coldly. Sect leader Wang smiled bitterly. He did not expect that Lu Ming and Han Feng would go against each other even before the Resource Alliance agreement began. He did not want to offend either of them. Chapter 3757. Han Feng was from the Sacred Heart race, which was a powerful race ranked 1790th on the primitive 10,000 races list. Moreover, his cultivation had already reached the Quasi-Emperor realm, and he was extremely powerful. He had spent a lot of money to invite him over. He naturally did not dare to offend him. However, Lu Ming was terrifyingly talented and powerful. He could easily defeat a Quasi-Emperor at the 5th level Divine Lord realm. He did not know what kind of background such a person had. He felt that Lu Ming was unfathomable. He was also very useful for the Resource Alliance this time, so he did not dare to offend him. Therefore, he was in a difficult position. Young Master Han Feng, Can you give this old man some face and let this matter go? This old man will definitely send you a gift as an apology. Finally, sect leader Wang cupped his fists and said to Han Feng. Han Feng narrowed his eyes slightly. Sect leader Wang was actually apologizing to him for a 5th-level Divine Lord Realm person. He was obviously protecting Lu Ming. Could it be that this old man is related to that kid? That kid is this old man's descendant. Otherwise, why would he be like this? Han Feng's mind was racing. He definitely did not think that sect leader Wang was so protective of Lu Ming, because his talent was too terrifying. He only thought that Lu Ming was related to sect leader Wang. Alright, since sect leader Wang has spoken, then let's forget about today's matter. However, sect leader Wang, you have to teach your people well. Don't think too highly of yourself and be too arrogant. Otherwise, when you travel in the primitive universe in the future, you won't even know how you died. Han Feng said to sect leader Wang in a lecturing tone. He knew that if sect leader Wang and Lu Ming were really related, sect leader Wang would definitely not allow him to touch Lu Ming. Today he could not touch Lu Ming. It was a good opportunity to get some benefits and find a way out. Han Feng waved his sleeves and strode away. Before he left, he glanced coldly at Lu Ming. The others also left with Han Feng. Lu Ming smiled casually. If he really wanted to fight, would he be afraid of Han Feng? Even if he was a top genius, Lu Ming was not afraid of him with his current battle strength. After greeting sect leader Wang, Lu Ming walked into the palace. The next day, in a plaza in the center of the Alliance City, there was a sea of people. Today was the day when the 18 universe-level powers of the Iron Sea Star Field Group would convene their resource alliance. Many people from small forces came to watch. Above the square, rows of white jade chairs floated in the air. The white jade seats were divided into 18 different areas, each representing a different faction. Lu Ming and the others followed sect leader Wang and sat in one of the areas. Sitting there, Zhang Xian was able to see the entire region beneath him. It seems like every force has invited some terrifying foreign aid. An elder beside sect leader Wang said with a solemn expression. Sect leader Wang nodded with a stern expression. He scanned his surroundings and carefully observed the young men of the other 18 factions. From their life force, it was easy to tell that some of the young men came from powerful clans with high cultivation. They were all invited foreign aid. This time it's going to be difficult. Some of the factions even invited the top few hundred geniuses. I heard that some of them are exceptionally powerful. Although they are only quasi-emperors, they can fight with immortal emperors. An elder of the Feng City Sword Sect sighed. Yes, I heard about it too. However, we don't care about the top few factions. I wonder how powerful the foreign aid that Black Blood Hall and White Witch Sect have invited is. Another elder said. The Feng City Sword Sect did not think about the few factions that were too powerful. They definitely could not compete with them. Their goal was to enter the top 10. As long as they could enter the top 10, they would be able to obtain some good resource planets. In the future, the overall strength of the Feng City Sword Sect would be enhanced. Therefore, they were concerned about the few competitors, such as Black Blood Hall and White Witch Sect, who were aiming to enter the top 10. The people of the Feng City Sword Sect were observing the others, and the others were observing each other as well. The local geniuses of the various factions were well aware of the situation. The change this time came from the foreign aid. Whoever invited the most powerful foreign aid would be able to obtain a good ranking. The region in the north belonged to the Great Heavenly Sect. The Great Heavenly Sect was the undisputed #1 faction in the Iron Sea Star Zone. They were sitting on the white jade chairs with a confident look on their faces. They had the right to be confident. Not only were they powerful local geniuses, but the foreign aid they had invited this time was also terrifying. They had invited the geniuses of the Ziying tribe this time. How powerful was the Ziying tribe? They were ranked 99 on the Eldritch 10,000 tribe board. The geniuses that they had invited this time were exceptionally powerful. They were quasi-emperors who could fight with immortal emperors. This time the first place would definitely be theirs again. Could the other factions invite the geniuses of the top 100 factions? What a joke! At this moment, an elder flew over and whispered a few words to the sect leader of the Great Heavenly Sect. The sect leader of the Great Heavenly Sect was shocked. He stood up from his seat and attracted the attention of the other factions. However, the sect leader of the great heavenly sect could not be bothered. He said to the elder, "Are you telling the truth?" "Absolutely. They will be here soon." The elder said. "Why is that person here suddenly?" "I don't care. Hurry, let's go and welcome them." The sect leader of the great heavenly sect said hurriedly. He led a few elders and flew into the distance. The people from the other factions were curious. What could make the sect leader of the great heavenly sect leave in such a hurry? What happened? The crowd could only wait patiently. They did not wait for long before the sect leader of the great heavenly sect and the rest returned. However, there were a few more people when they returned. One of them was wearing a white robe and a bamboo hat. A white veil hung from the side of the bamboo hat, covering her body and appearance. However, many people could tell that she was a woman. Behind her were two people who were wearing the same clothes as her. However, they were not wearing white but black. The sect leader of the great heavenly sect carefully accompanied the white-robed woman. He was half a step behind her with a respectful look on his face. The crowd looked at each other. Who was this person? She was so important that the sect leader of the great heavenly sect went to welcome her personally. Moreover, he was so respectful. Needless to say, this person must have a powerful background. They were either extremely powerful seniors, or they were existences with shocking backgrounds. Many divine emperors extended their spiritual senses to check the cultivation level of these people. However, they were repelled by a powerful force and could not get close to them. Their faces changed and they did not dare to test them again. The sect leader of the great heavenly sect asked the three of them to sit on the white jade chairs respectfully. Then he stepped into the air and came to the sky above the square. He was in charge of the Resource Alliance this time. Chapter 3758. Alright, since everyone is here, let's start the Resource Alliance. I believe everyone knows the rules. Like before, every faction will send out 16 people to participate. There will be 2 rounds and the points will be accumulated. After the 2 rounds, whichever faction has the highest accumulated points will be ranked first. The rankings will be based on the points. The first round will be a team battle. However, it won't be a team competition. Instead, the team will enter an array space to kill desolate beasts and earn points. The second round will be the classic arena battle. Lots will be drawn and the teams will fight in pairs. It's best to calculate the points according to the rankings of each faction. Alright, those who are going to fight, come up. I want to record it. The Great Heaven Sect leader simply announced the rules. As for the specific rules, everyone already knew about them. Lu Ming, Han Xiling and the rest stood up and stepped forward to the space in front. The other factions did the same. Every faction had 16 people. They were all young men and women. Some were cold, some were arrogant, and so on. Opposite Lu Ming and the rest, there was a faction Sky Pride sizing them up. This faction was the Black Blood Hall. The people from the Black Blood Hall swept their gazes across them, and finally landed on Lu Ming. The Feng City Sword Sect even sent out a 5th-level Divine Lord. Is there no one else to send? Definitely no one. How many Sky Prides can the Feng City Sword Sect send out? Moreover, with their strength, how many external aids can they get? What a disgrace. I heard that the Feng City Sword Sect is ambitious, and wants to rush into the top 10. With such strength, it's a fool's dream. They better not be at the bottom. A few Sky Prides from the Black Blood Hall sneered and discussed. They did not suppress their voices, and it spread out clearly. Many people heard it. Some people from the other forces glanced at Lu Ming, revealing looks of disdain. A 5th-level Divine Lord was indeed not enough. These words made the other Sky Prides from the Feng City Sword Sect turn red with embarrassment. I don't know what the sect leader is thinking. He actually allowed this trash to participate in the Resource Alliance and embarrassed us. The number 1 Sky Pride from the Feng City Sword Sect, Qi Ping, snorted. He was very unhappy. That's right. The other people from the Fengdu Sword Sect quickly agreed. However, Lu Ming's expression remained calm. He had done all of this on purpose. If he did not release his aura, these people would not be able to sense his cultivation at all. He deliberately released his aura, so that these people could sense it and make them look down on him. If these people looked down on him, it would be easier for him to take action later. If his performance was too dazzling at the beginning, he would be targeted instead. The sect leader of the Great Heaven sect took out a jade token. The jade token shone brightly and shone on everyone. This way, their auras would be recorded. It would be impossible to change people halfway through. Then the Great Sky sect leader waved his hand and a total of 18 array discs flew into the sky. 18 formation plates floated in one direction, emitting a bright light. Then, with the formation plates as the center, pitch-black vortexes appeared one after another. This was a spatial tunnel. Alright, for the first round, every force will enter an array space. These 18 array spaces are the same, and the strength of the desolate beasts inside are about the same. Your objective in entering is to hunt down the desolate beasts, find the crystal cores in the desolate beasts, and bring them out. However, let me tell you, not all desolate beasts have crystal cores. In fact, there are very few desolate beasts that have crystal cores. Moreover, there are 3 types of crystal cores. The first type is the black crystal core, which is worth 1 point. The second type is the silver crystal core, which is worth 10 points. The third type is the gold crystal core, which is worth 100 points. The time limit is 3 days. After 3 days, you will be automatically teleported out. At that time, the total points obtained by each force will be tabulated. Go in. The Great Sky Sect leader announced. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The geniuses of the 18 forces moved and flew towards the spatial vortex above their heads. They rushed into the spatial vortex and disappeared. Lu Ming, Han Xiling, and the rest also flew into the vortexes and disappeared. The emperor gods of the various forces could only wait patiently. This was a contest between the younger generation. They could not interfere. They could only pray silently that their side could achieve a good result. Lu Ming flew into the vortexes. In the next moment, he appeared on a plane. Beside him, Han Xiling, Qi Ping, Wang Zhangke, Han Feng, and the rest were together. Next, what should we do? Which direction should we go first? A Fengdu sword sect disciple asked. Hunting the desolate beasts was easy. However, there were not many desolate beasts that had crystal cores. It was not easy to obtain crystal cores. They had to plan carefully. What should we do? It's simple. Split up. The one who spoke was Han Feng. Split up. The sect leader has warned us that the desolate beasts here are very fast. We need to surround them so that we can kill them faster. If we split up, our efficiency will be greatly reduced. Han Xiling said. Surround them together? Hee with your strength? To put it bluntly, joining forces with you will only hinder us. Our efficiency will be even lower. Do you understand? Han Feng sneered with a look of disdain. You. Han Xiling's face was flushed red. That's right. Especially Mu Yin. With such a low cultivation, he will only be a hindrance if he follows us. Let's split up. Qi Ping added. His eyes flickered as if he was planning something bad. After saying that, he cupped his fists at Han Feng and said with a flattering face, Young Master Han, I think that if Mu Yin alone is not enough, the rest will be of some help. Young Master Han Feng, why don't you bring them along? That's fine too. Let's do it this way. Mu Yin, you go alone. Han Feng looked at Lu Ming and said indifferently, How can you let Brother Mu go alone? We need Brother Mu's combat strength. Han Xiling said loudly. Need his strength? Ha ha ha. A 5th-level divine monarch? Ha ha ha. Han Feng, Qi Ping, and the rest laughed contemptuously. Miss Xiling, it's fine. I will go alone. At this moment Lu Ming spoke. He did not care. He had promised sect leader Wang that he would do his best. Going alone was going to be the same as going with many people. As long as he had a clear conscience, it was fine. As for what kind of results he could achieve, he could not be bothered. Brother Mu, I will go with you, Han Xiling said and came to Lu Ming's side. No, you have to go with us. This time I am the leader. Han Feng shouted coldly, his eyes revealing a look of jealousy. Yesterday, he invited Han Xiling for a meal but was rejected by Han Xiling, and wanted to follow Lu Ming. Now she actually wanted to follow Lu Ming, which made him furious. Who was Lu Ming? How could he be compared to him? Chapter 3759. Han Xiling snorted. That's right, Han Feng was indeed the team leader this time. Since his cultivation was the highest, at the Quasi-Emperor realm, sect leader Wang had given the position to him. He had allowed him to unify the layout. However, she could ignore Han Feng's unreasonable demands. Let's go, Lu Ming said and turned to leave. Han Xiling followed Lu Ming and disappeared into the depths of the plain in the blink of an eye. He really wants to do things the hard way. Han Feng's eyes flashed with killing intent. Brother Han, do you want me to go over and teach that Muyin a lesson? Qi Ping said. Not for now. After the competition, I'll teach him a lesson. Han Feng said coldly, and then a disc array appeared in his hand. Every faction has a disc array that can sense if there are crystal cores in the wild beasts within 100,000 miles. That kid left alone. Without a disc array, he can only hunt wild beasts like a blind man. He can only rely on his luck and won't gain anything. When he goes out, I'll humiliate him. Han Feng sneered. That's right. Every faction had such a disc array, and the purpose was to reduce the difficulty of obtaining crystal cores. There was only one disc array, and it depended on how each faction used it. Sect leader Wang handed the disc array to Han Feng for safekeeping. Lu Ming didn't know that there was such a disc array. Hehe. Qi Ping sneered. Han Feng looked at the disc array carefully and said, to the front left, there's a crystal core reaction there. In a flash, Han Feng and the others flew to the front left. As for Lu Ming and Han Xiling, they headed to the right. This array world was very vast. It was refined by the emissaries of the Heavenly Palace in the past. It was specially made for the factions in the Iron Sea Star Zone to use for the Resource Alliance competition. There were all kinds of wild beasts here, but these wild beasts were all condensed by the array. Only the crystal cores in some wild beasts were real. They were also condensed by the array absorbing the energy of heaven and earth. They could be taken out and had a unique mark, so people couldn't cheat in advance. Lu Ming and Han Xiling flew for tens of thousands of miles on the vast plain. Roar, roar, roar on the plains. A group of grassland lions charged towards Lu Ming and the others. There were more than 100 of them. The moment Lu Ming sensed, he discovered that these grassland lions' cultivations were mostly at the 6th level Divine Lord realm. Some reached the 7th level Divine Lord realm. It was not easy to hunt these grassland lions, let alone obtain their crystal cores. Therefore Qi Ping, Han Feng, and the others felt that Lu Ming and Han Xiling wouldn't be able to obtain many crystal cores. If they were lucky enough to get a few pieces, it would be considered not bad. The grassland lion was extremely fast. It came and went like the wind. In the blink of an eye, it appeared in front of Lu Ming and the others. Whoosh! Whoosh! Before Han Xiling could make a move, Lu Ming waved his hand and activated the sword-type secret technique in his cells. Hundreds of sword lights burst out and slashed at these prairie lions. Bang bang bang! As the sword light slashed through, all of the grassland lions instantly exploded, turning into energy and disappearing. Not a single crystal core. Lu Ming glanced around and was a little disappointed. After killing more than 100 grassland lions, they didn't find a single crystal core. Not even the lowest grade crystal core. It was obvious that it wasn't easy to obtain crystal cores. Humph, that Qi Ping and Han Feng are short-sighted. If we cooperate with Brother Mu, our plentiful city sword sect will definitely be able to obtain a large number of crystal cores. After we get out, I will complain to the sect master. Han Xiling gritted her teeth and said. Seeing Lu Ming's strength, she was even more furious. Lu Ming smiled faintly and continued forward. Following that, they encountered a few more groups of grassland lions. After killing them, they still didn't obtain any crystal cores. Soon, they had traveled more than 100,000 miles. Caw caw caw. In the sky, a large number of giant birds flew over. These giant birds were green in color. Wrapped in the wind, they flew at an astonishing speed. So many. There should be crystal cores, right? Lu Ming's eyes flickered. This group of green giant birds definitely numbered in the thousands. Furthermore, their auras were robust. The weakest was a 6th level Divine Lord. The strongest was shockingly a 9th level Divine Lord existence. With so many numbers, forget about 5th level or 6th level Divine Lords. Even if a quasi-emperor encountered them, they could only flee without a trace. Otherwise, they would be besieged to death by this large group of green giant birds. But to Lu Ming it was nothing. The more desolate beasts he encountered, the better. Lu Ming did not have the slightest consideration, directly rushing over and unleashing a massacre. He was like a tiger entering a flock of sheep, incomparably berserk. Each move would have a large number of green giant birds killed. Regardless of whether it was 6th level Divine Lords, 7th level Divine Lords, or 8th level Divine Lords, they were all not his match. Gagaj, these green giant birds cried out loudly, flapping their wings. Densely packed green sharp blades slashed towards Lu Ming. But Lu Ming did not dodge or avoid, allowing these attacks to land on his body. He was completely fine, unable to break his defense at all. Very soon, Lu Ming had killed more than 1,000 of the thousands of giant green birds. That is, Lu Ming's eyes suddenly lit up. In the air, there were 2 black crystal cores floating. Each crystal core was about the size of a longan. They were dropped from the few green giant birds that were killed by Lu Ming. With a flash, he grabbed the 2 black crystal cores in his hand. Finally, he obtained 2 black crystal cores worth 2 points. Putting away the black crystal cores, Lu Ming continued to kill. Han Xiling could almost not intervene, and could only hunt some green giant birds that were alone by the side. Jie gave soon, more than half of the green giant birds were killed. The remaining ones scattered in a hubbub, fleeing in all directions. Lu Ming chased after them. Lu Ming's body cells were integrated with a large number of speed-type mystic arts. When they erupted together, his speed was astonishingly fast. He flashed nonstop. With each flash, a green giant bird was killed, falling on the spot. Not long after, most of the green giant birds were killed, turning into energy and vanishing. And Lu Ming already obtained 6 black crystal cores. Looks like I still have to find a large group of desolate beasts to better obtain the crystal cores. Lu Ming pondered. After that, he and Han Xiling left this place, specifically looking for a large group of desolate beasts. A day later, they indeed had a bountiful harvest. They had already obtained a total of 30 black crystal cores. However, they did not obtain a single silver crystal core or a single gold crystal core. On this day, they left the range of the grassland and came to a desolate mountain forest. Roar in the mountain forest, there were loud roars constantly coming. There are quite a number of desolate beasts. Then let's kill them one by one. Whether we can get enough crystal cores will depend on luck. Anyway, I've tried my best. Lu Ming pondered, then rushed into the mountain forest, pushing his way through. Here not only were there 9th level Divine Lord desolate beasts, there were also quasi-emperor level desolate beasts. They were all killed by Lu Ming. After Lu Ming killed more than a dozen quasi-emperor level desolate beasts, he finally obtained a silver crystal core. Chapter 3760. A silver crystal core was worth 10 points, but the probability of it appearing was very low. He had only obtained one after killing a dozen quasi-emperor level wild beasts. It seemed like he could only obtain a golden crystal core by killing a divine emperor realm wild beast. How many people could kill a divine emperor realm wild beast? Lu Ming naturally wouldn't go out of his way to hunt a divine emperor realm wild beast. Lu Ming continued to hunt in the forest. As for Han Xiling, she was only a 6th-layer divine monarch. Even if her battle strength was comparable to a 7th-layer divine monarch, she wouldn't be of much help. Soon 3 days passed. Time was up. Lu Ming obtained a total of 100 black crystal cores and 5 silver crystal cores. His total score was 150 points. As for Han Xiling, she only obtained 2 pitiful black crystal cores. Looking at the 2 pitiful black crystal cores in her hands, Han Xiling's face flushed red. Buzz. At this moment, there was a tremor in the space. A gush of energy acted on Lu Ming and Han Xiling. Once the time was up, the power of the array would send them out of this space. The space flashed, and in the next moment, Lu Ming and Han Xiling reappeared in the sky above the Alliance City's square. Looking around, he saw Han Feng, Qi Ping, and the rest beside him. Han Feng, Qi Ping, and the rest glanced at Lu Ming with disdain. Let's go. Give the crystal cores to Sect Leader Wang. Han Feng took the lead and walked towards Sect Leader Wang. Sect Leader Wang quickly flew over. How is it? How's the harvest? Sect Leader Wang asked expectantly. Not bad. After saying that, Han Feng waved his hand, and pieces of crystal cores flew out. A total of 360 black crystal cores and 6 silver crystal cores. Han Feng said. 360 black crystal cores and 6 silver crystal cores added up to 420 points. As for the golden crystal cores, it was impossible for Han Feng and the rest to obtain them. Only Divine Emperor Realm wild beasts had them. Even the silver crystal cores were hard to obtain. For example, Han Feng and the rest. Han Feng's cultivation was at the Quasi-Emperor realm. However, he was a top-notch genius. His battle prowess was strong and he could kill ordinary Quasi-Emperors. In addition, the Sacred Heart race and the Purple-Eyed Golden Geese race had 3 9th-level Divine Lord prodigies in total. Their battle prowess could barely contend with a Boundary Emperor. As for the others, they could not do anything to the Quasi-Emperor. On average, a dozen Quasi-Emperor Desolate Beasts would only produce 1 silver crystal core. Hence, it was already not bad for them to obtain 6 silver crystal cores. So little. Sect leader Wang's face darkened slightly. This was not the result he wanted. He knew that with Han Feng and Lu Ming's strength, it would not be difficult for them to kill Quasi-Emperors. There should be more than 6 silver crystal cores. What's going on? This result is already not bad. After all, I'm the only one who can really kill a Quasi-Emperor. To be able to obtain 6 silver crystal cores is already not bad. Seeing that sect leader Wang seemed a little unhappy, Han Feng's face darkened as he said coldly, "Only one person can kill a Quasi-Emperor?" Sect leader Wang was stunned. Couldn't Lu Ming do it too? Could it be that Lu Ming did not make a move? Sect leader Wang could not help but look at Lu Ming. Sect leader, Han Feng and the rest did not want me to go with Mu Yun. The 2 of us went alone. Han Xiling quickly explained. They did not want you to go alone. After sect leader Wang heard this, he could not help but feel angry. Lu Ming, who had such a strong battle prowess, was actually separated by Han Feng and went alone. No wonder they obtained so little. Damn it. If he had known this would happen, he would have told Han Feng, Qi Ping, and the rest about Lu Ming's true battle prowess and asked them to cooperate. The 2 of them are just a hindrance if they go with us. If they really went with us, we might not have obtained so many points. Han Feng continued. Finally, he said impatiently to Lu Ming and the rest, "All right, hand over the crystal cores you obtained. Do you have any? Maybe you didn't even get a single one." Hehe. Black crystal cores were not that easy to obtain. One needed to kill large numbers of desolate beasts to obtain them. And the desolate beasts in the array world, the weakest were virtually all 6th level Divine Lord. Lu Ming and Han Xiling, 1 5th level Divine Lord and 1 6th level Divine Lord respectively, facing large numbers of desolate beasts. It was already not bad to be able to preserve their lives. Yet they still wanted to obtain crystal cores. He looked at Lu Ming with a cold smile, waiting to see Lu Ming make a fool of himself. Previously, he did not let Lu Ming go with them. Wasn't it for this scene? Mu Yun, how many crystal cores did you obtain? Still not handing them over? Don't worry with your cultivation. We won't have high hopes for you. Every point counts. Hurry up. Qi Ping also urged, impatient to see Lu Ming make a fool of himself, so that he could mock him in public. If you want to see, then look carefully. Lu Ming said nonchalantly. Then, a storage ring appeared in his hand. You really know how to pretend to be useful and still use a storage ring to store them? Making it seem like there are many pieces, Qi Ping ridiculed. In the next moment, he shut his mouth. His eyes widened and his mouth opened wider and wider. Because pieces of black crystal cores flew out from Lu Ming's storage ring. A total of 102 pieces. Han Xiling's 2 pieces of black crystal cores were also placed together with Lu Ming. This, Qi Ping, Han Feng, and the rest almost bit their tongues. How could Lu Ming obtain so many crystal cores? With his cultivation, how did he do it? They felt that their minds couldn't wrap around the turn of events. But in the next moment, their eyeballs almost popped out because 5 more crystal cores flew out from the storage ring. 5 silver crystal cores that were extremely dazzling. Sect Master, the 2 of us only obtained 152 points. We have embarrassed the Fengdu Sword Sect. Lu Ming handed the crystal cores to Sect Master Wang and said. He purposely emphasized the words 2 of us. Han Feng's, Qi Ping's, and the rest's faces turned red. Lu Ming and Han Xiling. One of them was a 5th-level Divine Lord while the other was a 6th-level Divine Lord. Both of them obtained 152 points. And the 14 of them, especially the 5 heavenly talents who came as external aids, the weakest cultivation was an 8th-level Divine Lord while Han Feng was a quasi-emperor. With so many of them, they only obtained 420 points. In comparison, weren't they trash? Fire. Fury. Han Feng felt that the fury in his body was about to explode. Impossible, you're a 5th-level Divine Lord trash. How could you obtain so many crystal cores? And there are even 5 silver crystal cores. This is impossible. Han Feng growled as his eyes stared at Lu Ming. Of course, I obtained them from hunting desolate beasts. Otherwise, what do you think? Lu Ming casually glanced at Han Feng and said, obtained them from hunting desolate beasts? Nonsense, with your 5th-level Divine Lord cultivation, it's absolutely impossible. Han Feng's face was gloomy and filled with killing intent. He stared at Lu Ming and said, speak, how did you obtain them? Chapter 3761. Frogs in a Well. Lu Ming said emotionlessly and ignored Han Feng. This simple sentence almost made Han Feng and Qi Ping explode with anger. If sect leader Wang and the other leaders were not here, they would have attacked Lu Ming and the rest. Humph! Do you really think that you got it by hunting the wild beasts? Who would believe that? Only fools would believe that. You must have gotten it by luck through some unknown means. In the end, Han Feng snorted. He would never believe that Lu Ming got it by hunting the wild beasts, especially the silver crystal core. He knew how hard it was to get a silver crystal core. On average, they had to kill more than a dozen boundary emperors to get one silver crystal core. More than a dozen of them had worked together and put in a lot of effort to get 6 silver crystal cores. Lu Ming and Han Xiling could get 5 silver crystal cores? Didn't that mean that Lu Ming and Han Xiling would be able to kill dozens of quasi-emperor level desolate beasts? That was impossible. Not to mention the Fengdu Sword sect. Even the Sacred Heart tribe did not have such powerful supreme talents who could kill so many boundary emperors as level 5 or level 6 divine lords. Therefore, this possibility could be ruled out. He reckoned that Lu Ming and Han Xiling were lucky. They had obtained so many star cores through a method that he did not understand. Alright, let's end this here. Take a rest and prepare for the second round of the competition. Sect leader Wang raised his hand and stopped Lu Ming and Han Feng from talking further. However, he was unhappy with Han Feng. If Han Feng and Lu Ming were to fight together, they would get more points. The Resource Alliance calculated the total points of the 2 rounds and ranked them according to the total points. The higher the total points, the higher the ranking. Of course, sect leader Wang was unhappy, but he did not show it on his face. After all, he still had to rely on Han Feng and the rest for the second round. Alright, leaders of the various forces, bring the crystal cores over for calculation. The sect leader of the great sect said. Sect leader Wang kept the crystal cores and went to do the calculation. The 18 forces took turns to take out the crystal cores. The first one was the Great Sky Sect. Everyone turned to look at one of the elders of the Great Sky Sect. The crystal core that the Great Sky Sect had obtained was with this elder. Everyone wanted to know how many crystal cores the Great Sky Sect could obtain. The elder of the Great Heaven Sect was expressionless. He waved his hand and many crystal cores flew out. A burst of dazzling golden light pierced everyone's eyes, causing their hearts to beat violently. A golden crystal core. The Great Sky Sect actually had a golden crystal core. Those who knew the inside story all knew what a golden crystal core represented. One had to kill a wild beast that was equivalent to the Divine Emperor realm in order to obtain the golden crystal core. Furthermore, he probably had to kill more than one to obtain it. This meant that there was someone from the Great Hong Sect who could kill a Divine Emperor. The crowd could not help but think that the Great Sky Sect had invited the supreme talent of the Ziying tribe, which was ranked 99th on the primitive tribe board. Obviously, this was done by the supreme talent of the Ziying tribe. The Great Sky Sect definitely did not have such a powerful supreme talent. To be able to kill a Divine Emperor, this is terrifying. The Great Hong Sect is in first place again. It's hard to say. I don't know if the other superpowers have invited such powerful reinforcements. However, based on the overall ranking, the Great Hong sect is indeed stronger. The crowd discussed fervently. Many of the young supreme talents turned pale, and their faces turned solemn. They secretly decided that if they encountered the Ziying tribe in the second round of the competition, they would surrender immediately. Only a few forces had normal expressions on their faces. Interesting. Lu Ming's eyes lit up, and he was filled with fighting spirit. Initially, he was not interested in the Resource Alliance because he did not have an opponent who could make him take seriously. For example, Han Feng might seem powerful, but if Lu Ming went all out, he could easily defeat Han Feng. Although Han Feng was powerful, he was not powerful enough to fight against a divine emperor. But now Lu Ming was interested. Lu Ming was only a step away from the Divine Lord's sixth realm. If a powerful opponent gave him immense pressure, he might be able to stimulate his potential and make a breakthrough. Soon, the Great Hong sect's points were tabulated. A total of 1,200 points. The Fengdu Sword sect's points were less than half of the Great Hong sect's points. This made the other superpowers who wanted to fight for first place turn solemn. Then the other superpowers started to tabulate their points. In the end, the Great Hong sect had the most points and was firmly in first place. The superpower in second place had 1,100 points, which was almost 100 points less than the Great Hong sect. The Fengdu Sword sect had exceeded the expectations of many superpowers. They were in 10th place in the first round of the competition, overtaking their old rival, the Black Blood Hall. Damn it! Some of the experts from the Black Blood Hall were unhappy. It's all right. We are still 50 points behind them. The first round of the competition depended more on luck. Perhaps they were lucky, but the second round will depend on strength. In the second round, we will easily overtake them. A young man with a blood-colored horn on his head said in the Black Blood Hall. This person was the reinforcements that the Black Blood Hall had invited. He was a supreme talent from a powerful tribe. That's right. The second round will depend on you. The hall master of the Black Blood Hall smiled faintly. The young man with the blood-colored horn was called Wei Jin. He was a supreme talent from the Blood Ant tribe, and was a boundary emperor. The Blood Ant tribe was ranked 566 on the primitive 10,000 tribes board, and was much stronger than the Sacred Heart tribe. This time, the hall master had paid a huge price to invite Wei Jin. His goal was to be in the top 10 or even higher. The hall master was relieved when he thought of Wei Jin's strength. He had seen Wei Jin fight with his own eyes. Although Wei Jin was only a boundary emperor, he had fought with a first-layer god emperor for more than 10 moves before he was at a disadvantage. Ordinary boundary emperors could only be killed by a divine emperor. A divine emperor could kill a large number of boundary emperors with a wave of his hand. Being able to block a divine emperor's attack without dying was already shocking enough, not to mention being in a disadvantageous position after exchanging more than 10 moves. With such combat strength, other than the supreme talent from the Ziying tribe that the Great Hong sect had invited, Wei Jin was almost invincible. Hence, the hall master was confident. Sect leader Wang flew back with a smile on his face. He was satisfied to be in the top 10 in the first round. However, he felt that it was a pity. If Lu Ming had teamed up with Han Feng in the first round, the Fengdu Sword sect would have gained more points. Alright, the points of the first round are out. Let's start the second round. The Great Hong sect leader announced. Then a group of experts flew out. This group of experts came from 18 different forces, and each force participated in the second round to ensure fairness. These experts moved their hands and runes appeared one after another. In the next moment, 18 battle stages gradually appeared in the sky. Chapter 3762. 18 huge fighting stages floated in the air. The fighting stages were huge and black in color. They looked like they were made of a strange metal. There were runes on them and they looked heavy as if they were indestructible. The rules of the second round are as follows. First, I will split the 18 forces into 18 fighting stages. There will be 16 people on each stage. These 16 people will take turns to fight. Everyone will fight with the other 15 people. Finally, the 4 people with the best results on each stage will advance to the next round. Those who advance will receive 100 points. Those who don't advance will receive no points. In the end, 72 people will advance to the next round of the 18 fighting stages. These 72 people will then fight one-on-one to determine the strongest 9 people. These 9 people will then take turns to fight each other to determine the final ranking. The Grand Patriarch continued to announce. No one was surprised. They already knew about this rule. This was the most classic fighting stage rule, and it was also the fairest. Many forces would use this rule for the competition. Lu Ming had seen many of these rules along the way. The more he fought, the more points he would receive. The 72 people who advanced to the next round would receive 100 points. After that, they would fight one-on-one and advance to the next round. The 36 people who advanced to the next round would receive 200 points. The 36 people who advanced to the next round would receive 300 points. The 18 people who advanced to the next round would receive 500 points. For a force, the more people who advanced to the next round, the more points they would receive. Once they were in the top 3, they would receive additional rewards. Hence, for a top-notch Sky Pride, the points they would receive would be shocking. Now, I will call out the names and assign you to your fighting stages. Number 1 Fighting Stage, Martial Arts University Yaolin. Number 2 Fighting Stage. Number 3 Fighting Stage Muyin. The Grand Sky Sect Master read out a list of names and assigned everyone to the 18 fighting stages. Those whose names were called would head to the corresponding fighting stage. Lu Ming was assigned to number 3 fighting stage. Soon the assignment was completed. Lu Ming glanced around and knew what was going on. The 18 forces each had 16 people, and they were assigned to 18 fighting stages. There were almost no repetitions. There would only be one person from the same force on each fighting stage. This was for fairness so that everyone could give it their all. Swish. Swish. With a flash, a figure appeared on each of the fighting stages. These were the elders from the various factions, and they were here to act as judges. On the third platform was a green-haired middle-aged man. My name is Lu Feichuan. I'm the judge of the third platform. Next, I will arrange your battles. In this battle, there's only a winner and a loser, not a life and death battle. So if you feel that you can't win, it's best that you admit defeat as soon as possible. If you don't admit defeat and are killed or injured, you will have to bear the consequences. Lu Feichuan shouted. Understood. Lu Ming and the others replied. All right, the first match, Muyin Zhongfei, come up. Lu Feichuan shouted. I'm the first one? Lu Ming was slightly taken aback, but it didn't matter. In any case, he had to fight with the other 15 people. It didn't matter if it was morning or night. He stepped out and landed on the battle stage. On the other side, a burly young man also landed on the fighting ring. His name was Zhongfei. Zhongfei swept his gaze over Lu Ming, revealing a hint of contempt at the corners of his mouth. 5th level Divine Lord? I advise you to admit defeat, lest you look for a beating. Zhongfei smiled casually as a powerful aura emanated from his body. 6th level Divine Lord, 1 level higher than Lu Ming. Although there was no lack of Heaven's Prides in this world who could jump levels to fight, he was a Heaven's Pride himself. Even if Lu Ming could jump levels, he couldn't surpass him. So when he saw that Lu Ming was only a 5th level Divine Lord, he was very relaxed. This sentence is what I want to say to you. If you admit defeat, you will be injured by me and affect the rest of the battle. Lu Ming said. You're quite stubborn. I wonder if your strength is as strong as yours. Take this. Zhongfei shouted and stepped on the battle stage. His burly body rushed towards Lu Ming and threw a punch at Lu Ming. Wind God Kick. Lu Ming's mind stirred and he kicked out. There were at least dozens of leg-type secret arts fused in his feet. Once it was activated, it swept towards Zhongfei like a whirlwind. The speed was shockingly fast. Attacking later but arriving first. Bang. Lu Ming kicked Zhongfei in the face. Zhongfei screamed and flew backward at a speed faster than when he pounced on Lu Ming. He flew out of the fighting ring directly and fell to the square below. He landed heavily on the ground and vomited blood. Stunned. Zhongfei was completely dumbfounded. His head buzzed nonstop and his eyes turned white. The people on the third battle stage, and some people who noticed this side were also somewhat stunned. They didn't expect that the outcome of the battle between the two was decided in an instant. Moreover, it was a 5th level Divine Lord who won. N. Sect head Wang nodded his head. He wasn't surprised at Lu Ming's victory. And the sect that Zhong Fei was in had an expert snorting coldly. He took a few more glances at Lu Ming, and was somewhat displeased. The Heaven's Pride on the third battle stage couldn't help sizing up Lu Ming. Some people's eyes were solemn, some had indifferent expressions, and some were disdainful. On the other battle stages, there were also a few people paying attention to this side. For example, Han Feng, Qi Ping, and the others. They hated Lu Ming to the extreme. On their side, before it was their turn to fight, they noticed that Lu Ming was fighting on the third battle stage. They naturally looked over, wanting to see how Lu Ming was suppressed. They never expected that Lu Ming would defeat his opponent in one move. He has some strength. No wonder he's so arrogant. But that's all. He's just a 5th-level Divine Lord after all. Han Feng snorted coldly in his heart. He was even more displeased when he didn't see Lu Ming being oppressed. Qi Ping also had the same feeling. There are a few people on the third battle stage who are very strong. Let's see how long this brat can be proud of himself. Qi Ping thought coldly in his heart. Mu Yin wins. Lu Feichuan also sized up Lu Ming a few more times before announcing Lu Ming's victory. Lu Ming left the battle stage, and Lu Feichuan announced the next group's battle. The competition continued. On the third battle stage, there was only one person who attracted Lu Ming's attention. Because this person's cultivation was even stronger, reaching the quasi-emperor realm. He was a Heaven's Pride from a powerful race, and was invited by a force as external aid. He easily dealt with his opponent in one move. As for the remaining people, the highest was only a 9th-level Divine Lord. They didn't attract Lu Ming's interest. Soon 18 people and 9 groups finished their matches. Mu Yin, Cheng Hu, come on stage and fight. Lu Feichuan called out Lu Ming's name again. Lu Ming stepped onto the battle stage. At the same time, another youth also stepped onto the battle stage. This was a youth wearing wings. As soon as he stepped onto the stage, his body rapidly expanded and turned into his original form, a giant bird. No, it should be the primordial divine body. Chapter 3763. Cheng Hu unleashed his primordial divine body, and an ancient aura spread out. It was obvious that his primordial divine body was extremely powerful. 9th stage. Lu Ming sensed that Cheng Hu's primordial divine body had already reached the 9th stage, and he wasn't far from condensing the primordial divine blood. Of course, it wasn't that easy to take that step. It required talent and luck. Cheng Hu's primordial divine body attracted many people's attention. What a powerful aura. 8th-level Divine Lord. 8th-level Divine Lord against a 5th-level Divine Lord. There's no suspense. That person seems to be the external aid that the Black Blood Hall invited. Many people were discussing. The people from the Black Blood Hall sneered. Han Feng, Qi Ping, and the others below the battle stage were also paying attention. Previously, Han Feng and another youth from the Sacred Heart race had obtained victory in the other battle stages. The 3 purple-eyed golden geese had also obtained victory. However, Qi Ping was unlucky to have encountered an expert and was defeated. Therefore, his expression was ugly. When he saw that Lu Ming had encountered an expert, he immediately sneered. Mu Yin is definitely going to admit defeat. I really hope that he doesn't. Qi Ping's eyes flickered with cold light. He really hoped that Lu Ming would be stupid and not admit defeat. Then Cheng Hu would kill him. Of course, he knew that it was impossible. Facing such an opponent, how could Lu Ming not admit defeat? Who among you wants to admit defeat? The referee Lu Fei glanced at Lu Ming as he spoke. In his opinion, the difference between Lu Ming and Cheng Hu was too big. In the Divine Lord realm, the difference of 3 levels was like heaven and earth. Lu Ming couldn't possibly be Cheng Hu's opponent. He thought that Lu Ming would admit defeat. However, Lu Ming shook his head. Cheng Hu revealed a sinister smile. He was the external aid that the Black Blood Hall had paid a huge price to invite. He was paid to help them. The Black Blood Hall's Hall Master had told him that if he encountered someone from the Fengdu Sword sect during the competition, he shouldn't be merciful. He originally thought that Lu Ming would admit defeat, but he didn't expect that Lu Ming wouldn't admit defeat. That's even better. He would let Lu Ming know what regret was. He didn't admit defeat? Han Feng, Qi Ping, and the others were stunned. Qi Ping was overjoyed. Haha, this kid is really foolish. Facing an 8th level Divine Lord, he actually didn't admit defeat. Really courting death. Qi Ping nearly laughed out loud. As for Han Feng, he snorted coldly. He's regretted that he couldn't kill him. Initially, he wanted to kill Lu Ming personally after this matter was over. However, it seemed that Lu Ming was simply courting death. He didn't need he himself. Lu Feichuan was also slightly surprised. However, he didn't say anything more. He said, since no one has admitted defeat, let's start the competition. Kill. Lu Feichuan's voice had just faded when Sichuanqi pounced towards Lu Ming. Sichuanqi transformed into the primordial divine body. He was a giant bird. Flapping his wings, he brought along a destructive gale as he pounced towards Lu Ming. His wings were like blades, pressing towards Lu Ming. The horrifying power wanted to smash Lu Ming into smithereens. Facing this attack, Lu Ming's expression was the same as usual. Sichuanqi's combat strength wasn't bad, but he was just a heaven's pride among 8th level divine lords. Actually, back then in the dragon race's mother planet, some of the various races' heaven's pride that Lu Ming encountered already cultivated the primordial divine body to the 9th stage. Some even successfully condensed the primordial divine blood. These top races' top heaven's prides were actually not weak. Therefore, Sichuanqi was just an ordinary heaven's pride in Lu Ming's eyes. Just as Chuanqi's wings were about to hit Lu Ming made his move. Swoosh. His palm was like a blade, chopping out. Bang. Lu Ming's palm collided with Chuanqi's wings, erupting with an intense rumble. Following that, feathers swirled in the air. Chuanqi's massive body flew back, blood splattering everywhere. What? Anyone who was paying attention to this side could not help opening their eyes wide, revealing a look of disbelief. The one who was sent flying was actually not Lu Ming, but Chuanqi. Furthermore, Chuanqi retreated with injuries. A 5th level Divine Lord actually injured an 8th level Divine Lord Heaven's Pride in one move in a head-on battle. How was this possible? The Black Blood Hall's people were stunned. Han Feng, Qi Ping, and the rest were also stunned, unable to wrap their heads around the turn of events for a moment. Before everyone could react, Lu Ming dashed toward Chonghu to kill him. Kill. Lu Ming shouted and punched out. A terrifying fist force pierced through the void, directly piercing through Chuanqi's wings. Then, Lu Ming grabbed with a backhand, grabbing Chuanqi's tail that rushed out, swinging him up and flinging him towards the ground. With an intense rumble, Chuanqi was smashed heavily onto the ground. Unable to maintain his primordial divine body form, he turned into an ordinary giant bird, twitching nonstop. Although Chuanqi did not die, he was seriously injured and on the verge of death. Many people who were watching this side were all in a daze. It ended just like that? He won just like that? A 5th level Divine Lord defeated an 8th level Divine Lord? Ha ha. Sect Head Wang was long mentally prepared, so he was the first to react. He laughed loudly, looking in the direction of Black Blood Hall with a smug look. Only then did everyone react. Black Blood Hall's Hall Master and the other experts of Black Blood Hall had ugly expressions. How is this possible? Qi Ping, Han Feng, and the rest were dumbfounded, their eyes wide open. They had been mocking Lu Ming all along, looking down on Lu Ming. Especially Han Feng, a mere 5th level Divine Lord, he did not place him in his sights at all. Previously, he was still mocking Lu Ming nonstop. But Lu Ming used practical actions to viciously slap him a few times, making his expression extremely grim. Damn it! Han Feng shouted coldly in his heart, killing intent pervading in his heart. Lu Ming already became his must-kill target. Interesting. What powerful combat strength. At this moment, some of the top heaven's prides on the other battle stages also had their gazes drawn. After all, for a 5th level Divine Lord to be able to defeat an 8th level Divine Lord, it represented talent and combat strength. Although his cultivation was still low right now, once his cultivation rose up, it would be very terrifying. It already aroused their attention. This battle Mu Yin wins. Lu Feichuan came to his senses and announced Lu Ming's victory. Just like this, Lu Ming obtained 2 consecutive victories. Lu Ming left the battle stage calmly, but it was different from before. Many people's gazes were sweeping over him. One could imagine that the next time he fought, he would attract even more gazes. After Lu Ming left the battle stage, his gaze was also sizing up the other battle stages. Each battle stage had extremely powerful heaven's prides on it. There was at least one quasi-emperor. Some battle stages even had more. These people's strengths were very powerful. When others encountered them, virtually all of them admitted defeat. The competition carried out one after another. Very soon, it was Lu Ming's turn to fight again. But the opponent this time was just a 6th-level Divine Lord. The moment he saw Lu Ming, he directly admitted defeat. Chapter 3764. The competition carried out one match after another. The following 7 matches in a row, Lu Ming did not encounter 2 powerful opponents. The one with the highest cultivation was also an 8th-level Divine Lord. After seeing that it was Lu Ming, he hesitated over and over again, and finally still admitted defeat. Just like this, Lu Ming obtained 10 consecutive victories. Lu Ming was only 2 steps away from advancing to the 3rd platform. As long as he obtained 12 victories, he would be able to lock in the group's 4th place and qualify to advance. Once he advanced, the corresponding faction could obtain 100 points. The way everyone saw it, a 5th-level Divine Lord being able to advance was simply inconceivable. But the truth was that Lu Ming was already close. Humph, next, it's all experts. It won't be that easy for him to want to win. Han Feng and Qi Ping both snorted coldly in their hearts. Because next, the experts that Lu Ming encountered would all be 9th-level Divine Lord Heavens Chosen. These Heavens Chosen were virtually all 4 and 8 Heavens Chosen invited by various major factions, their strength formidable. Sure enough, in the 11th match, Lu Ming encountered a 9th-level Divine Lord existence. Your strength is very strong, exceeding my expectations. But it's impossible for you to be my match. Opposite Lu Ming, a tall and thin youth looked at Lu Ming with cold eyes. Flames continuously spread out from his body. This youth came from the Blazing Flame Sky Bamboo clan. Blazing Flame Sky Bamboo, a kind of plant life, ranked 4567 on the Primeval 10,000 Races Proclamation. How would you know without fighting? Make your move. Lu Ming's expression was very calm. Begin. Lu Feichuan announced. Whoosh. The moment Lu Feichuan's voice faded, the Blazing Flame Sky Bamboo Heavens Chosen made his move. His tall and thin body was akin to a long sword emitting flames, slashing over toward Lu Ming. Scorching flames enveloped toward Lu Ming. In a blink of an eye, the scorching flames arrived in front of Lu Ming. Swoosh. Lu Ming hacked a palm out. The flames that surged over were split into 2 like flowing water. Clank. Lu Ming's palm collided with the Blazing Flame Sky Bamboo's Outstanding Talent's palm. There was a loud explosion as if 2 divine weapons had collided. Then a figure retreated rapidly. The one who retreated was the Blazing Flame Sky Bamboo prodigy. Many people gasped. Lu Ming could actually still occupy the upper hand in the confrontation with the Blazing Flame, Heavenly Bamboo Heavens Chosen. Was this still a 5th-level Divine Lord cultivation? This was too monstrous. The Blazing Flame Sky Bamboo's outstanding talent retreated 1,000 meters. His hands trembled slightly, and his expression was extremely grave. In that move just now he was completely at a disadvantage. Amazing! Again! The flaming Heavenly Bamboo prodigy shouted and dashed toward Lu Ming once again. In the process of dashing out, his body changed rapidly and turned into a fiery red bamboo. This was the true body of the flaming Heavenly Bamboo. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the fiery red bamboo leaves were like incomparably sharp swords as they stabbed towards Lu Ming. The space was pierced, and a pitch-black hole appeared. At the same time, the Blazing Flame Sky Bamboo's true body was like a divine sword that was filled with flames as it slashed towards Lu Ming. Open! Lu Ming roared. His finger was like a sword as he swung it out. Suddenly, dense sword chi appeared and blocked all the bamboo leaves. Since Lu Ming was pretending to be a disciple of the Fengdu sword sect, he naturally had to act more realistically. The bamboo leaves were blocked, but the Blazing Flame Sky Bamboo's true body had already arrived. A sword chi appeared on Lu Ming's finger as he swung the sword upwards. Clang! 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 The two of them exchanged more than 10 moves in the blink of an eye. To be honest, the Blazing Flame Sky Bamboo's outstanding talent was very strong. No matter if it was his physique secret technique, divine power, or origin secret technique, they had all reached an extremely profound level. Although he was a 9th level divine lord, it was not too difficult for him to kill an ordinary boundary emperor. Lu Ming did not activate the battle character formula, and did not use the taboo energy at full force. Hence, he could not kill his opponent instantly. However, the Blazing Flame Sky Bamboo's outstanding talent was no match for him. After the two of them exchanged more than 10 moves, the Blazing Flame Sky Bamboo's outstanding talent retreated to the edge of the fighting ring. His body trembled as he spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale. Impressive. Really impressive. I have never seen a 5th level divine lord with such combat strength in my life. I have lost this battle. I admit defeat wholeheartedly. The Blazing Flame Sky Bamboo's outstanding talent exclaimed. After saying that, he left the fighting ring and admitted defeat. Although he had only exchanged more than 10 moves with Lu Ming, he was very clear that Lu Ming's combat strength was unfathomable. He was no match for Lu Ming at all. He even had a feeling that Lu Ming did not use his full strength at all. If he used his full strength, he might be able to contend with those boundary emperors. This was simply unbelievable. How is this possible? How is this possible? Since when did Feng City Sword Sect have such an outstanding talent? Qi Ping kept roaring in his heart. The muscles on his face were distorted. In the past, he had always been the #1 outstanding talent in Feng City Sword Sect. Previously, he looked down on Lu Ming and placed the position of the #1 outstanding talent high. However, compared to Lu Ming, he was nothing. With Lu Ming's combat strength, he could probably defeat him with just a casual move. What kind of bullshit #1 outstanding talent was he? If that was the case, wouldn't his previous actions be especially ridiculous? In the future, he would be a joke in the eyes of the Feng City Sword Sect's disciples. He simply could not accept it. As for Han Feng, the murderous intent in his eyes became even more intense. This guy, Han Feng muttered. He even felt a trace of pressure from Lu Ming. Although he still had the confidence to suppress Lu Ming, if Lu Ming was a little stronger and his cultivation level increased a little, he would not be able to suppress him anymore. I must finish him off as soon as possible, Han Feng thought in his heart. Following the Raging Flame Sky Bamboo's outstanding talent admitting defeat, Lu Ming already had 11 consecutive victories. He was just a step away from qualifying. In many people's eyes, Lu Ming qualifying was something that was set in stone. On the 3rd fighting platform, those who did not fight with Lu Ming were a quasi-royal prodigy and 3 9th level divine lord prodigies. Since Lu Ming could defeat the Raging Flame Sky Bamboo's outstanding talent, then he should have a high chance of winning against the remaining 3 9th level divine lord prodigies. At the very least, it was definitely not a problem to obtain another victory. The competition continued. After one round, it was Lu Ming's turn again. This time, his opponent was a 9th level divine lord prodigy. This prodigy's strength was very strong. However, he was at most at the standard of the Raging Flame Sky Bamboo's outstanding talent. After exchanging a few moves with Lu Ming, he knew that he was not Lu Ming's match and simply admitted defeat. On the 3rd fighting platform, there was that quasi-royal prodigy and also Lu Ming, this dark horse. This way, there were only 2 qualifying spots left. If they wanted to qualify, the difficulty was very high. Hence, they might as well admit defeat and preserve their strength to fight with other opponents with similar strength. Previously, the Raging Flame Sky Bamboo's outstanding talent also had this plan. This way, Lu Ming had already obtained 12 victories. Even if he lost the next 3 consecutive matches, he had already locked in the qualification. Chapter 3765. The competition continued, and there were many exciting fights. There were also exciting fights on the other 17 fighting stages. As for those unfathomable geniuses, they had a much easier time than Lu Ming and had a complete victory. However, there were also a few fighting stages that had intense fights. There were more than one quasi-royal genius on some of the fighting stages. These quasi-royal geniuses met each other in advance and there were exciting fights. Finally, there were differences in strength even among those of the same cultivation level. There was a young man in a green robe on one of the fighting stages that caught everyone's attention. The young man's combat strength was extremely strong. He won against a quasi-royal genius of the same cultivation level as him. His opponent was also a powerful genius. However, he was unable to fight back against the young man in the green robe. The difference in strength was obvious. Someone recognized that the young man in the green robe was from the Storm tribe, which was ranked 333 on the primitive 10,000 tribes board. He was another genius who could fight for the championship. Everyone thought that he could fight against the Ziying tribe's genius that the Great Sect had invited. Although the Ziying tribe was ranked 99 in the top 100 tribes, their overall talent was strong. However, that didn't mean that there weren't any geniuses who could fight against the Ziying tribe. Races that were ranked at the top only meant that their overall strength and overall talent were stronger. However, weaker races would also give birth to some terrifying geniuses who could trample those stronger races' geniuses underfoot. In history, there were many terrifying geniuses from small tribes that weren't even on the primitive 10,000 tribes board. Their names shook the universe, and they could even defeat the geniuses from the top 10 tribes. There were many such geniuses in every era. Everyone thought that the genius from the Storm tribe could kill an ordinary divine emperor. He is indeed unfathomable, Lu Ming muttered. Even he felt pressured when facing such a person. Now that he had unleashed his full strength and used the battle formula to increase his combat strength by 5 times and the gravity orb, he could only fight a first-layer divine emperor to a draw. During this period of time, he had cultivated some secret skills. However, his strength had only increased by a little. It would be difficult to defeat him, let alone kill him. Unless Qiuqiu was included. However, he couldn't borrow Qiuqiu's power in a competition like this. After all, Qiuqiu was a different kind of creature. If he borrowed Qiuqiu's power, it would be 2 against 1. Naturally, he wouldn't allow it. However, this made Lu Ming's fighting spirit even stronger. Perhaps he might be able to tap into the other party's strength to stimulate his potential and achieve a breakthrough in his cultivation. The competition was carried out one by one. Soon, it was Lu Ming's turn again. Muyun against Wall Pass. Lu Fei's voice rang out. His words caused the hearts of those who were paying attention to the third platform to tremble. Then they revealed looks of anticipation. There was no other reason. Guan Lianbi was the only quasi-emperor on the third towering platform. He was extremely powerful and had swept his way through, just like Lu Ming, undefeated. Previously, everyone thought that on the third platform, Lu Ming was only second to Guan Lianbi. They had long been looking forward to the battle between the two of them. Muyun is finally facing Guan Lianbi. Who do you think will win? It should be Guan Lianbi. Muyun is only a 5th-level divine lord after all, while Guan Lianbi is a quasi-emperor. The difference is too great. However, these people's tone was also filled with uncertainty. They didn't say that Lu Ming would definitely lose, because Lu Ming had created too many records before. In the beginning, he defeated a 6th-level divine lord prodigy. Then he defeated a 7th-level divine lord, an 8th-level divine lord, and even a 9th-level divine lord prodigy was defeated by Lu Ming. They already couldn't figure out Lu Ming. They felt that Lu Ming was shrouded in a layer of fog. Swoosh. Swoosh. Lu Ming and Guan Lianbi appeared on the platform at the same time. Guan Lianbi was very tall and sturdy. He wore a set of heavy armor, and stood there like an impenetrable wall. In reality, he was a prodigy from the Iron Wall race. A 5th-level divine lord with your combat strength. I've only seen it in the top 10 races. But I know that you haven't used your full strength yet. Come, fight with me and help me comprehend the Tao of the Divine Emperor. Guan Lianbi opened his mouth, his voice deep like thunder. He actually wanted to borrow Lu Ming's strength to help him comprehend the Tao of the Divine Emperor. It happened to coincide with Lu Ming's goal. I believe I won't disappoint you, Lu Ming said. Looks like none of you want to admit defeat. Then let's begin. Lu Feichuan announced. Bang. Bang. Guan Lianbi stepped forward. The speed of his steps wasn't fast, but they were as heavy as a mountain. With each step, the platform would emit a violent rumble. With each step he took, his body would swell up a little. After a few steps, his body became a lot bigger, and his aura also became a lot stronger. He was accumulating power. When he accumulated power to the peak, it would also be the peak of his combat strength. If it were other people, They would definitely make a move and interrupt Guan Lianbi's accumulation. But Lu Ming didn't. He stood there quietly, waiting for Guan Lianbi's accumulation to reach the peak. But the people by the side started to discuss. What's going on? Mu Yan actually didn't make a move and interrupt Guan Lianbi's accumulation. Looks like Lu Ming is waiting for Guan Lianbi's accumulation to reach the peak. What strong confidence! The crowd wasn't a fool and easily saw through Lu Ming's goal. Lu Ming was actually taking the initiative to wait for Guan Lianbi's accumulation. Unless he was a fool, it meant that he had strong confidence in himself. Among them, the most nervous were Han Feng and Qi Ping. The two of them clenched their fists tightly together. Their eyes were wide open as they stared at Lu Ming, hoping that Lu Ming would be defeated. Finally, when Guan Lianbi took 9 steps and accumulated power to the peak, Lu Ming made a move. Lu Ming took a light step forward. His body was like a phantom as he dashed toward the Guan Lianbi and threw a punch. Come on! Guan Lianbi shouted and punched out as well. Boom! Their fists collided, causing the space to explode. A pitch-black space appeared. The sky shook violently like a drum. Then the two figures retreated more than 10 steps before they could stabilize their footing. The two of them retreated at the same time. Is this the strength of a quasi-emperor level genius? It's really strong, definitely not comparable to an ordinary quasi-emperor level genius. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. This quasi-emperor level genius from the list of 10,000 races of the ancient desolate era had extremely strong combat strength. It was far from what an ordinary quasi-emperor level genius could compare to. Lu Ming could kill an ordinary quasi-emperor level genius with a casual move. But just now he was evenly matched with Guan Lianbi. Of course, this was because Lu Ming didn't use his full strength. He didn't use the battle character art or the gravity pearl. Even so, it still shocked the crowd. Chapter 3766. Everyone's heart thumped a few times. Lu Ming actually blocked Guan Lianbi's attack. Moreover, it was when Guan Lianbi had accumulated his strength to the peak. This was too unbelievable. One must know that Lu Ming was only a 5th-level divine lord. Damn it! How is this possible? Han Feng, Qi Ping, and the rest widened their eyes at the same time. Especially Qi Ping, his face was pale. Lu Ming was too terrifying. The key was that Lu Ming was a disciple of the Fengdu sword sect. He had treated Lu Ming like that previously. How would Lu Ming treat him in the future? When he thought of Lu Ming taking revenge on him in the future, he broke out in cold sweat. I hope he will be beaten to death in this competition. Qi Ping prayed in his heart. Huff! Guan Lianbi let out a breath. The light in his eyes shot out 3 zhang. To be honest, he was also shocked. At the same time, he was excited. Powerful, really powerful. Come again. Guan Lianbi hollered. He stomped his feet and dashed toward Lu Ming. His fist was emitting a dazzling radiance. It had doubled in size. The huge iron fist was attacking Lu Ming like a storm. Better use the sword. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Since he was pretending to be a disciple of the Fengdu sword sect, he had to act more realistically. He clenched his fists in the air and used the sword-type secret technique in his cells. A sword light appeared and was held in Lu Ming's hands. Swoosh! Lu Ming brandished the sword light and slashed at Guan Lianbi. Clang! 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 The two of them clashed continuously. Energy overflowed. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged more than 10 moves. The two of them retreated and charged towards each other again. After more than 10 moves, there was still no clear victor. Divine Iron Battle Armor. Guan Lianbi roared. A battle armor appeared on his body. The battle armor emitted a dazzling radiance, making Guan Lianbi's aura even stronger. He pushed his combat strength to the limit. Origin Source Secret Technique. I have severed 3 shackles. Lu Ming thought to himself. Evidently, Guan Lianbi's secret origin technique had severed 3 shackles. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so powerful. Battle Formula. Activate. Lu Ming finally triggered the battle formula. However, it didn't trigger 5 times combat strength, but 2 times. This was just a competition, not a life and death battle. There was no need for him to use his full strength to defeat Guan Lianbi. It was better to keep some trump cards hidden. But even with 2 times his combat strength, Lu Ming's aura had still soared. His strength had greatly increased, causing everyone's hearts to fiercely tremble. Whoosh! The sword light in Lu Ming's hand soared and slashed at Guan Lianbi's fist. This time, Guan Lianbi's body shook violently as he retreated continuously. However, Lu Ming did not retreat this time. Lu Ming had the upper hand. Swish! 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 After Lu Ming gained the upper hand, his attacks were like a storm. The sword light overlapped and slashed at Guan Lianbi one after another. Guan Lianbi roared and used all his strength to resist. However, he couldn't stop Lu Ming at all. Every time they clashed, he had to retreat. Clang! Some of the sword light slashed at Guan Lianbi's body, but it actually produced clanging sounds and sparks. It couldn't break through Guan Lianbi's defense at all. His defense is really thick. Lu Ming muttered. Guan Lianbi was from the Iron Wall race. He was best at defense, and his defense was extremely strong. In other aspects, he wasn't strong enough. However, Lu Ming didn't need to break through his defense at all. Lu Ming only needed to force Guan Lianbi off the stage, and that was enough. Lu Ming concentrated his strength. He didn't want to break through Guan Lianbi's defense, but only used his strength to directly attack. Guan Lianbi was completely suppressed by Lu Ming. He wanted to rush out, but his speed wasn't enough. This made him extremely sullen. Soon, Guan Lianbi was about to retreat to the edge of the stage. Stop, I don't want to fight anymore. I don't want to fight anymore. I admit defeat. Guan Lianbi shouted and directly admitted defeat. If they continued to fight, he would be blasted off the stage by Lu Ming. As soon as Guan Lianbi admitted defeat, Lu Ming flew back and restrained his aura. The sword light in his hand also dissipated. Mu Yun, I admit that your combat strength is really strong and unbelievable. However, if the two of us fight to the death, I may not lose to you. Guan Lianbi said. He took the initiative to admit defeat, but he was still somewhat unwilling. His defense was strong enough. If it was a life-and-death battle, he could rely on his powerful defense to resist Lu Ming's attack. When Lu Ming's divine power was exhausted and his attacks weakened, he could counterattack and perhaps defeat Lu Ming. Lu Ming smiled slightly and didn't refute. With the strength he had just used, it was true that he couldn't break through Guan Lianbi's defense. It was indeed as Guan Lianbi thought. However, he didn't use his full strength at all. He only activated the battle formula to double his combat strength. If he activated the battle formula to increase his combat strength by 5 times, he could instantly tear through Guan Lianbi's defense. Mu Yun wins this battle. Lu Feichuan announced. The scene was in an uproar. This result was really out of everyone's expectations. Obviously, after Lu Ming defeated Guan Lianbi on the 3rd stage, he was invincible. It was very likely that he would advance as the first in the group. No one had expected this beforehand. Qi Ping's face was pale. Han Feng's face was extremely gloomy. Of course, the experts of the Black Blood Hall were also gloomy. Sect leader Wan, on the other hand, burst into laughter. He felt that his decision to invite Lu Ming was too wise. After this battle, Lu Ming won 13 consecutive battles. The competition continued. Next, the scene gradually became clear. It was also clear whether the participants on each stage could advance or not. In the next 2 battles, Lu Ming's opponents directly surrendered. They clearly saw the strength that Lu Ming had displayed in the battle with Guan Lianbi. They also knew that they weren't Lu Ming's match. If they didn't surrender, would they be looking for trouble? Just like that, Lu Ming won 15 consecutive battles, and became the first in the 3rd stage. After a while, the battles on the other stages also ended. The number of participants from each force was also tabulated. Some people were happy, while others were sad. There were 18 forces and 72 participants. On average, each force would be allocated 4 participants. However, in reality, it was naturally impossible for each force to have 4 participants. There were strong and weak forces. For example, there were 7 Sky Prides from the Great Sect who had qualified. And the weakest force only had 1 pitiful genius. Unless the only prodigy in this faction had heaven-defying strength and could achieve consecutive victories, this faction would most likely be at the bottom. The leader of this force had an extremely ugly expression. If their results were at the bottom, they would definitely be the weakest when the resources were allocated. For a long time in the future, They would not have good resources and their strength would get worse. This would form a vicious cycle. This time, the Fengdu sword sect had 3 people who had advanced. Their results were not satisfactory, and could only be considered as barely passable. These 3 people were Lu Ming, Han Feng, and a supreme talent from the purple-eyed golden geese called Yanzi. Chapter 3767. 3 people from the Feng City sword sect obtained 300 points. In addition to the 500 points they obtained in the first round, they had a total of 800 points. This result could only be considered average among the 18 forces. The strongest force, the Great Sky sect, had a total of 900 points and was firmly in first place. In second place was the Lingfeng family with a total of 1,700 points. The Sky Pride from the Stormwind tribe was the external help that the Lingfeng family had invited. The third place had a total of 1,600 points, which was double the points of the Feng City sword sect. However, it was still early and nothing was known yet, because the next round would be the battles between the 72 Sky Prides. As long as one was in the top 36, they would obtain 200 points. The next round would be a huge change in the points. At this moment, Qi Ping, Han Feng, and the rest gathered together and glanced coldly at Lu Ming from time to time. Brother Han Muyin is too monstrous. If you meet him in the next round, do you have the confidence to deal with him? Qi Ping asked softly. Han Feng's face darkened. He pondered for a while and said, looking at the strength he displayed in the battle with Guan Lianbi, I will definitely kill him if he meets me. Han Feng said in a low voice and a cold killing intent flashed in his eyes. Although Lu Ming was strong, he had a special method and was confident that he could kill Lu Ming. That's good. It would be great if that kid meets Brother Han in the next round. Qi Ping said as he prayed in his heart. He was really afraid. With Lu Ming's strength he would definitely not let him go if he was alive. Qi Ping's life in the Feng City sword sect would definitely be tough. In the past he was awe-inspiring and could do whatever he wanted. He would never return to those days. He couldn't accept it. Condense. At this moment, the judges from the 18 forces shouted at the same time. They formed seals with their hands and runes filled the air. Then the 18 stages started to gather together and formed an even bigger stage. All right, the 72 people will continue with the competition. The rules are simple. The 72 of you will draw lots. Whoever you draw will fight in pairs. The sect leader of the Great Sky sect announced. This was a classic 2-man arena battle. Of course, it also required a bit of luck. If one's luck was bad and they were matched against an expert they couldn't defeat, then they could only blame it on their bad luck. Next, the Great Sky Grand Hierarch divided the 72 people into 2 groups. Each group had 36 people. Then, the Great Sky Grand Hierarch carved the names of the 36 people on bamboo sticks. Then he placed the bamboo sticks into a metal box. The surface of the metal box was engraved with runes that could isolate spiritual sense, preventing people from peeking at the names inside with their spiritual sense and preventing cheating. I've engraved the names of the people on your side. Those who haven't engraved their names, come and draw lots. The Great Sky sect leader waved his hand, and the metal box flew out and floated in the air. He then instructed a group of people to go up and draw lots. Whoever's name was drawn would be the one to fight. I'll go first. A purple-robed young man stepped out. Those whose names were engraved immediately became nervous. This was because this person was the peerless Sky Pride that the Great Sect had invited from the Ziying tribe. His strength was unfathomable, and he was a strong contender for first place. No one wanted to be drawn by him, even if there were other Sky Prides who were as strong as him. Now was not the time for the final battle. If they were defeated, they would not be able to earn many points. Under the nervous gazes of the crowd, the Sky Pride of the Ziying tribe took out a bamboo stick from the metal box. Ansu, the young man from the Ziying tribe said slowly. The face of the young man called Ansu instantly turned pale. How unlucky. Ansu sighed inwardly. Come, let's fight. The Sky Pride of the Ziying tribe stepped onto the fighting ring with a heroic spirit. I admit defeat. Ansu admitted defeat directly. There was no need for him to fight. He was only a 9th-level Divine Lord. The difference between him and the Sky Pride of the Ziying tribe was too great. Even if he gave it his all, he would not stand a chance. Moreover, There were no rules that forbade him from killing his opponent. If the Sky Pride of the Ziying tribe wanted to kill him, he would be wronged. Hence, he admitted defeat. In this way, the Sky Pride of the Ziying tribe easily won the battle and entered the 36th place. This gave the Great Sky Sect another 200 points. The Great Sky Sect's points exceeded 2,000 points. I'll do it. At this moment, another young man stepped forward. The crowd was shocked. This person was the Sky Pride of the Stormwind tribe. He was also someone who had the ability to fight for first place. He had also drawn a 9th-level Divine Lord. That person also admitted defeat. Next, the Sky Prides went up one by one to draw lots. Under normal circumstances, as long as the difference between the two parties was not too great, they would choose to fight. This was because this was the elimination round and not the group stage. If they lost, they still had a chance. Once they lost in the elimination round, they would not have a chance. Intense battles took place one after another. Of course, many people would admit defeat decisively once they were no match for their opponents. After all, they were only hired external help. They just had to try their best. There was no need to risk their lives. Soon half of the 36 battles were over. Mu Yun. At this moment, a young man drew a bamboo stick and called out Mu Yun's name. The young man did not look too good. He knew about Lu Ming's combat strength. However, he was only a 9th-level Divine Lord. If he encountered Lu Ming, he would be in danger. Swoosh. Lu Ming was very decisive. He took a step out and landed on the battle stage. That young man gritted his teeth and also landed on the battle stage. Brother Mu, your strength really makes me admire. I want to exchange a few moves with Brother Mu. How about we stop when it's appropriate? The young man said. Many people smiled knowingly. Very clearly, this person was wary of Lu Ming's strength, but did not wish to give up like this. He wanted to give it a try. Hence, he said this to leave a way out for himself. Of course, Lu Ming said with a smile. He had no enmity with the other party. As long as he won, it was enough. There was no need to shout and kill. Whoosh. That young man moved, charging toward Lu Ming like a streak of divine light. His speed was very fast. Clearly, this person was adept at speed. His offensive power was also very strong. His attacks were like a storm, endless, making it impossible to guard against. This was also the reason why he wanted to give it a try. Even those stronger than him in a head-on clash would be defeated by him if careless. However, he was destined to miscalculate when facing Lu Ming. Swoosh. Swoosh. Sword light appeared in Lu Ming's hand. He instantly slashed out 1,000 swords, filling the sky with sword light. The sword light that filled the sky enveloped the other party. The other party's attack was instantly broken. His figure retreated explosively, retreating all the way to the edge of the battle stage before stopping. There were already 2 additional sword wounds on his body, fresh blood flowing. It really won't work. The young man secretly shook his head. Then he cupped his fists and said, Brother Mu is indeed formidable. I admire you. Done talking, he turned around and left the battle stage, taking the initiative to admit defeat. Chapter 3768. In this way, Lu Ming also won and entered the 36th place. He had obtained 200 points for the Fengdu sword sect. The competition continued. Han Feng and Yanzi also took turns to fight. Han Feng's strength was very strong. He defeated his opponent without much effort. However, Yanzi was not that strong. He encountered a quasi-emperor level genius and was defeated by him. Not long after, the 36 matches came to an end. 2 people from the Fengdu sword sect entered the 36th place and had accumulated 1,200 points. 5 people from the Great Heaven sect entered the 36th place, and they were still in the lead with 2,900 points. The most miserable one was the one who had only 1 person qualified. In this round, only 1 person had been eliminated. In this way, this sect was destined to be at the bottom. At the end of this round, the Fengdu sword sect was ranked 10th among the 18 sections. The Black Blood Hall was slightly better at 9th place. Next, the 36 people who won would compete to determine the 18th place. Those who entered the 18th place would each obtain 300 points. The rules were the same as before. The Great Heaven sect leader divided the 36 people into 2 groups. One group would carve their names on bamboo sticks and put them into the metal box. The other group would draw lots. Whoever was drawn would fight with that group. This time, Lu Ming was still the one who drew lots. The prodigy of the Ziying race and the prodigy of the Stormwind race, the two-seeded contestants, had also drawn lots. All right, let's start drawing lots, the Great Heaven Sect leader announced. The 18 people who drew lots looked at each other. For a moment, no one stepped forward. The two powerful demons from the Ziying tribe and Stormwind tribe were in the same group. If they were drawn, they would vomit blood. Let me do it. At this moment, a figure walked up. Hanfeng. The first person to draw lots was Hanfeng. He walked to the front of the metal box and reached in to pull out a bamboo stick. He looked at the name on the bamboo stick and was slightly stunned. Then he revealed a playful smile, as well as a wisp of ice-cold killing intent. Who did he draw? Many people were curious. Hanfeng looked toward Lu Ming and revealed the name on the bamboo stick in his hand. Mu Yun. Hanfeng slowly spat out a name. It's Cloud Herder. In the plentiful city sword sects area, Qi Ping's eyes suddenly lit up. Qi Ping was very clear that Hanfeng wanted to kill Lu Ming. As long as Lu Ming dared to fight Hanfeng, then Hanfeng would be able to kill Lu Ming. As for the fact that both of them were from the plentiful city sword sect, if the two of them met, it would be disadvantageous for the sect. He did not care. What did it have to do with him? As long as Lu Ming was dead, everything would be fine. After Lu Ming was dead, the Fengdu sword sect would still be his world. He would still be the #1 person in the sect, and he could get whatever he wanted. Damn it, how did this happen? Sect leader Wang's face was extremely dark. The other elders of the Fengdu sword sect were the same. From their point of view, they didn't want Lu Ming and Hanfeng to meet. When the two of them met, one of them would be eliminated without even fighting. This was extremely disadvantageous to the Fengdu sword sect. Of course, the benefits were not useless. One of them was destined to enter the top 18 and obtain 300 points. However, sect leader Wang and the other's ambition was not limited to that. He still wanted Lu Ming and Hanfeng to enter the top 18. My luck is not bad. Lu Ming revealed a smile. Hanfeng had been targeting him, showing his killing intent to him without restraint. Lu Ming also wanted to eliminate Hanfeng. However, he did not have the chance. Now the chance was here. If he eliminated Hanfeng in a fair and square battle, the Sacred Heart tribe behind him would be embarrassed to say anything. The premise was that Hanfeng would not admit defeat before the battle even started. I didn't expect you to pick me. Lu Ming spoke, and his gaze fell on Hanfeng. My luck has always been good. Hanfeng said with a cold gaze. Around them, people from other forces, especially those from the Black Blood Hall, looked at Lu Ming and Hanfeng as if they were watching a good show. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that Lu Ming and Hanfeng had a conflict. It was interesting that people from the same force had a conflict in such a competition, and met each other. Sect leader Wang also had a headache. He was really afraid that Lu Ming and Hanfeng would both be injured, which would affect the rest of the competition. However, he could not suppress the two of them. One was a peerless genius with an unknown background, while the other was a top genius from the primitive 10,000 tribes board. Neither of them cared about him. Sect leader Wang felt that it was too difficult for him. Is that so? Come on then. Lu Ming stepped forward and came to the fighting ring. Hanfeng also moved and appeared on the fighting ring, facing Lu Ming from afar. It's not too late to admit defeat. Later, when we fight, death and injury are inevitable. Hanfeng hurriedly said, trying to provoke Lu Ming so that Lu Ming would not admit defeat easily. Brother, why did you steal my line? Lu Ming really wanted to say that to Hanfeng. That was because he wanted to provoke Hanfeng with these words, so that Hanfeng would not admit defeat easily. He did not expect Hanfeng to speak first. However, this was also good. Lu Ming could retaliate. I admit defeat? That's not going to happen. I'm more afraid that you will admit defeat before we even fight. Lu Ming said calmly. Ha, me admit defeat? You are really naive. If I admit defeat. Hanfeng laughed. If I admit defeat, I will destroy my own cultivation. After being provoked by Lu Ming, Hanfeng could not help but blurt it out. Alright, it's a deal. Lu Ming quickly agreed. Han Feng was stunned and he could not help but feel regretful. Especially when he saw Lu Ming's expression, he could not help but feel uneasy. Could it be that Lu Ming could really defeat him? No way. How can this brat defeat me? Han Feng shook his head and threw the unrealistic thoughts out of his mind. Let's begin. The sect leader of the Great Grand Sect announced the start of the competition. Boom. As soon as the Grand Sky Sect leader finished his words, a dazzling radiance erupted from Han Feng's body, and a dazzling sword light appeared. That was his origin source secret skill. Heart-slaying sword. Han Feng shouted, and a sword light pierced towards Lu Ming at an alarming speed. Lu Ming was not afraid at all. He used his fingers as a sword, and a sword light burst out from his fingers as he slashed towards Han Feng. How dare you take my heart-slaying sword head-on? You are courting death. Great. When Han Feng saw Lu Ming's sword slashing towards him, he was not surprised. Instead, he was elated. His heart-slaying sword was not an ordinary sword attack. It could directly strike the enemy's heart and destroy it. Boom. When Lu Ming and Han Feng's attack collided, sword chi spread in all directions. All of a sudden, Lu Ming sensed a strange energy from Han Feng's sword gleam. It dashed into his body and headed straight for his heart. Poof. Lu Ming's heart was pierced by the sword light and a hole was formed. When one's cultivation reached the Divine King or Divine Lord realm, even if their physical body was shattered, as long as their soul was not destroyed, they could still recover. However, it did not mean that there was no impact at all. For example, the heart. Chapter 3769. The heart was the center of one's chi and blood, and the internal organs were all vital points. Even a divine lord or divine emperor would be greatly affected in a short period of time. Their combat strength would be weakened, their chi and blood would be insufficient, and it would be difficult for them to use their divine power. Therefore, many experts would be weakened once they were injured. Han Feng's heart-slaying sword specialized in attacking the heart. The heart-slaying sword chi exploded and went straight for the heart. Once it hit the opponent's heart, the opponent's strength would be greatly weakened in an instant. Unfortunately, he met Lu Ming. Lu Ming did not have any vital points at the moment. Every cell in his body was the center, the core. Therefore, Lu Ming was not affected at all when his heart was pierced by the heart-slaying sword chi. However, Han Feng did not know this at all. He thought that Lu Ming was greatly affected, and his face revealed a ferocious expression. Go to hell. Han Feng roared, and the sword light became stronger. He became one with the sword and slashed at Lu Ming. He wanted to take the opportunity to cut Lu Ming in half. However, at this moment, Lu Ming revealed a strange sneer. He threw a punch at Han Feng's sword gleam. The moment he punched, Lu Ming's aura skyrocketed. In an instant, Lu Ming activated the Battle Character Sutra to triple his combat strength. 3 times the combat power was more than enough. Boom. Lu Ming's fist collided with Han Feng's sword light. At the moment of impact, Han Feng's expression changed. The ferocious expression at the beginning turned to shock, and then to disbelief and fear. Then Han Feng's sword light collapsed. Under the force of Lu Ming's fist, it was extinguished like a candle flame. Then Lu Ming's fist landed on Han Feng's nose. Crack! Han Feng's nose was broken, and his whole face caved in. Of course, his head did not explode because Lu Ming showed mercy. Ah! Han Feng let out a shrill scream and retreated rapidly. However, Lu Ming grabbed one of Han Feng's arms and swung him up. Han Feng was thrown to the ground heavily. He was like a toad that had been smashed to the ground, making strange sounds. Cracking sounds came from his body. That was the sound of bones breaking. Han Feng's attack power was similar to Guan Lianbi's. His ultimate move was the heart-slaying sword. With the punishing heart sword, even those who were stronger than him would often be defeated by him. Although Guan Lianbi's defense was amazing, if he fought Han Feng, Guan Lianbi, and it would be a crushing defeat. This was why Han Feng was so confident that he could defeat Lu Ming. Indeed, if Lu Ming was an ordinary prodigy, his combat ability would be greatly reduced after his heart was pierced. He might really be killed by Han Feng. However, there was no if. At this moment, Han Feng finally came to his senses and wanted to admit defeat. But before the words left his mouth, he stopped. He remembered what he said before. Once he admitted defeat, he would cripple his own cultivation. If a cultivator crippled his own cultivation, what would he be left with? He would be worse than trash. This was something he could not accept. Damn it, I've been tricked. Han Feng roared in his heart. He knew that he had been tricked by Lu Ming. Lu Ming seemed to know that he would defeat him, so he provoked Han Feng not to admit defeat. Previously, he wanted to provoke Lu Ming not to admit defeat. Now that he thought about it, how ridiculous was that? The surrounding audience was also stunned. They were a little confused. Wasn't Han Feng defeated a little too quickly? You're a big shot after all. How could you be defeated so easily? They felt like they were in a dream. Even sect leader Wang, Han Xiling, and the others who were very confident in Lu Ming felt that it was a little unreal. Yes, they knew that Lu Ming was strong and could easily defeat and kill quasi-emperors. However, Han Feng could do the same. Therefore, they always thought that no matter how strong Lu Ming was, he would only be at Han Feng's level. They never expected that Han Feng would be so weak in front of Lu Ming. Han Feng is being countered. Han Feng's heart-punishing sword specializes in attacking the heart. His heart-punishing sword Qi clearly hit Mu Yun, but Mu Yun is completely fine. Clearly, Mu Yun has some kind of treasure that can protect his heart. Or perhaps his heart is special, so he is unaffected. That's right. It's not that Han Feng is weak, but that Mu Yun restrained him. The big shots of several forces saw something fishy and pointed it out. Everyone was enlightened. So that's why. Bang. At this moment, Lu Ming had no intention of stopping. He stepped out and stepped on Han Feng's face. Han Feng screamed as one side of his face caved in. The current Han Feng was too horrible to look at. His face was beyond recognition. Even if his mother was here, she would not be able to recognize him. Lu Ming did not kill Han Feng. He was still a little worried. Of course, he was not worried about his own safety. If he was alone, he would have killed Han Feng in one move. At most, he would just leave. However, he was pretending to be a disciple of the Feng City Sword Sect. He needed the help of the Feng City Sword Sect to participate in the selection of the heavenly soldiers in the Heavenly Palace. As for Han Feng, sect leader Wang had paid a huge price to invite him from the Sacred Heart Tribe. If he was killed by a disciple of the Feng City Sword Sect, the Sacred Heart Tribe would definitely find trouble with the Feng City Sword Sect. With the strength of the Sacred Heart Tribe, it would not be too difficult to destroy the Feng City Sword Sect. At that time, sect leader Wang would definitely not protect him and would hand him over. This was not what Lu Ming wanted to see. Therefore, Lu Ming did not intend to kill Han Feng. He just wanted to torture him. After being tortured by someone of the same generation, the Sacred Heart Tribe would not stand up for him no matter how shameless they were. That would be too shameful. Mu Yun, stop. Han Feng has been defeated. Another young man from the Sacred Heart Tribe shouted. Defeated? Why didn't I know he was defeated? Did he rush down the fighting stage? Or did he admit defeat? Lu Ming's indifferent voice resounded. You. The young man from the Sacred Heart Tribe was furious and said, Han Feng is already injured and unable to fight. If he is not defeated, then what is? That's hard to say. This might be Han Feng's tactic. He purposely pretended to be weak, and then looked for an opportunity to counterattack. Otherwise, why didn't he admit defeat? Lu Ming clenched the word admit defeat. Han Feng wanted to roar at the sky. Admit defeat, admit defeat. Admit defeat my ass. If I did not say that I would cripple my own cultivation, I would have admitted defeat long ago, okay? The young man from the Sacred Heart Tribe almost bit his own tongue. He was so angry that his whole body was trembling. Admit defeat? How could he admit defeat? Bang! Lu Ming continued to attack and kicked Han Feng's face again. This time, Han Feng didn't even have the strength to scream. This is a personal grudge between me and Han Feng. It is a competition between the younger generation. Lu Ming added loudly. He was afraid that the Sacred Heart Tribe would settle the score with the Feng City Sword Sect. If he said it out loud, everyone would know. The Sacred Heart Tribe would not be able to find trouble with the Feng City Sword Sect. Chapter 3770. At that moment, Han Feng had already cursed in his heart. He swore to himself that he would make sure that Lu Ming died without a burial ground. In the end, he was brutally beaten up by Lu Ming again. When Han Feng was on the verge of death, Lu Ming kicked him out of the fighting ring. Another youth from the Sacred Heart tribe quickly caught Han Feng and treated his injuries. Mu Yin is so vengeful. Many Sky Prides thought to themselves. It was better not to provoke Mu Yin. Of course, there were a few Sky Prides who had strong battle intent in their eyes, such as the Sky Prides from the Ziying tribe and the Stormwind tribe. Lu Ming was only a 5th-level Divine Lord, but he had such strong battle strength. They wanted to spar with Lu Ming. Mu Yin wins this battle, the Great Sky Sect leader announced. Just like that, Lu Ming was the first to enter the top 18 and obtained 300 points for the Fengdu Sword Sect. Now the Fengdu Sword Sect had a total of 1,500 points. Lu Ming stepped down and another youth went up to draw lots. This youth was unlucky to have drawn the Sky Pride from the Ziying tribe. His face turned ugly. This youth was a 9th-level Divine Lord. Knowing that he was no match for the Sky Pride from the Ziying tribe, he admitted defeat. Next, the battles continued one after another. The Sky Pride from the Stormwind tribe won easily. Wei Jin, the Sky Pride from the Black Blood Hall, also won. Now Wei Jin was the only one left from the Black Blood Hall. He still had slightly more points than the Fengdu Sword Sect. After a little more than a day, the top 18 were out. Most of the top 18 were Boundary Emperor Sky Prides. Only 2 Sky Prides who were lucky enough not to encounter a Boundary Emperor were able to enter the top 18 with their 9th-level Divine Lord cultivation. Of course, there were also some unlucky Boundary Emperor Sky Prides who met stronger opponents and were defeated, such as Han Feng. Without a doubt, the Great Sky Sect was still in first place. The Great Sky Sect had a total of 3 Sky Prides who entered the top 18. This also meant that many of the powers had been shaved bald and were unable to progress any further. The Fengdu Sword Sect leader smiled. Now out of the 18 forces, only 12 were left. The Fengdu Sword Sect's points were very close to entering the top 10. As long as Lu Ming could win another match, the Fengdu Sword School would be able to enter the top 10. Now that the top 18 had been determined, it was time for 9 of the 18 to advance. The rules were the same as before. The 18 people were divided into 2 groups of 9 people each. 9 of them carved their names, while the other 9 went to draw lots. This time, Lu Ming was assigned to draw lots. Among them, the Ziying clan's prodigy was also the one who had drawn lots, while the Stormwind clan's prodigy was the one who had drawn lots. Alright, who's going to draw lots? After the Grand Master of the Great Heaven Sect was done with his preparations, he turned to Lu Ming and the rest. Let me do it. The genius of the Ziying race was very confident and fearless as he stepped forward. Many people were secretly praying that the prodigy from the Ziying race would be matched against the prodigy from the Stormwind race. That way, the 2 of them could have a peak battle in advance. It would be best if both of them were injured, which would be beneficial to the others. Unfortunately, things did not go as they wished. The prodigy from the Ziying race did not draw the prodigy from the Stormwind race. Instead, he drew another quasi-royal prodigy. The prodigy who had been drawn immediately turned pale. He was also a powerful prodigy from the golden-backed grasshopper race, which was on the primitive 10,000 tribes board. He was very powerful. If he had not encountered the prodigy from the Ziying race, he might have entered the top 9. Are you going to admit defeat? The prodigy from the Ziying race looked at the prodigy from the golden-backed grasshopper race with his purple eyes. He was full of confidence. Xiangzhou, you may be powerful, but I'm not so scared that I don't even dare to fight you. Let's fight. The prodigy from the golden-backed grasshopper race roared and charged into the fighting ring. The prodigy from the Xiangzhou from the Ziying race stepped into the fighting ring. Many people, including Lu Ming, stared at Zhang Tian with bright eyes. The prodigy from the Xiangzhou had always been unfathomable. It was said that he was a seeded contestant and a key candidate for the top spot. He had obtained a golden crystal core in the first round. Even the prodigy from the Stormwind race did not obtain a golden crystal core in the first round. However, no one had seen the full power of the Xiangzhou because he had not encountered a powerful opponent before. In fact, he had not even encountered a quasi-emperor level prodigy. The prodigy from the golden-backed grasshopper race was very powerful. Even among the quasi-emperor level prodigies, he was very powerful. He was even stronger than Han Feng and Guan Lianbi. Perhaps the prodigy from the golden-backed grasshopper race could force the Xiangzhou to use part of his strength. Let's begin. The Grand Sky Patriarch announced. Squeak. The prodigy from the golden-backed grasshopper race emitted a strange sound wave from his mouth. The sound wave swept towards the Xiangzhou like a wave. It was a terrifying sound wave attack with unparalleled power. However, the Xiangzhou remained expressionless. He slashed out with his hand like a knife. A purple light burst out and split the sound wave attack apart. At that moment, the prodigy from the golden-backed grasshopper race had already transformed into a giant golden grasshopper. He flapped his wings and charged towards the Xiangzhou. As the name suggested, the back of the golden-backed grasshopper was golden. At that moment, his golden back was emitting a dazzling golden light. The golden light turned into different kinds of weapons and charged towards the Xiangzhou. The claws of his true form were like scythes as they slashed towards the Xiangzhou. The moment he attacked, the prodigy from the golden-backed grasshopper race used all his strength. He used all his strongest attacks at once and unleashed a torrential barrage of attacks. In the face of such attacks, the Xiangzhou's expression remained calm. He was not moved at all. The surface of his body was bathed in a layer of purple light. It was as if he was wearing a purple divine robe. Whoosh! The Xiangzhou moved and charged towards the prodigy from the golden-backed grasshopper race. He pressed his palm against the void. Immediately, a dazzling purple light burst out from his palm. Then a purple sun appeared. It was extremely dazzling. The purple sun rapidly grew in size. It was extremely majestic as it pressed forward. Bang! Bang! The attacks from the golden-backed grasshopper race crumbled under the pressure of the purple sun. They were like rotten wood that could not withstand a single blow. Boom! In the end, the purple sun landed on the prodigy from the golden-backed grasshopper race. The prodigy from the golden-backed grasshopper race let out a miserable shriek as his body was sent flying. He flew out of the huge battle stage at an astonishing speed. Immediately, a figure flew out and caught the prodigy from the golden-backed grasshopper race. It was a divine emperor from the faction that had invited the prodigy from the golden-backed grasshopper race. The prodigy from the golden-backed grasshopper race did not die. However, he was in a miserable state. His body was almost burnt and emitted a fragrant smell. His pair of transparent wings had disappeared without a trace. He was defeated in one move. Many people were shocked by his strength. Chapter 3771. The combat strength of the golden-backed grasshopper race's prodigy was definitely not weak. From the full-powered attack just now, it could be seen that it was very strong. Many of the top 18 people present did not have the confidence to take it head-on. Such an expert was instantly killed when facing Purple Sun State, without the slightest ability to resist. From this, it could be seen how terrifying Purple Sun State was. The key was that Purple Sun State's cultivation was only quasi-emperor. A monstrous character. Lu Ming made a comment in his heart. Hee interesting. The Storm Race's prodigy grinned, revealing a powerful fighting spirit. Just like this, Purple Sun State became the first person to enter the top 9. Let me do it. When Purple Sun State stepped onto the battle platform, Lu Ming stepped out and went to draw lots. The remaining 8 people who were drawn lots had different feelings. Some hoped to be drawn by Lu Ming. Although Lu Ming defeated Han Feng and Guan Lianbi, he was not that freakish. Among the remaining prodigies, apart from Purple Sun State and Storm Race's prodigies, there were a few people who were also very terrifying with extremely powerful combat strength. In their view, these few people were stronger than Lu Ming. They did not want to encounter them even more. Of course, there were also people who were unwilling to be drawn by Lu Ming. It was one of the 2 9th-level Divine Lords. Lu Ming could not be bothered with these people's thoughts. He casually drew a bamboo stick and picked it up to take a look. Lu Ming revealed a trace of an inexplicable smile. Hu Dao. This was the name that Lu Ming drew. Lu Ming had an impression of this person. He was the only 9th-level Divine Lord in the lot drawn. Hu Dao. Lu Ming spat out a name. That youth called Hu Dao revealed a trace of a bitter smile. The miracle that he wanted to wait for did not happen in the end. Right now, among the 18 people, there were only 2 9th-level Divine Lords left. One was drawn and one was drawn. To be honest, those quasi-emperor prodigies, including Lu Ming, would most likely lose if they were matched up against Hu Dao. His only hope was to be drawn by another 9th-level Divine Lord. Only then would he have a chance of winning. But this probability was too small. In the end, he did not encounter them. He actually drew Hu Island. Mu Yin is really lucky. My luck is indeed good. I picked up a bargain and entered the top 9. I'm so jealous. Many people sighed, thinking that Lu Ming's luck was too good. Sect leader Wang was also overjoyed. Happiness came too suddenly. Lu Ming actually drew Hu Dao, which was almost guaranteed to enter the top 9. Entering the top 9 would give him 500 points. In this way, the Fengdu Sword sect would surely enter the top 10. How could he not be happy? The Hall Master of the Black Blood Hall coldly snorted with a dark expression. The Black Blood Hall had always been at odds with the Plentiful City Sword sect. Seeing the Plentiful City Sword sect enter the top 10 and obtain good resources, he was naturally unhappy. As for Han Feng, Qi Ping and the others, they were even more displeased. Do you want to fight? Lu Ming asked from the fighting ring. Hu Dao's battle prowess was a notch lower than Han Feng, Guan Lianbi, and the others. He was no match for him at all. Please advise me, Brother Mu. Hu Dao cupped his fists. He did not want to admit defeat before the battle started. It would be embarrassing. Lu Ming did not say anything else. After the Great Sky Sect leader announced the result, Lu Ming's figure burst out and launched a fierce attack. The result was obvious. Hu Dao could not withstand Lu Ming's attack. After 2 moves, he coughed out blood and was blasted out of the fighting ring. Lu Ming entered the top 9 and won 500 points for the Plentiful City Sword sect. The Plentiful City Sword sect's points reached 2,000 points. They were firmly in the top 10. After Lu Ming, the Black Blood Hall's Wei Jin entered the ring. He chose a quasi-emperor level Sky Pride, and the two fought fiercely. The battle was intense. The two exchanged hundreds of moves. In the end, Wei Jin won slightly and defeated his opponent to enter the top 9. In this way, the Black Blood Hall's points were slightly higher than the Plentiful City Sword sects. The Black Blood Hall's Hall Master smiled and glanced at sect leader Wang proudly. The battle continued. Following that, almost all the battles were fierce and fierce. Only 2 of the battles were one-sided. One was the Battle of the Sky Pride from the Storm Tribe, and the other was the battle of the last 9th-level Divine Lord. The outcome was decided very quickly. This time, the competition took more than 2 days to determine the outcome of all the matches. The top 9 were born. Among the top 9, the Great Sky Sect occupied 2 spots, and their points were almost 5,000 points. They were far ahead and it was difficult for the other forces to catch up. Following that, it was the battle for the top 9. The rules of the battle for the top 9 changed again. They did not draw lots but took turns to fight like in the previous group matches. The top 9 took turns to fight against the other 8. For every victory, they would be awarded 200 points. Moreover, the top 3 would be rewarded with additional points. The first place would be rewarded with 600 points. The second place would be rewarded with 400 points. The third place would be rewarded with 200 points. The 4th place to the 9th place would not be rewarded. That was to say, whoever could win 8 consecutive matches and get first place would get another 2,400 points. I will give you 1 day to recover. After 1 day, the last round of the competition will begin. The Great Sky Sect leader announced. Previously, some people had gone through intense battles and were exhausted. At this moment, they quickly sat down cross-legged and swallowed elixirs to recover. Lu Ming was not exhausted. His heart that was pierced by Han Feng had already recovered. A day's time passed very quickly. Alright, let's begin the final ranking battle. The first round, Purple Sun State versus Wei Jin. The Great Sky Sect leader announced. I admit defeat. Wei Jin admitted defeat without hesitation. This was no longer an elimination round but a battle to determine the rankings. Moreover, each victory would award 200 points. Wei Jin knew that he was no match for Purple Sun State, and admitted defeat without hesitation. Alright, Purple Sun State wins this battle. The next battle, Feng Peng vs Chao Siyuan. The Great Sky Sect leader announced the next battle. Feng Peng was the name of the Sky Pride from the Storm Tribe. I admit defeat. Chao Siyuan admitted defeat without hesitation. The next battle, Mu Yin vs Yuan Qi. Finally, it was Lu Ming's turn. Swoosh swoosh. Two figures moved. Lu Ming and another young man, Yuan Qi, landed on the fighting ring at the same time. No one will admit defeat in this battle. I wonder who is stronger between Mu Yin and Yuan Qi. It's hard to say. Yuan Qi's strength is also very shocking. He is definitely stronger than Han Feng. There will be a good show to watch. Seeing that it was Mu Yin and Yuan Qi, many people were filled with anticipation. Boom. Before the Great Sky Sect leader made the announcement, the auras of the two collided and created a strong gust of wind. Following the command of the Great Sky Sect's sect master, the two figures dashed out and collided violently. Boom. It was as though two planets had collided. The sky shook violently and the two figures retreated. However, in the next instant, they charged towards each other again. Violent explosions continued to ring out. Those with weaker cultivation could only see the two figures flashing in the sky and the sky shaking continuously. Chapter 3772. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming and Yuan Qi had exchanged dozens of blows, but there was no clear winner. Amazing! Lu Ming exclaimed in his heart. The prodigies of the top clans who had reached the rank of quasi-emperor were indeed extraordinary. At this moment, Lu Ming had activated the battle formula to triple his combat strength, but he still couldn't do anything to Yuan Qi. There was a huge gap between a quasi-emperor and a divine emperor. It was an insurmountable gap. If the gap between a quasi-emperor and a divine emperor was divided into 10 levels, Yuan Qi would be around the 5th level. With such combat strength, killing an ordinary quasi-emperor would be as easy as pie. Roar. In the midst of the battle, Yuan Qi let out a beast-like roar. His strength had increased by a little. He was roughly at the 6th level between a quasi-emperor and a divine emperor. He forced Lu Ming to take a few steps back. Lu Ming is going to lose. Someone exclaimed. Humph, he's finally going to lose. Han Feng, Qi Ping, and the others' eyes lit up. Han Feng's injuries had recovered by 80%, but his face was still bruised. He didn't leave because he wanted to stay and watch Lu Ming get beaten up by others. Now that he finally saw that Lu Ming was going to be defeated, he felt more or less at ease. Unfortunately, he was going to be disappointed again. Boom. Lu Ming's aura surged again. He had activated the battle formula to quadruple his combat strength. Boom. Lu Ming punched out, and a large number of secret techniques burst out from his cells. Of course, they were hidden and formed a violent fist energy that blasted towards Yuan Qi. This time, Yuan Qi's body shook violently, and he couldn't help but retreat. What? The spectators were all shocked. Lu Ming hadn't used his full strength before, but now he could unleash even more strength. How was that possible? He was only a 5th-level divine lord. Could his strength be limitless? Han Feng and Qi Ping's faces were deathly pale. Their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. How they wished that everything they saw was fake, that they were dreaming. Unfortunately, reality was cruel. Boom. Boom. Lu Ming gained the upper hand. His attacks were like a torrential storm, pressuring Yuan Qi to retreat repeatedly. Yuan Qi had already pushed his strength to the limit. There was no way for him to push it any further. He could only resist, but not fight back. Soon, he was forced to the edge of the fighting ring by Lu Ming. I admit defeat. In the end, Yuan Qi loudly admitted defeat. If he continued to fight, he could still hold on for a while, but it was almost impossible for him to turn defeat into victory. If he continued to fight, he would only consume more energy, which would affect the later battles. Therefore, he simply admitted defeat. As soon as Yuan Qi admitted defeat, Lu Ming retreated and withdrew his power. Yuan Qi also flew out of the fighting ring, took out some medicinal pills, and swallowed them. He was doing his best to recover and wait for the next fight. Lu Ming obtained a winning streak and obtained 200 points. After Lu Ming left the fighting ring, it was the others' turn to fight. Those who could make it to the top 9 were all quasi-emperor level geniuses. Moreover, they were all quasi-emperor level geniuses with extremely powerful combat strength. Therefore, the following battles were all very exciting. Of course, other than Feng Peng and Zi Yangzhou, there were 2 other youths who had terrifying combat strength. They were even stronger than Yuan Qi, which attracted Lu Ming's attention. The 2 of them did not have to fight too hard to win. Soon, The first round was over, and it was time for the second round. In the second round, Lu Ming's opponent was not as strong as Yuan Qi, so Lu Ming did not have to fight too hard to win. However, there was another battle that attracted everyone's attention. It was the battle between Feng Peng of the Stormwind clan and Hao Han. Hao Han was one of the two peak-level experts other than the Violet Sun Prefecture and Wind Rock. These two people were considered to be existences, second only to the Violet Sun Prefecture and Wind Rock. However, this was merely a belief. No one could say for sure that Hao Han wouldn't be able to contend against Wind Rock and the Violet Sun Prefecture. This time, it seemed to be able to prove it. Boom. The two of them did not say anything else and immediately started fighting. Feng Peng of the Stormwind clan seemed to have turned into a gale. Every time he moved, a terrifying gale would burst out. This gale was not an ordinary gale. It was formed by a terrifying divine force. It could easily tear apart a divine weapon. Feng Peng displayed strength that was far beyond the quasi-emperor realm from the start. However, Hao Han wasn't simple either. He held a snow-white crystalline longbow in his hand. His aura surged as he knocked an arrow. Every time he drew the bow, several arrows would fly out. Each arrow contained a terrifying cold qi. As they flew through the air, they would leave behind a frozen stream of cold qi. The ice arrows and the gale clashed fiercely. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged dozens of blows. What a terrifying attack! This kind of attack has reached the Divine Emperor realm. Some sect elders exclaimed. At this moment, Feng Peng and Hao Han's attack had completely surpassed the quasi-emperor realm, even surpassing Yuan Qi's. Yuan Qi was only at the 5th or 6th stage between the quasi-emperor realm and the Divine Emperor realm. However, Feng Peng and Hao Han's attack had already reached the Divine Emperor realm. The two of them could definitely fight against a Divine Emperor realm existence without being at a disadvantage. As quasi-emperors, their combat strength was comparable to Divine Emperors. How terrifying! Is Feng Peng's combat strength only at this level? I'm afraid he is no match for Xiang Prefecture. Someone doubted. Xiang Prefecture had obtained the Golden Crystal Core. To obtain the Golden Crystal Core, one must at least be able to kill a Divine Emperor realm wild beast. Even if one was extremely lucky and obtained the Golden Crystal Core from killing a Divine Emperor realm wild beast, one must be able to kill a Divine Emperor realm wild beast first. Fighting and killing were two completely different things. If Feng Peng only had this kind of combat strength, he would not be able to fight against Xiang Prefecture. Sure enough, Feng Peng's eyes were filled with battle intent when he saw that he could not defeat Hao Han after exchanging dozens of blows. Hao Han, is this the limit of your combat strength? If so, you shall be defeated. Original Spirit of Wind. Feng Peng roared. Boundless gale suddenly gathered and turned into a strange living being. This living being rode the wind. Every move of his could produce gale attacks that could tear the space apart. This was the original Spirit of Wind. In fact, the original Spirit of Wind was also a powerful primitive divine spirit. However, it was more peculiar as it was born from the earliest elements of heaven and earth. Its strength was extremely terrifying and stronger than ordinary primitive divine spirits. Feng Peng's original Spirit of Wind was a primitive divine body that had reached an extremely high level. It could condense more than one drop of primitive divine blood. The combat strength that it could unleash was extremely shocking. Swoosh! Feng Peng had transformed into a wind primordial spirit. His speed was unbelievably fast. With a flicker, the sky was filled with his shadows. It was impossible to see where his true body was. Attacks came from all directions, attacking Hao Han. Hao Han shouted loudly as he knocked arrows on his bow. Swoosh! 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 Arrows flew out and fought against Feng Peng. However, after Feng Peng displayed the original Spirit of Wind, Hao Han was no match for him. Chapter 3773. After Feng Peng used his wind original spirit, Hao Han was no match for him. He coughed up blood and retreated after a few moves. However, Feng Peng was too fast. No matter how Hao Han retreated, Feng Peng was still around him and kept attacking. Dark Ice Cage. Hao Han roared. His body emitted a cold aura. The void froze and a circular ice block sealed Hao Han inside. Clang! 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 Feng Peng's attack landed on the ice block. It was like attacking a divine weapon. The sound of metal clashing rang out, and ice shards flew everywhere. However, he was unable to break the ice block's defense. Humph! You think you can stop me with a block of ice? Dream on. Feng Peng's eyes turned cold. His wind original spirit turned into a storm sword and slashed down. Boom! The storm sword slashed on the ice block, causing a loud explosion. The entire fighting ring shook violently. Crack! Then the ice block made a cracking sound, and cracks appeared on it. In the end, the ice block exploded completely. Hao Han coughed up blood and flew out of the fighting ring. Immediately, a figure flew out and caught Hao Han. He brought him back to his seat and treated his injuries. Without a doubt, Hao Han was already defeated by being sent flying out of the battle stage. Feng Peng won the battle. Feng Peng is so powerful. Even if Hao Han used all his defense, he could not block his attack. Indeed, such an attack could pose a serious threat to a divine emperor. He could even kill one. Feng Peng can really compete with Xiangzhou. Absolutely. I'm afraid the first and second place will be between Xiangzhou and Feng Peng. The third and fourth place will be between Hao Han and Ye Shisan. The people at the scene were discussing excitedly and guessing the rankings this time. Obviously, Feng Peng and Xiangzhu's strength had surpassed the others. No one could compete with them. The first place would most likely be decided between the two of them. The third and fourth place would most likely be decided between Hao Han and Ye Shisan. Ye Shisan was another person who was as famous as Hao Han. His combat strength was also very strong. However, there was still a gap between him and Feng Peng and Xiangzhou. As for Lu Ming, everyone thought that he would at most be ranked after fourth. As expected, after 2 more rounds, the Violet Sun continent was matched against Ye Shisan. The two of them engaged in an intense battle. Xiang province's purple sun was high up in the sky, unrivaled and ferocious. Although Ye Shisan's deadly 13 spears was terrifyingly powerful and had reached the level of a divine emperor, he was still no match for Xiangzhou. In the end, Xiangzhou defeated him. This way, everyone was even more certain of their guesses. It was unknown if they were affected by the discussions of the crowd, but Xiangzhou and Feng Peng's gazes met frequently, creating intense sparks. Both of them revealed a strong fighting spirit, wanting to trample on each other. The competition continued. In Lu Ming's third battle, his opponent was also very strong, similar to Yuan Qi. In the end, he was defeated by Lu Ming. Other than that, the Violet Sun Prefecture's Feng Peng, Hao Han and Ye Shisan also won. In the fourth match, Lu Ming finally met a powerful opponent. Nye 13. Nye 13, dressed in black, held a long spear in his hand, showing off his sharpness. With one look, one could tell that he was a ruthless character. He had the same temperament as his origin secret technique, the deadly 13 spears. Swoosh. The two of them stepped onto the battle stage and stood facing each other. This also aroused the curiosity of many people. Who do you think will win, Mu Yin or Nye 13? Needless to say, it must be Nye Shisan. Nye Shisan's battle strength has already reached the Divine Emperor realm, which is equivalent to a weaker Divine Emperor. Although Mu Yin is strong, how can he be a match for Nye Shisan? That's right, I think so too. After all, his cultivation is only at the 5th level Divine Lord realm. Speaking up to here, everyone fell silent. For a 5th level Divine Lord realm to have such battle strength, it was already a miracle. In the depths of their hearts, they were unwilling to see Lu Ming continue to advance. That would be too great a blow to them. Therefore, in the depths of their hearts, they hoped that Lu Ming would lose. Nye 13 held the long spear in his hand, pointing it at Lu Ming. Powerful spear light flickered. He stared at Lu Ming with intense battle intent in his eyes. Lu Ming's battle strength had also shocked him. However, he must defeat Lu Ming. After the Great Sky Sect Master announced the start of the battle, the two of them moved at the same time. Swoosh. Nye 13's long spear was like a poisonous snake, stabbing towards Lu Ming's glabella. Its speed was fast, accurate, and ruthless, completely piercing through the void. In an instant, it was in front of Lu Ming. Boom. Lu Ming directly threw out a punch. Facing Nye 13, Lu Ming did not dare to be careless. As soon as he made his move, He activated the battle character formula to increase his battle strength by 5 times. This punch directly hit the tip of Nia 13's long spear, causing a violent explosion. The place where the two of them clashed was filled with dazzling radiance. The violent force was like hundreds of huge waves, sweeping out in all directions. Then a figure retreated rapidly. It was Lu Ming. He retreated a few hundred meters, his footsteps causing the fighting stage to rumble. After a few hundred meters, he finally stopped. What a powerful force, what a sharp attack. Lu Ming sighed. A shallow bloody hole had appeared on his fist and blood was flowing out. It was caused by Nia 13's long spear. He blocked it. Mu Yun's battle strength is actually stronger than before. Unbelievable. Someone exclaimed. When Lu Ming was fighting with others previously, the most he could do was to use the battle character formula to increase his battle strength by 4 times. Now that he had used the battle character formula to increase his battle strength by 5 times, it naturally shocked everyone present. Mu Yun is indeed powerful. However, compared to Nia 13, there is still a big gap. That's right. Mu Yun was injured in one move. He is indeed no match for Nia 13. It's hard to say. What if Mu Yun still has a trump card? As soon as this was said, the scene fell silent. Trump card? It sounded unbelievable, but what if? Many people looked at each other. At this point, they really could not figure out Lu Ming. What if he really did have a trump card? Some people who had sworn to Dandan that Lu Ming would be defeated did not dare to say anything. They were afraid that they would be slapped in the face. Kill. Nia 13 shouted, his killing intent soaring. He did not want to kill Lu Ming. Instead, he cultivated the fatal 13 spears. Every spear was fatal. As long as he used it, his killing intent would soar to the sky. Swish. 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 Nia 13's long spear turned into a phantom, stabbing toward Lu Ming like a swarm of bees. Fast, it was too fast. It was extremely fast. Not only was it fast, but it was also extremely powerful. Under such a spear technique, an ordinary quasi-emperor would definitely be killed several times in one move. There was no room for retaliation. Don't use the gravity orb first. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. He planned to use his own strength to fight, and see if he could stimulate his potential and break through the shackles. Come on. Lu Ming roared. Every cell in his body was trembling.